Part 12, Chapter 6 of The Caxtons. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tad Davis, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. The Caxtons, A Family Picture by Edward Bulwer-Lytton, Part 12, Chapter 6. Letter from Pisistratus Caxton to Albert Trevanion, Esquire, M.P. The confession of a youth who in the old world finds himself one too many. My dear Mr. Trevanion, I thank you cordially, and so do we all, for your reply to my letter informing you of the villainous traps through which we have passed, not indeed with whole skins, but still whole in life and limb, which, considering that the traps were 3, and the teeth sharp, was more than we could reasonably expect. We have taken to the wastes like wise foxes as we are, and I do not think a bait can be found that will again snare the fox paternal. As for the fox filial, it is different, and I am about to prove to you that he is burning to redeem the family disgrace. My dear Mr. Trevanion, if you are busy with blue books when this letter reaches you, stop here and put it aside for some rare moment of leisure. I am about to open my heart to you and ask you, who know the world so well, to aid me in an escape from those flamantia mania wherewith I find that world begirt and enclosed. For look you, sir, you and my father were right when you both agreed that the mere book life was not meant for me. And yet what is not book life to a young man who would make his way through the ordinary and conventional paths to fortune? All the professions are so book-lined, book-hemmed, book-choked, that wherever these strong hands of mine stretch towards action, they find themselves met by octavo ramparts, flanked with quarto crenellations. For first, this college life opening to scholarships, and ending, perchance, as you political economists would desire, in Malthusian fellowships, premiums for celibacy, consider what manner of thing it is. 3 years, book upon book, a great Dead Sea before one, 3 years long, and all the apples that grow on the shore full of the ashes of pica and primer. Those 3 years ended, the fellowship it may be won, still books, books, if the whole world does not close at the college gates. Do I, from scholar, effloresce into literary man, author by profession? Books, books. Do I go into the law? Books, books, ars longa vita brevis, which, paraphrased, means that it is slow work before one fags one's way to a brief. Do I turn doctor? Why, what but books can kill time until, at the age of 40, a lucky chance may permit me to kill something else? The church, for which indeed I don't profess to be good enough, that is book life par excellence. Whether inglorious and poor I wander through long lines of divines and fathers, or ambitious of bishoprics, I amend the corruptions, not of the human heart, but of a Greek text, and through defiles of scholiasts and commentators win my way to the sea. In short, barring the noble profession of arms, which you know, after all, is not precisely the road to fortune, can you tell me any means by which one may escape these eternal books, this mental clockwork and corporeal lethargy? Where can this passion for life that runs riot through my veins find its vent? Where can these stalwart limbs and this broad chest grow of value and worth in this hotbed of cerebral inflammation and dyspeptic intellect? I know what is in me. I know I have the qualities that should go with stalwart limbs and broad chest. I have some plain common sense, some promptitude and keenness, some pleasure in hardy danger, some fortitude in bearing pain, qualities for which I bless heaven, for they are qualities good and useful in private life, but in the forum of men, in the market of fortune, are they not flaxi nocii nihili? In a word, dear sir and friend, in this crowded old world, there is not the same room that our bold forefathers found for men to walk about and jostle their neighbors. No, they must sit down like boys at the form and work out their tasks with rounded shoulders and aching fingers. There has been a pastoral age and a hunting age and a fighting age. Now we have arrived at the age sedentary. Men who sit longest carry all before them, puny, delicate fellows with hands just strong enough to wield a pen, eyes so bleared by the midnight lamp that they see no joy in that buxom sun which draws me forth into the fields as life draws the living, and digestive organs worn and macerated by the relentless flagellation of the brain. Certainly, if this is to be the reign of mind, it is idle to repine and kick against the pricks. But is it true that all these qualities of action that are within me are to go for nothing? If I were rich and happy in mind and circumstance, well and good. I should shoot, hunt, farm, travel, enjoy life, and snap my fingers at ambition. If I were so poor and so humbly bred that I could turn gamekeeper or whipper-in, as pauper gentlemen virtually did of old, well and good, too. I should exhaust this troublesome vitality of mine by nightly battles with poachers, and leaps over double dikes and stone walls. If I were so depressed of spirit that I could live without remorse on my father's small means, and exclaim with Claudian, "The earth gives me feasts that cost nothing," well and good, too. It were a life to suit a vegetable or a very minor poet. But as it is, here I open another leaf of my heart to you, to say that, being poor, I want to make a fortune, is to say that I am an Englishman. To attach ourselves to a thing positive belongs to our practical race. Even in our dreams, if we build castles in the air, they are not castles of indolence. Indeed, they have very little of the castle about them, and look much more like Whore's Bank on the east side of Temple Bar. I desire, then, to make a fortune, but I differ from my countrymen first by desiring only what you rich men would call but a small fortune. Secondly, in wishing that I may not spend my whole life in that fortune-making. Just see, now, how I am placed. Under ordinary circumstances, I must begin by taking from my father a large slice of an income that will ill spare paring. According to my calculation, my parents and my uncle want all they have got, and the subtraction of the yearly sum on which Pisistratus is to live till he can live by his own labors would be so much taken from the decent comforts of his kindred. If I return to Cambridge with all economy, I must thus narrow still more the res angusta domi, and when Cambridge is over, and I am turned loose upon the world, failing, as is likely enough, of the support of a fellowship, how many years must I work, or rather, alas, not work at the bar, which after all seems my best calling, before I can, in my turn, provide for those who till then robbed themselves for me, till I have arrived at middle life and they are old and worn out, till the chink of the golden bowl sounds but hollow at the ebbing well. I would wish that, if I can make money, those I love best may enjoy it while enjoyment is yet left to them, that my father shall see the history of human error complete, bound in Russia on his shelves, that my mother shall have the innocent pleasures that content her before age steals the light from her happy smile, that before Roland's hair is snow white, alas, the snows there thicken fast, he shall lean on my arm while we settle together where the ruin shall be repaired, or where left to the owls, and where the dreary, bleak waste around shall laugh with the gleam of corn. For you know the nature of this Cumberland soil, You, who possess much of it and have won so many fair acres from the wild, you know that my uncle's land now, save a single farm, scarce worth a shilling an acre, needs but capital to become an estate more lucrative than ever his ancestors owned. You know that, for you have applied your capital to the same kind of land, and in doing so what blessings, which you scarcely think of in your London library, you have effected, what mouths you feed, what hands you employ. I have calculated that my uncle's moors, which now scarce maintain 2 or 3 shepherds, could, manured by money, maintain 200 families by their labor. All this is worth trying for. Therefore, Pisistratus wants to make money. Not so much. He does not require millions. A few spare £1,000 would go a long way, and with a modest capital to begin with, Roland should become a true squire, a real landowner, not the mere lord of a desert. Now then, dear sir, advise me how I may, with such qualities as I possess, arrive at that capital, and before it is too late, so that money-making may not last till my grave. Turning in despair from the civilized world of ours, I have cast my eyes to a world far older, and yet more to a world in its giant childhood. India here, Australia there. What say you, sir, you who will see dispassionately those things that float before my eyes through a golden haze looming large in the distance? Such is my confidence in your judgment that you have but to say, "Fool, give up thine Eldorados and stay at home. Stick to the books and the desk. Annihilate that redundance of animal life that is in thee. Grow a mental machine. Thy physical gifts are of no avail to thee. Take thy place among the slaves of the lamp." And I will obey without a murmur. But if I am right, if I have in me attributes that here find no market, if my repinings are but the instincts of nature that out of this decrepit civilization desire vent for growth in the young stir of some more rude and vigorous social system, then give me, I pray, that advice which may clothe my idea in some practical and tangible embodiments. Have I made myself understood? We take no newspaper here, but occasionally one finds its way from the parsonage, and I have lately rejoiced at a paragraph that spoke of your speedy entrance into the administration as a thing certain. I write to you before you are a minister, and you see what I seek is not in the way of official patronage. A niche in an office, to me that were worse than all. Yet I did labor hard with you, but that was different. I write to you thus frankly, knowing your warm, noble heart, and as if you were my father. Allow me to add my humble but earnest congratulations on Miss Trevanian's approaching marriage with one worthy, if not of her, at least of her station. I do so as becomes one whom you have allowed to retain the right to pray for the happiness of you and yours. My dear Mr. Trevanian, this is a long letter, and I dare not even read it over, lest if I do, I should not send it. Take it with all its faults, and judge of it with that kindness with which you have judged ever. Your grateful and devoted servant, Pisistratus Caxton. Letter from Albert Trevanian, Esquire, M.P., to Pisistratus Caxton. Library of the House of Commons, Tuesday night. My dear Pisistratus, is up. We are in for it for 2 mortal hours. I take flight to the library and devote those hours to you. Don't be conceited, but that picture of yourself which you have placed before me has struck me with all the force of an original. The state of mind which you describe so vividly must be a very common one in our era of civilization, yet I have never before seen it made so prominent and lifelike. You have been in my thoughts all day. Yes, how many young men must there be like you in this old world, able, intelligent, active, and persevering enough, yet not adapted for success in any of our conventional professions, mute inglorious Raleighs. Your letter, young artist, is an illustration of the philosophy of colonizing. I comprehend better, after reading it, the old Greek colonization. The sending out not only the paupers, the refuse of an overpopulated state, but a large proportion of a better class, fellows full of pith and sap and exuberant vitality like yourself, blending in those wise cleruchioi a certain portion of the aristocratic with the more democratic element, not turning a rabble loose upon a new soil, but planting in the foreign allotments all the rudiments of a harmonious state, analogous to that in the mother country, not only getting rid of hungry, craving mouths, but furnishing vent for a waste surplus of intelligence and courage, which at home is really not needed, and more often comes to ill than to good. Here only menaces our artificial embankments, but there, carried off in an aqueduct, might give life to a desert. For my part, in my ideal of colonization, I should like that each exportation of human beings had, as of old, its leaders and chiefs, not so appointed from the mere quality of rank, often indeed taken from the humbler classes, but still men to whom a certain degree of education should give promptitude, quickness, adaptability, men in whom their followers can confide. The Greeks understood that. Nay, as the colony makes progress, as its principal town rises into the dignity of a capital, a polis that needs a polity, I sometimes think it might be wise to go still further, and not only transplant to it a high standard of civilization, but draw it more closely into connection with the parent state, and render the passage of spare intellect, education, and civility to and fro more facile by drafting off thither the spare scions of royalty itself. I know that many of my more liberal friends would pooh-pooh this notion, but I am sure that the colony altogether, when arrived to a state that would bear the importation, would thrive all the better for it. And when the day shall come, as to all healthful colonies it must come sooner or later, in which the settlement has grown an independent state, we may thereby have laid the seeds of a constitution and a civilization similar to our own, with self-developed forms of monarchy and aristocracy, though of a simpler growth than old societies accept, and not left a strange motley chaos of struggling democracy, an uncouth, livid giant at which the Frankenstein may well tremble, not because it is a giant, but because it is a giant half completed. Depend on it, the new world will be friendly or hostile to the old, not in proportion to the kinship of race, but in proportion to the similarity of manners and institutions, a mighty truth to which we colonizers have been blind. Passing from these more distant speculations to this positive present before us, you see already from what I have said that I sympathize with your aspirations, that I construe them as you would have me. Looking to your nature and to your objects, I give you my advice in a word: emigrate. My advice is, however, founded on one hypothesis, namely, that you are perfectly sincere. You will be contented with a rough life, and with a moderate fortune at the end of your probation. Don't dream of emigrating if you want to make 1,000,000 or the 1/10 of 1,000,000. Don't dream of emigrating unless you can enjoy its hardships. To bear them is not enough. Australia is the land for you, as you seem to surmise. Australia is the land for two classes of emigrants. First, the man who has nothing but his wits and plenty of them. Secondly, the man who has a small capital and who is contented to spend 10 years in trebling it. I assume that you belong to the latter class. Take out £3,000, and before you are 30 years old, you may return with £10,000 or £12,000. If that satisfies you, think seriously of Australia. By coach tomorrow, I will send you down all the best books and reports on the subject, and I will get you what detailed information I can from the Colonial Office. Having read these and thought over them dispassionately, spend some months yet among the sheepwalks of Cumberland. Learn all you can from all the shepherds you can find, from Thyrsis to Menalcas. Do more. Fit yourself in every way for a life in the bush, where the philosophy of the division of labor is not yet arrived at. Learn to turn your hand to everything. Be something of a smith, something of a carpenter. Do the best you can with the fewest tools. Make yourself an excellent shot. Break in all the wild horses and ponies you can borrow and beg, even if you want to do none of these things when in your settlement. The having learned to do them will fit you for many other things not now foreseen. Define gentlemanize yourself from the crown of your head to the sole of your foot, and become the greater aristocrat for so doing. For he is more than an aristocrat, he is a king, who suffices in all things for himself, who is his own master because he wants no Valtaya. I think Seneca has expressed that thought before me, and I would quote the passage, but the book, I fear, is not in the library of the House of Commons. But now... Cheers! By Jove! I suppose is down. Ah, it is so. And C is up. And that cheer followed a sharp hit at me. How I wish I were your age and going to Australia with you. But now to resume my suspended period, but now to the important point, capital. You must take that unless you go as a shepherd, and then goodbye to the idea of £10,000 in 10 years. So you see, it appears at the first blush that you must still come to your father. But you will say, with this difference, that you borrow the capital with every chance of repaying it instead of frittering away the income year after year till you are 38 or 40 at least. Still, Pisistratus, you don't, in this, gain your object at a leap, and my dear old friend ought not to lose his son and his money too. You say you write to me as to your own father. You know I hate professions, and if you did not mean what you say, you have offended me mortally. As a father, then, I take a father's rights and speak plainly. A friend of mine, Mr. Boulding, a clergyman, has a son, a wild fellow who is likely to get into all sorts of scrapes in England, but with plenty of good in him notwithstanding, frank, bold, not wanting in talent, but rather in prudence, easily tempted and led away into extravagance. He would make a capital colonist, no such temptations in the bush, if tied to a youth like you. Now I propose, with your leave, that his father shall advance him £1,500, which shall not, however, be placed in his hands, but in yours, as head partner in the firm. You, on your side, shall advance the same sum of £1,500, which you shall borrow from me for 3 years without interest. At the end of that time, interest shall commence, and the capital, with the interest on the said first 3 years, shall be repaid to me or my executors on your return. After you have been a year or 2 in the bush and felt your way and learned your business, you may then safely borrow £1,500 more from your father, and in the meanwhile you and your partner will have had together the full sum of £3,000 to commence with. You see, in this proposal I make you no gift, and I run no risk even by your death. If you die insolvent, I will promise to come on your father, poor fellow, for small joy and small care will he have then in what may be left of his fortune. There I have said all, and I will never forgive you if you reject an aid that will serve you so much and cost me so little. I accept your congratulations on Fanny's engagement with Lord Castleton. When you return from Australia, you will still be a young man, she, though about your own years, almost a middle-aged woman, with her head full of pomps and vanities. All girls have a short period of girlhood in common, but when they enter womanhood, the woman becomes the woman of her class. As for me and the office assigned to me by report, you know what I said when we parted, and... Oh, but here J comes and tells me that I am expected to speak and answer N, who is just up brimful of malice, the house crowded and hungering for personalities. So I, the man of the old world, gird up my loins and leave you, with a sigh, to the fresh youth of the new. Ne tibi sit duros aquisi in proela dentis. Yours affectionately, Albert Trevanion. Chapter 7. So, reader, thou art now at the secret of my heart. Wonder not that I, a bookman's son, and at certain periods of my life a bookman myself, though of lowly grade in that venerable class, wonder not that I should thus, in that transition stage between youth and manhood, have turned impatiently from books. Most students, at one time or other in their existence, have felt the imperious demand of that restless principle in man's nature which calls upon each son of Adam to contribute his share to the vast treasury of human deeds. And though great scholars are not necessarily nor usually men of action, yet the men of action whom history presents to our survey have rarely been without a certain degree of scholarly nurture. For the ideas which books quicken, books cannot always satisfy. And though the royal pupil of Aristotle slept with Homer under his pillow, it was not that he might dream of composing epics, but of conquering new Ilions in the East. Many a man, how little soever resembling Alexander, may still have the conqueror's aim in an object that action only can achieve, and the book under his pillow may be the strongest antidote to his repose. And how the stern destinies that shall govern the man weave their first delicate tissues amidst the earliest associations of the child. Those idle tales with which the old credulous nurse had beguiled my infancy, tales of wonder, knight-errantry, and adventure, had left behind them seeds long latent, seeds that might never have sprung up above the soil, but that my boyhood was so early put under the burning glass, and in the quick forcing-house of the London world. There, even amidst books and study, lively observation and petulant ambition broke forth from the lush foliage of romance, that fruitless leafiness of poetic youth. And there passion, which is a revolution in all the elements of individual man, had called a new state of being, turbulent and eager, out of the old habits and conventional forms it had buried, ashes that speak where the fire has been. Far from me, as from any mind of some manliness, be the attempt to create interest by dwelling at length on the struggles against a rash and misplaced attachment, which it was my duty to overcome, but all such love, as I have before implied, is a terrible unsettler. Where once such fairies dance, no grass doth ever grow. To re-enter boyhood, go with meek docility through its disciplined routine. How hard had I found that return, amidst the cloistered monotony of college. My love for my father and my submission to his wish had, indeed, given some animation to objects otherwise distasteful, But now that my return to the university must be attended with positive privation to those at home, the idea became utterly hateful and repugnant. Under pretense that I found myself on trial, not yet sufficiently prepared to do credit to my father's name, I had easily obtained leave to lose the ensuing college term and pursue my studies at home. This gave me time to prepare my plans and bring round, how shall I ever bring round to my adventurous views those whom I propose to desert? Hard it is to get on in the world, very hard, but the most painful step in the way is that which starts from the threshold of a beloved home. How indeed. No, Blanche, you cannot join me today. I am going out for many hours, so it will be late before I can be home. Home. The word chokes me. Juba slinks back to his young mistress, disconsolate. Blanche gazes at me ruefully from our favorite hilltop, and the flowers she has been gathering fall unheeded from her basket. I hear my mother's voice singing low as she sits at work by her open casement. How? How indeed. End of Chapter 7. Recording by Tad Davis.
Part 13, Chapters 1 and 2 of the Caxtons. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Caxtons, A Family Picture by Edward Bulwer-Lytton. Part 13, Chapter 1. St. Chrysostom, in his work on the priesthood, defends deceit, if for a good purpose, by many scriptural examples. Ends his first book by asserting that it is often necessary, and that much benefit may arise from it, and begins his second book by saying that it ought not to be called deceit, but good management. Good management, then, let me call the innocent arts by which I now sought to insinuate my project into favor and assent with my unsuspecting family. At first I began with Roland. I easily induced him to read some of the books, full of the charm of Australian life, which Trevanion had sent me, and so happily did those descriptions suit his own erratic tastes, and the free, half-savage man that lay rough and large within that soldierly nature, that he himself, as it were, seemed to suggest my own ardent desire, sighed, as the careworn Trevanion had done, that he was not my age, and blew the flame that consumed me with his own willing breath. So that when at last, wandering one day over the wild moors, I said, knowing his hatred of law and lawyers, "Alas, uncle, that nothing should be left for me but the bar," Captain Roland struck his cane into the peat, and exclaimed, "Zounds, sir, the bar and lying, with truth and a word fresh from God before you." "Your hand, uncle. We understand each other. Now help me with those two quiet hearts at home." "Plague on my tongue, what have I done?" said the captain, looking aghast. Then, after musing a little time, he turned his dark eye on me and growled out, "I suspect, young sir, you have been laying a trap for me, and I have fallen into it, like an old fool as I am." "Oh, sir, I? You prefer the bar? Rogue! Or, indeed, I might perhaps get a clerkship in a merchant's office? If you do, I will scratch you out of the pedigree. Huzzah, then, for Australasia." "Well, well, well," said my uncle, with a smile on his lip and a tear in his eye. "The old sea king's blood will force its way. A soldier or a rover, there was no other choice for you. We shall mourn and miss you, but who can chain the young eagless to the eyrie?" I had a harder task with my father, who at first seemed to listen to me as if I had been talking of an excursion to the moon. But I threw in a dexterous dose of the old Greek Cleritio cited by Trevanion, which set him off full trot on his hobby, till, after a short excursion to Euboea and the Chersonese, he was fairly lost amid the Ionian colonies of Asia Minor. I then gradually and artfully decoyed him into his favorite science of ethnology. And while he was speculating on the origin of the American savages and considering the rival claims of Cimmerians, Israelites, and Scandinavians, I said quietly, "And you, sir, who think that all human improvement depends on the mixture of races, you, whose whole theory is an absolute sermon upon emigration and the transplanting and interpolity of our species, you, sir, should be the last man to chain your son, your elder son, to the soil, while your younger is the very missionary of rovers." "Pisistratus," said my father, "you reason by synecdoche, ornamental but illogical." And therewith, resolved to hear no more, my father rose and retreated into his study. But his observation, now quickened, began from that day to follow my moods and humors. Then he himself grew silent and thoughtful, and finally he took to long conferences with Roland. The result was that one evening in spring, as I lay listless amidst the weeds and fern that sprang up through the melancholy ruins, I felt a hand on my shoulder, and my father, seating himself beside me on a fragment of stone, said earnestly, "Pisistratus, let us talk. I had hoped better things from your study of Robert Hall." "Nay, dear father, the medicine did me great good. I have not repined since, and I look steadfastly and cheerfully on life. But Robert Hall fulfilled his mission, and I would fulfill mine." "Is there no mission in thy native land, O plainticos and exalatriot spirit?" asked my father with compassionate rebuke. "Alas, yes, but what the impulse of genius is to the great, the instinct of vocation is to the mediocre. In every man there is a magnet. In that thing which the man can do best there is a lodestone." "Pape," said my father, opening his eyes, "and are no lodestones to be found for you near the great Australasian bight?" "Ah, sir, if you resort to irony, I can say no more." My father looked down on me tenderly as I hung my head, moody and abashed. "Son," he said, "do you think that there is any real jest at my heart when the matter discussed is whether you are to put wide seas and long years between us?" I pressed nearer to his side and made no answer. "But I have noted you of late," continued my father, "and I have observed that your old studies are grown distasteful to you. And I have talked with Roland, and I see that your desire is deeper than a boy's mere whim. And then I have asked myself what prospect I can hold out at home to induce you to be contented here, and I see none. And therefore I should say to you, go thy ways and God shield thee. But Pisistratus, your mother—" "Ah, sir, that is indeed the question, and there indeed I shrink. But, after all, whatever I were, whether toiling at the bar or in some public office, I should be still so much from home and her. And then you, sir, she loves you so entirely that—" "No," interrupted my father, "you can advance no arguments like these to touch a mother's heart. There is but one argument that comes home there. Is it for your good to leave her? If so, there will be no need of further words. But let us not decide that question hastily. Let you and I be together the next 2 months. Bring your books and sit with me. When you want to go out, tap me on the shoulder and say, 'Come.' At the end of those 2 months, I will say to you, 'Go,' or 'Stay,' and you will trust me. And if I say the last, you will submit? Oh, yes, sir, yes." Chapter 2. This compact made, my father roused himself from all his studies, devoted his whole thoughts to me, sought with all his gentle wisdom to wean me imperceptibly from my one fixed tyrannical idea, ranged through his wide pharmacy of books for such medicaments as might alter the system of my thoughts. And little thought he that his very tenderness and wisdom worked against him, for at each new instance of either my heart called aloud, "Is it not that thy tenderness may be repaid, and thy wisdom be known abroad, that I go from thee into the strange land, O my father?" And the 2 months expired, and my father saw that the magnet had turned unalterably to the lodestone in the great Australasian bight, and he said to me, "Go, and comfort your mother. I have told her your wish, and authorized it by my consent, for I believe now that it is for your good." I found my mother in the little room she had appropriated to herself next to my father's study. And in that room there was a pathos which I have no words to express. For my mother's meek, gentle, womanly soul spoke there, so that it was the home of home. The care with which she had transplanted from the brick house and lovingly arranged all the humble memorials of old times dear to her affections, the black silhouette of my father's profile cut in paper, in the full pomp of academics, cap and gown, how he had ever consented to sit for it, framed and glazed in the place of honor over the little hearth, and boyish sketches of mine and the Hellenic Institute, first essays in sepia and Indian, covered with a great glass, shade and dusted each day with her own hand, the flower pot Sisti had bought with the proceedings of the domino box on that memorable occasion on which he had learned how bad deeds are repaid with good. There, in one corner, stood the little cottage piano which I remembered all my life, old-fashioned, and with the jingling voice of approaching decrepitude, but still associated with such melodies as, after childhood, we hear never more. And in the modest hanging shelves, which looked so gay with ribbons and tassels and silken cords, my mother's own library, sang more to the heart than all the cold wise poets whose souls my father invoked in his grand Heraclea. The Bible over which, with eyes yet untaught to read, I had hung in vague awe and love as it lay open on my mother's lap, while her sweet voice, then only serious, was made the oracle of its truths. And my first lesson books were there, all hoarded, and bound in blue and gold but elaborately papered up, Cowper's poems, a gift from my father in the days of courtship, sacred treasure, which not even I had the privilege to touch, and which my mother took out only in the great crosses and trials of conjugal life. Whenever some words less kind than usual had dropped unawares from her scholar's absent lips, all these poor household gods! All seemed to look on me with mild anger, and from all came a voice to my soul, "Cruel, dost thou forsake us?" And among them sat my mother, desolate as Rachel, and weeping silently. "Mother, mother," I cried, falling on her neck, "forgive me, it is past, I cannot leave you." End of chapter 2.
Part 13, Chapters 3 and 4 of the Caxtons. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Caxtons, A Family Picture by Edward Bulwer-Lytton. Part 13, Chapter 3. No, no, it is for your good. Austin says so. Go, it is but the first shock. Then to my mother I opened the sluices of that deep I had concealed from scholar and soldier. To her I poured all the wild, restless thoughts which wandered through the ruins of love destroyed. To her I confessed what to myself I had scarcely before avowed. And when the picture of that, the darker, side of my mind was shown, it was with a prouder face and less broken voice that I spoke of the manlier hopes and nobler aims that gleamed across the wrecks and the desert and showed me my escape. Did you not once say, mother, that you had felt it like a remorse that my father's genius passed so noiselessly away, half accusing the happiness you gave him for the death of his ambition in the content of his mind? Did you not feel a new object in life when the ambition revived at last, and you thought you heard the applause of the world murmuring round your scholar's cell? Did you not share in the daydreams your brother conjured up, and exclaim, "If my brother could be the means of raising him in the world"? And when you thought we had found the way to fame and fortune, did you not sob out from your full heart, "And it is my brother who will pay back to his son all he gave up for me"? I cannot bear this, Sisti. Cease, cease. No, for do you not yet understand me? Will it not be better still if your son, yours, restore to your Austin all that he lost, no matter how? If through your son, mother, You do indeed make the world hear of your husband's genius, restore the spring to his mind, the glory to his pursuits, if you rebuild even that vaunted ancestral name which is glory to our poor sonless Roland, if your son can restore the decay of generations and reconstruct from the dust the whole house into which you have entered its meek, presiding angel, All-Mother, if this can be done, it will be your work, for unless you can share my ambition, unless you can dry those eyes, and smile in my face, and bid me go, with a cheerful voice, all my courage melts from my heart, and again I say, I cannot leave you. Then my mother folded her arms round me, and we both wept, and could not speak, but we were both happy. Chapter 4. Now the worst was over, and my mother was the most heroic of us all. So I began to prepare myself in good earnest, and I followed Trevanion's instructions with a perseverance which I could never, at that young day, have thrown into the dead life of books. I was in a good school, amongst our Cumberland sheep-walks, to learn those simple elements of rural art which belong to the pastoral state. Mr. Sidney, in his admirable Australian Handbook, recommends young gentlemen who think of becoming settlers in the bush to bivouac for 3 months on Salisbury Plain. The book was not then written, or I might have taken the advice. Meanwhile, I think, with due respect to such authority, that I went through a preparatory training quite as useful in seasoning the future emigrant. I associated readily with the kindly peasants and craftsmen, who became my teachers. With what pride I presented my father with a desk, and my mother with a work-box, fashioned by my own hands. I made Bolt a lock for his plate-chest, and that last was my magnum opus, my great masterpiece, I repaired and absolutely set going an old turret clock in the tower that had stood at 2 p.m. since the memory of man. I loved to think, each time the hour sounded, that those who heard its deep chime would remember me. But the flocks were my main care. The sheep that I tended and helped to shear, and the lamb that I hooked out of the great marsh, and the 3 venerable ewes that I nursed through a mysterious sort of moraine which puzzled all the neighborhood, are they not written in thy loving chronicles, O house of Caxton? And now, since much of the success of my experiment must depend on the friendly terms I could establish with my intended partner, I wrote to Trevanion, begging him to get the young gentleman who was to join me, and whose capital I was to administer, to come and visit us. Trevanion complied, and there arrived a tall fellow, somewhat more than 6 feet high, answering to the name of Guy Bolding, in a cutaway sporting coat, with a dog whistle tied to the buttonhole, drab shorts and gaiters, and a waistcoat with all manner of strange furtive pockets. Guy Bolding had lived a year and a half at Oxford as a fast man. So fast had he lived that there was scarcely a tradesman at Oxford into whose books he had not contrived to run. His father was compelled to withdraw him from the university, at which he had already had the honor of being plucked for the little go, and the young gentleman, on being asked for what profession he was fit, had replied, with conscious pride, that he could tool a coach. In despair, the sire, who owed his living to Trevanion, had asked the statesman's advice, and the advice had fixed me with a partner in expatriation. My first feeling in greeting the fast man was certainly that of deep disappointment and strong repugnance. But I was determined not to be too fastidious, and having a lucky knack of suiting myself pretty well to all tempers, without which a man had better not think of loadstones in the great Australasian Bight, I contrived before the first week was out to establish so many points of connection between us that we became the best friends in the world. Indeed, it would have been my fault if we had not, for Guy Bolding, with all his faults, was one of those excellent creatures who are nobody's enemies but their own. His good humor was inexhaustible. Not a hardship or privation came amiss to him. He had a phrase, "Such fun!" that always rushed laughingly to his lips when another man would have cursed and groaned. If we lost our way in the great trackless moors, missed our dinner, and were half famished, Guy rubbed hands that would have felled an ox, and chuckled out, "Such fun!" If we stuck in a bog, if we were caught in a thunderstorm, if we were pitched head over heels by the wild colts we undertook to break in, Guy Bolding's sole elegy was "Such fun!" That grand shibboleth of philosophy only forsook him at the sight of an open book. I don't think at that time he would have found fun even in Don Quixote. This hilarious temperament had no insensibility. A kinder heart never beat. But to be sure it beat to a strange, restless, tarantulous sort of measure, which kept it in a perpetual dance. It made him one of those officiously good fellows who are never quiet themselves, and never let any one else be quiet if they can help it. But Guy's great fault, in this prudent world, was his absolute incontinence of money. If you had turned a Euphrates of gold into his pockets at morning, it would have been as dry as the great Sahara by 12 at noon. What he did with the money was a mystery as much to himself as to every one else. His father said, in a letter to me, that he had seen him shying at sparrows with half-crowns. That such a young man could come to no good in England seemed perfectly clear. Still, it is recorded of many great men, who did not end their days in the workhouse, that they were equally non-retentive of money. Schiller, when he had nothing else to give away, gave the clothes from his back, and Goldsmith the blankets from his bed. Tender hands found it necessary to pick Beethoven's pockets at home before he walked out. Great heroes, who have made no scruple of robbing the whole world, have been just as lavish as poor poets and musicians. Alexander, in parceling out his spoils, left himself hope. And as for Julius Caesar, he was 2 millions in debt when he shied his last half-crown at the sparrows in Gaul. Encouraged by these illustrious examples, I had hopes of Guy Bolding. And the more as he was so aware of his own infirmity that he was perfectly contented with the arrangement which made me treasurer of his capital, and even besought me, on no account, let him beg ever so hard, to permit his own money to come in his own way. In fact, I contrived to gain a great ascendancy over his simple, generous, thoughtless nature, and by artful appeals to his affections, to all he owed to his father for many bootless sacrifices, and to the duty of providing a little dower for his infant sister, whose meditated portion had half gone to pay his college debts, I at last succeeded in fixing into his mind an object to save for. 3 other companions did I select for our Cleruccia. The first was the son of our old shepherd, who had lately married, but was not yet encumbered with children, a good shepherd, and an intelligent, steady fellow. The second was a very different character. He had been the dread of the whole squirearchy. A more bold and dexterous poacher did not exist. Now my acquaintance with this latter person, named Will Peterson, and more popularly Will-o'-the-Wisp, had commenced thus. Bolt had managed to rear, in a small copse about a mile from the house, and which was the only bit of ground in my uncle's domains that might by courtesy be called a wood, a young colony of pheasants that he dignified by the title of a preserve. This colony was audaciously despoiled and grievously depopulated, in spite of 2 watchers, who, with Bolt, guarded for 7 nights successively the slumbers of the infant settlement. So insolent was the assault that bang, bang went the felonious gun, behind, before, within but a few yards of the sentinels, and the gunner was off and the prey seized, before they could rush to the spot. The boldness and skill of the enemy soon proclaimed him, to the experienced watchers, to be Will-o'-the-Wisp, And so great was their dread of this fellow's strength and courage, and so complete their despair of being a match for his swiftness and cunning, that after the 7th night the watchers refused to go out any longer, and poor Bolt himself was confined to his bed by an attack of what a doctor would have called rheumatism, and a moralist, rage. My indignation and sympathy were greatly excited by this mortifying failure, and my interest romantically aroused by the anecdotes I had heard of Will-o'-the-Wisp. Accordingly, armed with a thick bludgeon, I stole out at night, and took my way to the copse. The leaves were not off the trees, and how the poacher contrived to see his victims I know not, but 5 shots did he fire, and not in vain, without allowing me to catch a glimpse of him. I then retreated to the outskirt of the copse, and waited patiently by an angle which commanded 2 sides of the wood. Just as the dawn began to peep, I saw my man emerge within 20 yards of me. I held my breath, suffered him to get a few steps from the wood, crept on so as to intercept his retreat, and then pounce! Such a bound! My hand was on his shoulder. Purr, purr! No eel was ever more lubricate. He slid from me like a thing immaterial, and was off over the moors with a swiftness which might well have baffled any clodhopper, a race whose calves were generally absorbed in the soles of their hobnail shoes. But the Hellenic Institute, with its classical gymnasia, had trained its pupils in all bodily exercises, and though the Will-o'-the-Wisp was swift for a clodhopper, he was no match at running for any youth who has spent his boyhood in the discipline of cricket, prisoner's bar, and hunt the hare. I reached him at length and brought him to bay. "Stand back," said he, panting and taking aim with his gun. "It is loaded." "Yes," said I, "but though you're a brave poacher, you dare not fire at your fellow man. Give up the gun this instant." My address took him by surprise. He did not fire. I struck up the barrel and closed on him. We grappled pretty tightly, and in the wrestle the gun went off. The man loosened his hold. "Lord ha' mercy! I have not hurt you?" he said falteringly. "My good fellow, no," said I. "And now let us throw aside gun and bludgeon and fight it out like Englishmen, or else let us sit down and talk it over like friends." The Will-o'-the-Wisp scratched his head and laughed. "Well, you're a queer one," quoth it, and the poacher dropped the gun and sat down. We did talk it over, and I obtained Peterson's promise to respect the preserve henceforth, and we thereon grew so cordial that he walked home with me, and even presented me, shyly and apologetically, with the 5 pheasants he had shot. From that time I sought him out. He was a young fellow, not 24, who had taken to poaching from the wild sport of the thing, and from some confused notions that he had a license from nature to poach. I soon found out that he was meant for better things than to spend 6 months of the 12 in prison, and finish his life on the gallows after killing a gamekeeper. That seemed to me his most probable destiny in the old world, so I talked him into a burning desire for the new one, and a most valuable aid in the bush he proved too. My third selection was in a personage who could bring little physical strength to help us, but who had more mind, though with a wrong twist in it, than both the others put together. A worthy couple in the village had a son, who, being slight and puny, compared to the Cumberland breed, was shouldered out of the market of agricultural labor, and went off, yet a boy, to a manufacturing town. Now about the age of 30, this mechanic, disabled for his work by a long illness, came home to recover, and in a short time we heard of nothing but the pestilential doctrines with which he was either shocking or infecting our primitive villagers. According to report, Corcyra itself never engendered a democrat more awful. The poor man was really very ill, and his parents very poor, but his unfortunate doctrines dried up all the streams of charity that usually flowed through our kindly hamlet. The clergyman, an excellent man, but of the old school, walked by the house as if it were tabooed. The apothecary said, "Miles Square ought to have wine," but he did not send him any. The farmers held his name in execration, for he had incited all their laborers to strike for another shilling a week. And but for the old tower, Miles Square would soon have found his way to the only republic in which he could obtain that democratic fraternization for which he sighed, the grave being, I suspect, the sole commonwealth which attains that dead flat of social equality that life in its every principle so utterly abhors. My uncle went to see Miles Square, and came back the color of purple. Miles Square had preached him a long sermon on the unholiness of war. "Even in defense of your king and country," had roared the captain, and Miles Square had replied with a remark upon kings in general that the captain could not have repeated without expecting to see the old tower fall about his ears, and with an observation about the country in particular, to the effect that "the country would be much better off if it were conquered." On hearing the report of these loyal and patriotic replies, my father said, "Papay," and, roused out of his usual philosophical indifference, went himself to visit Miles Square. My father returned as pale as my uncle had been purple. "And to think," said he, mournfully, "that in the town whence this man comes, there are, he tells me, 10,000 other of God's creatures who speed the work of civilization while execrating its laws." But neither father nor uncle made any opposition when, with a basket laden with wine and arrowroot, and a neat little Bible bound in brown, my mother took her way to the excommunicated cottage. Her visit was as signal a failure as those that preceded it. Miles Square refused the basket. He was not going to accept alms and eat the bread of charity. And on my mother meekly suggesting that, if Mr. Miles Square would condescend to look into the Bible, he would see that even charity was no sin in giver or recipient, Mr. Miles Square had undertaken to prove that, according to the Bible, he had as much a right to my mother's property as she had, that all things should be in common, and when all things were in common, what became of charity? No, he would not eat my uncle's arrowroot and drink his wine, while my uncle was improperly withholding from him and his fellow creatures so many unprofitable acres. The land belonged to the people. It was now the turn of Pisistratus to go. He went once, and he went often. Miles Square and Pisistratus wrangled and argued and wrangled, and ended by taking a fancy to each other. For this poor Miles Square was not half so bad as his doctrines. His errors arose from intense sympathy with the sufferings he had witnessed against the misery which accompanies the reign of Malacratism, and from the vague aspirations of a half-taught, impassioned, earnest nature. By degrees I persuaded him to drink the wine and eat the arrowroot in attendant that millennium which was to restore the land to the people. And then my mother came again, and softened his heart, and for the first time in his life let into its cold crotchets the warm light of human gratitude. I lent him some books, amongst others a few volumes on Australia. A passage in one of the latter, in which it was said, that an intelligent mechanic usually made his way in the colony even as a shepherd better than a dull agricultural laborer, caught hold of his fancy and seduced his aspirations into a healthful direction. Finally, as he recovered, he entreated me to let him accompany me, and as I may not have to return to Miles Square, I think it right here to state that he did go with me to Australia, and did succeed, first as a shepherd, next as a superintendent, and finally, on saving money, as a landowner, and that in spite of his opinions of the unholiness of war, he was no sooner in possession of a comfortable log homestead than he defended it with uncommon gallantry against an attack of the aborigines, whose right to the soil was, to say the least of it, as good as his claim to my uncle's acres; that he commemorated his subsequent acquisition of a fresh allotment, with the stock on it, by a little pamphlet published at Sydney, on "The Sanctity of the Rights of Property;" and that when I left the colony, having been much pestered by 2 refractory helps that he had added to his establishment, he had just distinguished himself by a very anti-levelling lecture upon the duties of servants to their employers. What would the old world have done for this man? End of chapter 4.
Part 13, Chapter 5, of the Caxtons. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The Caxtons, A Family Picture by Edward Bulwer-Lytton. Part 13, Chapter 5. I had not been in haste to conclude my arrangements, for independently of my wish to render myself acquainted with the small useful crafts that might be necessary to me in a life that makes the individual man a state in himself, I naturally desired to habituate my kindred to the idea of our separation, and to plan and provide for them all such substitutes or distractions in compensation for my loss as my fertile imagination could suggest. At first, for the sake of Blanche, Roland, and my mother, I talked the captain into reluctant sanction of his sister-in-law's proposal to unite their incomes and share alike, without considering which party brought the larger proportion into the firm. I represented to him that unless he made that sacrifice of his pride, my mother would be wholly without those little notable uses and objects, those small household pleasures, so dear to woman, that all society in the neighborhood would be impossible, and that my mother's time would hang so heavily on her hands that her only resource would be to muse on the absent one and fret. Nay, if he persisted in so false a pride, I told him fairly that I should urge my father to leave the Tower. These representations succeeded, and hospitality had commenced in the old hall, and a knot of gossips had centered round my mother. Groups of laughing children had relaxed the still brow of Blanche, and the captain himself was a more cheerful and social man. My next point was to engage my father in the completion of the great book. "Ah, sir," said I, "give me an inducement to toil, a reward for my industry. Let me think, in each tempting pleasure, each costly vice. No, no, I will save for the great book, and the memory of the father shall still keep the son from error. Ah, look you, sir, Mr. Trevanion offered me the loan of £1,500 necessary to commence with. But you generously and at once said, 'No, you must not begin life under the load of debt.' And I knew you were right, and yielded the more gratefully that I could not but forfeit something of the just pride of manhood in incurring such an obligation to the father of Miss Trevanion. Therefore I have taken that sum from you, a sum that would almost have sufficed to establish your younger and worthier child in the world forever. To that child let me repay it, otherwise I will not take it. Let me hold it as a trust for the great book, and promise me that the great book shall be ready when your wanderer returns and accounts for the missing talent." And my father pished a little and rubbed off the dew that had gathered on his spectacles. But I would not leave him in peace till he had given me his word that the great book should go on a pas de grillon, nay, till I had seen him sit down to it with a good heart, and the wheel went round again in the quiet mechanism of that gentle life. Finally, as the culminating acme of my diplomacy, I effected the purchase of the neighboring apothecary's practice and goodwill for squills, upon terms which he willingly subscribed to. For the poor man had pined at the loss of his favorite patients, though heaven knows they did not add much to his income. And as for my father, there was no man who diverted him more than squills, though he accused him of being a materialist, and set his whole spiritual pack of sages to worry and bark at him, from Plato and Zeno to Reed and Abraham Tucker. Thus, although I have very loosely intimated the flight of time, more than a whole year elapsed from the date of our settlement at the Tower, and that fixed for my departure. In the meanwhile, despite the rarity amongst us of that phenomenon, a newspaper, we were not so utterly cut off from the sounds of the far booming world beyond. But what the intelligence of a change in the administration and the appointment of Mr. Trevenian to one of the great offices of state reached our ears. I had kept up no correspondence with Trevenian subsequent to the letter that occasioned Guy Belding's visit. I wrote now to congratulate him. His reply was short and hurried. An intelligence that startled me more and more deeply moved my heart was conveyed to me some 3 months or so before my departure by Trevenian's steward. The ill health of Lord Castleton had deferred his marriage, intended originally to be celebrated as soon as he arrived of age. He left the university with the honors of a double first class, and his constitution appeared to rally from the effects of studies more severe to him than they might have been to a man of quicker and more brilliant capacities. When a feverish cold caught at the county meeting in which his first public appearance was so credible as fully to justify the warmest hopes of his party, produced inflammation of the lungs, and ended fatally. The startling contrast forced on my mind here sudden death and cold clay, there youth in its first flower, princely rank, boundless wealth, the sanguine expectation of an illustrious career, and the prospect of that happiness which smiled from the eyes of Fanny. That contrast impressed me with a strange awe. Death seems so near to us when it strikes those whom life most flatters and caresses. Whence is that curious sympathy that we all have with the possessors of worldly greatness when the hourglass is shaken and the scythe descends? If the famous meeting between Diogenes and Alexander had taken place not before, but after the achievements which gave to Alexander the name of great, the cynic would not perhaps have envied the hero his pleasures nor his splendors, neither the charms of Statira nor the tiara of the Mede. But if the day after a cry had gone forth, Alexander the Great is dead, verily I believe that Diogenes would have coiled himself up in his tub, and felt that with the shadow of the stately hero something of glory and of warmth had gone from that sun which it should darken nevermore. In the nature of man, the humblest or the hardest, there is something that lives in all of the beautiful or the fortunate, which hope and desire have appropriated, even in the vanities of a childish dream. End of Chapter 5. Recording by John Brandon. Part 13, Chapter 6 of the Caxtons. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The Caxtons, A Family Picture by Edward Bulwer-Lytton. Part 13, Chapter 6. Why are you here all alone, cousin? How cold and still it is amongst the graves. Sit down beside me, Blanche. It is not colder in the churchyard than on the village green." And Blanche sat down beside me, nestled close to me, and leaned her head upon my shoulder. We were both long silent. It was an evening in the early spring, clear and serene. The roseate streaks were fading gradually from the dark gray of long, narrow, fantastic clouds. Tall, leafless poplars that stood in orderly, level line on the low land between the churchyard and the hill, with its crown of ruins, left their sharp summits distinct against the sky. But the shadows coiled dull and heavy round the evergreens that skirted the churchyard, so that their outline was vague and confused, and there was a depth in their lonely stillness, broken only when the thrush flew out from the lower bushes, and the thick laurel leaves stirred reluctantly, and again were rigid in repose. There is a certain melancholy in the evenings of early spring which is among those influences of nature the most universally recognized, the most difficult to explain. The silent stir of reviving life, which does not yet betray signs in the bud and blossom, only in a softer clearness in the air, a more lingering pause in the slowly lengthening day, a more delicate freshness and balm in the twilight atmosphere, a more lively, yet still unquiet note from the birds, settling down into their coverts, the vague sense, under all that hush, which still outwardly wears the bleak sterility of winter, of the busy change, hourly, modestly at work, renewing the youth of the world, reclothing with vigorous bloom the skeletons of things. All these messages from the heart of nature to the heart of man may well affect and move us. But why with melancholy? No thought on our part connects and construes the low, gentle voices. It is not thought that replies and reasons. It is feeling that hears and dreams. Examine not, O child of man, examine not that mysterious melancholy with the hard eyes of thy reason. Thou canst not impale it on the spikes of thy thorny logic, nor describe its enchanted circle by problems conned from thy schools. Borderer thyself of two worlds, the dead and the living, give thine ear to the tones, bow thy soul to the shadows that steal in the season of change from the dim borderland. Blanche, in a whisper, what are you thinking of? Speak, pray. Pisistratus, I was not thinking, Blanche. Or if I were, the thought is gone at the mere effort to seize or detain it. Blanche, after a pause, I know what you mean. It is the same with me often. So often when I'm sitting by myself quite still. It is just like the story Primans was telling us the other evening. How there was a woman in her village who saw things and people in a piece of crystal, not bigger than my hand. They passed along as large as life, but they were only pictures in the crystal. Since I heard the story, when Aunt asks me what I'm thinking of, I long to say, I'm not thinking, I'm seeing pictures in the crystal. Pisistratus, tell my father that. It will please him. There is more philosophy in it than you are aware of, Blanche. There are wise men who have thought the whole world, its pride, pomp, and circumstance, only a phantom image, a picture in the crystal. Blanche, and I shall see us both, as we are sitting here, and that star which has just risen yonder. See it all in my crystal when you are gone. Gone, cousin. And Blanche's head drooped. There was something so quiet and deep in the tenderness of this poor motherless child that it did not affect one superficially, like a child's loud momentary affection, in which we know that the first toy will replace us. I kissed my little cousin's pale face and said, and I too, Blanche, have my crystal, and when I consult it, I shall be very angry if I see you sad and fretting, or seated alone. For you must know, Blanche, that is all selfishness. God made us not to indulge only in crystal pictures. We vital fancies pine alone and mourn over what we cannot help, but to be alert and active, givers of happiness. Now, Blanche, see what a trust I am going to bequeath you. You are to supply my place to all whom I leave. You are to bring sunshine wherever you glide with that shy, soft step. Whether to your father, when you see his brows knit and his arms crossed, that indeed you always do, or to mine, when the volume drops from his hand, when he walks to and fro from the room, restless and murmuring to himself, and then you are to steal up to him, put your hand in his, lead him back to his books, and whisper, "What will Sisti say if his younger brother, the great book, is not grown up when he comes back? And my poor mother, Blanche. Ah, how can I counsel you there? How tell you where to find comfort for her? Only, Blanche, steal into her heart and be her daughter. And to fulfill this threefold trust, you must not content yourself with seeing pictures in the crystal. Do you understand me?" "Oh, yes," said Blanche, raising her eyes, while the tears rolled from them, and folding her arms resolutely on her breast. "And so," said I, "as we two, sitting in this quiet burial ground, take new heart for the duties and cares of life, so see, Blanche, how the stars come out, one by one, to smile upon us. For they, too, glorious orbs as they are, perform their appointed tasks. Things seem to approximate to God in proportion to their vitality and movement. Of all things, least inert and sullen should be the soul of man. How the grass grows up over the very graves! Quickly it grows and greenly, but neither so quick nor so green, my Blanche, as hope and comfort from human sorrows." End of section 62. Recording by John Brandon.
Part 14, Chapters 1 and 2 of the Caxtons. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Charlotte Rose. The Caxtons, A Family Picture by Edward Bulwer-Lytton. Part 14, Chapter 1. There is a beautiful and singular passage in Dante, which has not perhaps attracted the attention it deserves, wherein the stern Florentine defends Fortune from the popular accusations against her. According to him, she is an angelic power appointed by the Supreme Being to direct and order the course of human splendors. She obeys the will of God. She is blessed, and hearing not those who blaspheme her, calm and aloft amongst the other angelic powers, revolves her spheral course and rejoices in her beatitude. Footnote: Dante here evidently associates Fortune with the planetary influences of judicial astrology. It is doubtful whether Schiller ever read Dante, but in one of his most thoughtful poems he undertakes the same defense of Fortune, making the fortunate a part of the beautiful. Back to the text. This is a conception very different from the popular notion which Aristophanes, in his true instinct of things popular, expresses by the sullen lips of his Plutus. That deity accounts for his blindness by saying that when a boy he had indiscreetly promised to visit only the good, and Jupiter was so envious of the good that he blinded the poor money god. Whereon Cremulus asks him whether, if he recovered his sight, he would frequent the company of the good. "Certainly," quoth Plutus, "for I have not seen them ever so long." "Nor I either," rejoins Cremulus, pittily,
for all I can see out of both eyes. But that misanthropical answer of Cramulus is neither here nor there, and only diverts us from the real question, and that is, whether Fortune be a heavenly Christian angel or a blind, blundering old heathen deity. For my part, I hold with Dante, for which, if I were so pleased, or if at this period of my memoirs I had half a dozen pages to spare, I could give many good reasons. One thing, however, is quite clear, that whether Fortune be more like Plutus or an angel, it is no use abusing her. One may as well throw stones at a star. And I think, if one looked narrowly at her operations, one might perceive that she gives every man a chance at least once in his life, if he take and make the best of it. She will renew her visits, if not, iter ad astra. And therewith I am reminded of an incident quaintly narrated by Mariana in his History of Spain, how the army of the Spanish kings got out of a sad hovel among the mountains at the pass of Loza, by the help of a shepherd who showed them the way. But, saith Mariana, parenthetically, some do say the shepherd was an angel, for after he had shown the way, he was never seen more. That is, the angelic nature of the guide was proved by being only once seen, and after having got the army out of the hovel, leaving it to fight or run away, as it had most mind to. Now, I look upon that shepherd, or angel, as a very good type of my fortune at least. The apparition showed me my way in the rocks of the great battle of life. After that, hold fast and strike hard. Behold me in London with Uncle Roland. My poor parents naturally wished to accompany me, and take the last glimpse of the adventurer on board ship. But I, knowing that the parting would seem less dreadful to them by the Hearthstone, and while they could say, "He is with Roland, he is not yet gone from the land," insisted on their staying behind. And thus the farewell was spoken. But Roland, the old soldier, had so many practical instructions to give, could so help me in the choice of the outfit and the preparations for the voyage, that I could not refuse his companionship to the last. Guy Boulding, who had gone to take leave of his father, was to join me in town, as well as my humbler Cumberland colleagues. As my uncle and I were both of one mind upon the question of economy, we took up our quarters at the lodging-house in the city, and there it was that I first made acquaintance with a part of London of which few of my politer readers even pretend to be cognizant. I do not mean any sneer at the city itself, my dear alderman. That jest is worn out. I am not alluding to streets, courts, and lanes. What I mean may be seen at the West End. Not so well as at the East, but still seen very fairly. I mean the housetops! Chapter 2. The housetops! What a soberizing effect that prospect produces on the mind! But a great many requisites go towards the selection of the right point of survey. It is not enough to secure a lodging in the attic. You must not be fobbed off with a front attic that faces the street. First, your attic must be unequivocally a back attic. Secondly, the house in which it is located must be slightly elevated above its neighbors. Thirdly, the window must not lie slant on the roof, as is common with attics, in which case you can only catch a peep of the leaden canopy which infatuated Londoners call the sky, but must be a window perpendicular, and not half blocked up by the parapets of that fosse called the gutter. And, lastly, the sight must be so humoured that you cannot catch a glimpse of the pavements. If you once see the world beneath, the whole charm of the world above is destroyed. Taking it for granted that you have secured these requisites, Open your window, lean your chin on both hands, the elbows propped commodiously on the sill, and contemplate the extraordinary scene which spreads before you. You find it difficult to believe life can be so tranquil on high, while it is so noisy and turbulent below. What astonishing stillness! Eliot Warburton, seductive enchanter, recommends you to sail down the Nile if you want to lull the vexed spirit. It is easier and cheaper to hire an attic in Holborn. You don't have the crocodiles, but you have animals no less hallowed in Egypt. The cats! And how harmoniously the tranquil creatures blend with the prospect. How noiselessly they glide along at the distance, pause, peer about, and disappear! It is only from the attic that you can appreciate the picturesque which belongs to our domesticated tiger-kin. The goat should be seen on the Alps, and the cat on the housetop. By degrees, the curious eye takes the scenery in detail. And first, what fantastic variety in the heights and shapes of the chimney-pots! Some all level in a row, uniform and respectable, but quite uninteresting. Others, again, rising out of all proportion, and imperatively tasking the reason to conjecture why they are so aspiring. Reason answers that is this but a homely expedient to give freer vent to the smoke. Wherewith imagination steps in, and represents to you all the fretting and fuming and worry and care which the owners of that chimney, now the tallest of all, endured before, by building it higher, they got rid of the vapors. You see the distress of the cook when the sooty invader rushed down, like a wolf on the fold, full spring on the Sunday joint. You hear the exclamations of the mistress, perhaps a bride, house newly furnished, when, with white apron and cap, she ventured into the drawing-room, and was straightway saluted by a joyous dance of those monads called vulgarly smuts. You feel manly indignation at the brute of a bridegroom who rushes out from the door, with the smuts dancing after him, and swears, "Smoked out again! By the arch-smoker himself! I'll go and dine at the club!" All this might well have been, till the chimney-pot was raised a few feet nearer heaven. And now perhaps that long-suffering family owns the happiest home in the row. Such contrivances to get rid of the smoke! It is not every one who merely heightens his chimney. Others clap on the hollow tormentor all sorts of odd headgear and cowls. Here, patent contrivances act the purpose of weathercocks, swaying to and fro with the wind. There, others stand as fixed as if, by a sic jubeo, they had settled the business. But of all those houses that in the street one passes by, unsuspicious of what's the matter within, there is not one in 100 but what there has been the devil to do to cure the chimneys of smoking. At that reflection philosophy dismisses the subject, and decides that, whether one lives in a butt or a palace, the first thing to do is to look to the hearth and get rid of the vapors. New beauties demand us. What endless undulations in the various declivities and ascents! Here a slant, there a zigzag! With what majestic disdain your roof rises up to the left! Doubtless a palace of genii, or jinn, which last is the proper Arabic word for those builders of halls out of nothing, employed by Aladdin. Seeing only the roof of that palace boldly breaking the skyline, how serene your contemplations! Perhaps a star twinkles over it, and you muse on soft eyes far away. While below at the threshold, no, phantoms, we see you not from our attic. Note, yonder, that precipitous fall! How ragged and jagged the roof scene descends in a gorge! He who would travel on foot through the pass of that defile, of which we see but the picturesque summits, stops his nose, averts his eyes, guards his pockets, and hurries along through the squalor of the grim London lazzaroni. But seen above, what a noble break in the skyline! It would be sacrilege to exchange that fine gorge for a dead flat of dull rooftops. Look here, how delightful! That desolate house with no roof at all, gutted and skinned by the last London fire! You can see the poor green and white paper still clinging to the walls, and the chasm that once was a cupboard, and the shadows gathering black on the aperture that once was a hearth. Seen below, how quickly you would cross over the way! That great crack forebodes an avalanche. You hold your breath, not to bring it down on your head. But seen above, what a compassionate, inquisitive charm in the skeleton ruin! How your fancy runs riot, repeopling the chambers, hearing the last cheerful good night of that destined Pompeii, creeping on tiptoe with the mother when she gives her farewell look to the baby. Now all is midnight and silence. Then the red, crawling serpent comes out. Lo, his breath! Hark, his hiss! Now, spire after spire, he winds and he coils. Now he soars up erect, crest superb and forked tongue. The beautiful horror! Then the start from the sleep, and the doubtful awaking, and the run here and there, and the mother's rush to the cradle. The cry from the window, and the knock at the door, and the spring of those on high towards the stair that leads to safety below, and the smoke rushing up like the surge of a hell. And they run back stifled and blinded, and the floor heaves beneath them like a bark on the sea. Hark! The grating wheels thundering low. Near and nearer comes the engine. Fix the ladders. There, there! At the window, where the mother stands with the babe! Splash and hiss comes the water, pales, then flares out, the fire! Foe defies foe, element element. How sublime is the war! But the ladder, there at the window! All else are saved, the clerk and his books, the lawyer with that tin box of title deeds, the landlord with his policy of insurance, the miser with his banknotes and gold. All are saved, all but the babe and the mother. What a crowd in the streets! How the light crimsons over the gazers, hundreds on hundreds! All those faces seem as one face, with fear. Not a man mounts the ladder. Yes, there, gallant fellow! God inspires, God shall speed thee! How plainly I see him! His eyes are closed, his teeth set. The serpent leaps up, the forked tongue darts upon him, and the reek of the breath wraps him round. The crowd has ebbed back like a sea, and the smoke rushes over them all. Ha! What dim forms are those on the ladder! Near and nearer. Crash come the roof tiles! Alas and alas! No! A cry of joy, a thank heaven! And the women force their way through the men to come around the child and the mother. All is gone save the skeleton ruin. But the ruin is seen from above. O art, study life from the rooftops. End of chapter 2. Part 14, Chapter 3 of the Caxtons. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Charlotte Rose. The Caxtons, A Family Picture by Edward Bulwer-Lytton. Part 14, Chapter 3. I was again foiled in seeing Trevanion. It was the Easter recess, and he was at the house of one of his brother ministers somewhere in the north of England. But Lady Eleanor was in London, and I was ushered into her presence. Nothing could be more cordial than her manner, though she was evidently much depressed in spirits, and looked wan and careworn. After the kindest inquiries relative to my parents and the captain, she entered with much sympathy into my schemes and plans, which she said Trevanion had confided to her. The sterling kindness that belonged to my old patron, despite his affected anger at my not accepting his proffered loan, had not only saved me and my fellow adventurer all trouble as to allotment orders, but procured advice as to choice of site and soil from the best practical experience, which we found afterwards exceedingly useful. And as Lady Eleanor gave me the little packet of papers, with Trevanion's shrewd notes on the margin, she said, with half-sigh, "Albert bids me say that he wishes he were as sanguine of his success in the cabinet as of yours in the bush." She then turned to her husband's rise and prospects, and her face began to change. Her eyes sparkled, the color came to her cheeks. "But you are one of the few who know him," she said, interrupting herself suddenly. "You know how he sacrifices all things, joy, leisure, health, to his country. There is not one selfish thought in his nature. And yet such envy, such obstacles still, and—" Her eyes dropped on her dress, and I perceived that she was in mourning, though the mourning was not deep. "And," she added, "it has pleased heaven to withdraw from his side one who would have been worthy his alliance." I felt for the proud woman, though her emotion seemed more that of pride than sorrow. And perhaps Lord Castleton's highest merit in her eyes had been that of ministering to her husband's power and her own ambition. I bowed my head in silence, and thought of Fanny. Did she, too, pine for the lost rank, or rather mourn the lost lover? After a time I said, hesitatingly, "I scarcely presume to condole with you, Lady Eleanor, yet, believe me, few things ever shocked me like the death you allude to. I trust Miss Trevanion's health has not much suffered. Shall I not see her before I leave England?" Lady Eleanor fixed her keen, bright eyes searchingly on my countenance, and perhaps the gaze satisfied her. For she held out her hand to me with a frankness almost tender, and said, "Had I had a son, the dearest wish of my heart had been to see you wedded to my daughter." I started up. The blood rushed to my cheeks, and then left me pale as death. I looked reproachfully at Lady Eleanor, and the word "cruel" faltered on my lips. "Yes," continued Lady Eleanor mournfully, "that was my real thought, my impulse of regret when I first saw you. But as it is, do not think me too hard and worldly if I quote the lofty old French proverb, noblesse oblige. Listen to me, my young friend. We may never meet again, and I would not have your father's son think unkindly of me, with all my faults. From my first childhood I was ambitious, not as women usually are, of mere wealth and rank, but ambitious as noble men are, of power and fame. And women can only indulge such ambition by investing it in another. It was not wealth, it was not rank that attracted me to Albert Trevanion. It was the nature that dispenses with the wealth and commands the rank, Nay, continued Lady Eleanor, in a voice that slightly trembled, I may have seen in my youth, before I knew Trevanion. One, she paused a moment and went on hurriedly, one who wanted but ambition to have realized my ideal. Perhaps even when I married, and it was said for love, I loved less with my whole heart than with my whole mind. I may say this now, for now every beat of this pulse is wholly and only true to him with whom I have schemed and toiled and aspired, with whom I have grown as one, with whom I have shared the struggle and now partake the triumph, realizing the visions of my youth. Again the light broke from the dark eyes of this granddaughter of the world, who was so superb a type of that moral contradiction, an ambitious woman. I cannot tell you, resumed Lady Eleanor, softening, how pleased I was when you came to live with us. Your father has perhaps spoken to you of me and of our first acquaintance. Lady Eleanor paused abruptly, and surveyed me as she paused. I was silent. Perhaps, too, he has blamed me, she resumed with a heightened colour. He never blamed you, Lady Eleanor. He had a right to do so, though I doubt if he would have blamed me on the true ground. Yet no, he never could have done me the wrong that your uncle did when, long years ago, Mr. de Caxton, in a letter, the very bitterness of which disarmed all anger, accused me of having trifled with Austen, nay, with himself. And he, at least, had no right to reproach me, continued Lady Eleanor warmly, and with a curve of her haughty lip. For if I felt interest in his wild thirst for some romantic glory, it was but in the hope that what made the one brother so restless might at least wake the other to the ambition that would have become his intellect and aroused his energies. But these are old tales of follies and delusions now no more. Only this will I say, that I have ever felt in thinking of your father, and even of your sterner uncle, as if my conscience reminded me of a debt which I longed to discharge, if not to them, to their children. So when we knew you, believe me that your interests, your career, instantly became to me an object. But mistaking you, when I saw your ardent industry bent on serious objects, and accompanied by a mind so fresh and buoyant, and absorbed as I was in schemes or projects far beyond a woman's ordinary province of hearth and home, I never dreamed, while you were our guest, never dreamed of danger to you or Fanny. I wound you, pardon me, but I must vindicate myself. I repeat that if we had a son to inherit our name, to bear the burden which the world lays upon those who are born to influence the world's destinies, there is no one to whom Trevanion and myself would sooner have entrusted the happiness of a daughter. But my daughter is the sole representative of the mother's line, of the father's name. It is not her happiness alone that I have to consult, it is her duty to her birthright, to the career of the noblest of England's patriots. Duty, I may say, without exaggeration, to the country for the sake of which that career is run. Say no more, Lady Eleanor, say no more. I understand you. I have no hope. I never had hope. It was a madness. It is over. It is but as a friend that I ask again if I may see Miss Trevanion in your presence before I go alone into this long exile, to leave, perhaps, my dust in a stranger's soil. Ay, look in my face. You cannot fear my resolution, my honour, my truth. But once, Lady Eleanor, but once more. Do I ask in vain? Lady Eleanor was evidently much moved. I bent down almost in the attitude of kneeling, and brushing away her tears with one hand, she laid the other on my head tenderly, and said in a very low voice, "I entreat you not to ask me. I entreat you not to see my daughter. You have shown that you are not selfish. Conquer yourself still. What if such an interview, however guarded you may be, were but to agitate, unnerve my child, unsettle her peace, prey upon— Oh, do not speak thus! She did not share my feelings. Could her mother own it if she did? Come, come, remember how young you both are. When you return, all these dreams will be forgotten. Then we can meet as before. Then I will be your second mother, and again your career shall be my care. For do not think that we shall leave you so long in this exile as you seem to forebode. No, no. It is but an absence, an excursion, not a search after fortune. Your fortune, leave that to us when you return. And I am to see her no more, I murmured as I rose and went silently towards the window to conceal my face. The great struggles in life are limited to moments. In the drooping of the head upon the bosom, in the pressure of the hand upon the brow, we may scarcely consume a second in our 80 years and 10. But what revolutions of our whole being may pass within us while that single sand drops noiseless down to the bottom of the hourglass! I came back with firm step to Lady Eleanor, and said calmly, "My reason tells me that you are right, and I submit. Forgive me. And do not think me ungrateful and over-proud if I add that you must leave me still the object in life that consoles and encourages me through all." "What object is that?" asked Lady Eleanor hesitatingly. "Independence for myself, and ease to those for whom life is still sweet. This is my twofold object, and the means to effect it must be my own heart and my own hands. And now convey all my thanks to your noble husband, and accept my warm prayers for yourself and her, whom I will not name. Farewell, Lady Eleanor." "No, do not leave me so hastily. I have many things to discuss with you, at least to ask of you. Tell me how your father bears his reverse. Tell me at least if there be aught he will suffer us to do for him. There are many appointments in Trevanian's range of influence that would suit even the wilful indolence of a man of letters. Come, be frank with me." I could not resist so much kindness. So I sat down, and as collectedly as I could, replied to Lady Eleanor's questions, and sought to convince her that my father only felt his losses so far as they affected me, and that nothing in Trevanian's power was likely to tempt him from his retreat, or calculated to compensate for a change in his habits. Turning at last from my parents, Lady Eleanor inquired for Roland, and on learning that he was with me in town, expressed a strong desire to see him. I told her I would communicate her wish, and she then said thoughtfully, "He has a son, I think, and I have heard that there is some unhappy dissension between them." "Who could have told you that?" I asked in surprise, knowing how closely Roland had kept the secret of his family afflictions. "Oh, I heard so from someone who knew Captain Roland. I forget when and where I heard it, but is it not the fact?" "My uncle Roland has no son." "How?" "His son is dead." "How such a loss must grieve him!" I did not speak. "But is he sure that his son is dead? What joy if he were mistaken, if the son yet lived!" "Nay, my uncle has a brave heart, and he is resigned. But pardon me, have you heard anything of that son?" "Ay! What should I hear? I would fain learn, however, from your uncle himself what he might like to tell me of his sorrows. Or if, indeed, there be any chance that—" "That what?" "That his son still survives." "I think not," said I, "and I doubt whether you will learn much from my uncle. Still, there is something in your words that belies their apparent meaning, and makes me suspect that you know more than you will say." "Diplomatist!" said Lady Eleanor, half smiling. But then, her face settling into a seriousness almost severe, she added, "It is terrible to think that a father should hate his son." "Hate! Roland hate his son! What calumny is this?" "He does not do so, then. Assure me of that. I shall be so glad to know that I have been misinformed." "I can tell you this, and no more, for no more do I know, that if ever the soul of a father were wrapped up in a son, fear, hope, gladness, sorrow, all reflected back on a father's heart from the shadows on the son's life, Roland was that father while the son lived still." "I cannot disbelieve you!" exclaimed Lady Eleanor, though in a tone of surprise. "Well, do let me see your uncle." "I will do my best to induce him to visit you, and learn all that you evidently conceal from me." Lady Eleanor evasively replied to this insinuation, and shortly afterwards I left that house in which I had known the happiness that brings the folly, and the grief that bequeaths the wisdom. End of chapter 3.
Part 14, Chapter 4 of the Caxtons. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The Caxtons. A Family Picture by Edward Bulwer-Lytton. Part 14, Chapter 4. I had always felt a warm and almost filial affection for Lady Eleanor, independently of her relationship to Fanny, and of the gratitude with which her kindness inspired me. For there is an affection very peculiar in its nature, and very high in its degree, which results from the blending of two sentiments not often allied, namely pity and admiration. It was impossible not to admire the rare gifts and great qualities of Lady Eleanor, and not to feel pity for the cares, anxieties, and sorrows which tormented one who, with all the sensitiveness of woman, went forth into the rough world of man. My father's confession had somewhat impaired my esteem for Lady Eleanor, and had left on my mind the uneasy impression that she had trifled with his deep and Roland's impetuous heart. The conversation that had just passed allowed me to judge her with more justice, allowed me to see that she had really shared the affection she had inspired in the student, but that ambition had been stronger than love. An ambition, it might be, irregular, and not strictly feminine, but still of no vulgar nor sordid kind. I gathered, too, from her hints and allusions, her true excuse for Roland's misconception of her apparent interest in himself. She had but seen in the wild energies of the elder brother some agency by which to arouse the serener faculties of the younger. She had but sought, in the strange comet that flashed before her, to fix a lever that might move the star. Nor could I withhold my reverence from the woman who, not being married precisely from love, had no sooner linked her nature to one worthy of it than her whole life became as fondly devoted to her husband as if he had been the object of her first romance and her earliest affections. If even her child was so secondary to her husband, if the fate of that child was but regarded by her as one to be rendered subservient to the grand destinies of Trevenian, still it was impossible to recognize the error of that conjugal devotion without admiring the wife, though one might condemn the mother. Turning from these meditations, I felt a lover's thrill of selfish joy amidst all the mournful sorrow comprised in the thought that I should see Fanny no more. Was it true, as Lady Eleanor implied, though delicately, that Fanny still cherished a remembrance of me with a brief interview? A last farewell might reawaken too dangerously for her peace. Well, that was a thought that it became me not to indulge. What could Lady Eleanor have heard of Roland and his son? Was it possible that the lost lived still? Asking myself these questions, I arrived at our lodgings, and saw the captain himself before me, busied with the inspection of sundry specimens of the rude necessaries an Australian adventurer requires. There stood the old soldier by the window, examining narrowly into the temper of hand-saw and tenon-saw, broad-axe and drawing-knife, and as I came up to him, he looked at me from under his black brows with gruff compassion, and said peevishly, "Fine weapons these for the son of a gentleman. One bit of steel in the shape of a sword were worth them all." "Any weapon that conquers fate is noble in the hands of a brave man, uncle." "The boy has an answer for everything," quoth the captain, smiling as he took out his purse and paid the shopman. When we were alone, I said to him, "Uncle, you must go and see Lady Eleanor. She desires me to tell you so." "Pshaw! You will not?" "No. Uncle, I think that she has something to say to you with regard to pardon me, to my cousin." "To Blanche?" No, the cousin I never saw." Roland turned pale, and sinking down on a chair, faltered out, "To him? To my son?" "Yes, but I do not think it is news that'll afflict you." "Uncle, are you sure that my cousin is dead?" "What? How dare you? Who doubts it?" "Dead? Dead to me forever. Boy, would you have him live to dishonor these gray hairs?" Sir, forgive me. Uncle, forgive me. But pray go to see Lady Eleanor. For whatever she has to say, I repeat that I am sure it'll be nothing to wound you." "Nothing to wound me, yet relate to him." It is impossible to convey to the reader the despair that was in those words. "Perhaps," said I, after a long pause, and in a low voice, for I was awe-stricken, "perhaps, if he be dead, he may have repented of all offense to you before he died." "Repented? Ha, ha! Or if he be not dead?" "Hush, boy, hush. While there is life, there is hope of repentance." "Look you, nephew," said the captain, rising and folding his arms resolutely on his breast, "look you, I desired that that name might never be breathed. I have not cursed my son yet. Could he come to life, the curse might fall. You do not know what torture your words have given me, just when I had opened my heart to another son, and found that son in you. With respect to the lost, I have now but one prayer, and you know it, the heartbroken prayer that his name never more may come to my ears." As he closed these words, to which I ventured no reply, the captain took long disordered strides across the room, and suddenly, as if the space imprisoned, or the air stifled him, he seized his hat and hastened into the streets. Recovering my surprise and dismay, I ran after him, but he commanded me to leave him to his own thoughts, in a voice so stern, yet so sad, that I had no choice but to obey. I knew by my own experience how necessary is solitude in the moments when grief is strongest and thought most troubled. End of Chapter 4. Recording by John Brandon.
Part 14, Chapter 5 of the Caxtons. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Caxtons, a family picture by Edward Bulwer-Lytton. Chapter 5. Hours elapsed, and the captain had not returned home. I began to feel uneasy, and went forth in search of him, though I knew not whither to direct my steps. I thought it, however, at least probable that he had not been able to resist visiting Lady Eleanor, so I went first to St. James's Square. My suspicions were correct. The captain had been there 2 hours before. Lady Eleanor herself had gone out shortly after the captain left. While the porter was giving me this information, a carriage stopped at the door, and a footman, stepping up, gave the porter a note and a small parcel, seemingly of books, saying simply, "From the Marquis of Castleton." At the sound of that name I turned hastily, and recognised Sir Sedley Beaudesert seated in the carriage and looking out of the window, with a dejected, moody expression of countenance, very different from his ordinary aspect, except when the rare sight of a grey hair, or a twinge of the toothache, reminded him that he was no longer 25. Indeed, the change was so great that I exclaimed dubiously, "Is that Sir Sedley Beaudesert?" The footman looked at me, and touching his hat, said with a condescending smile, "Yes, sir, now the Marquis of Castleton." Then, for the first time since the young lord's death, I remembered Sir Sedley's expression of gratitude to Lady Castleton and the Waters of Ems for having saved him from "that horrible marquisate." Meanwhile my old friend had perceived me, exclaiming, "What, Mr. Caxton? I am delighted to see you. Open the door, Thomas. Pray come in, come in." I obeyed, and the new Lord Castleton made room for me by his side. "Are you in a hurry?" said he. "If so, shall I take you anywhere? If not, give me half an hour of your time while I drive to the city." As I knew not now in what direction more than another to prosecute my search for the captain, and as I thought I might as well call at our lodgings to inquire if he had not returned, I answered that I should be very happy to accompany his lordship. "Though the city," said I, smiling, "sounds to me strange upon the lips of Sir Sedley, I beg pardon, I should say of Lord " "Don't say any such thing. Let me once more hear the grateful sound of Sedley Beaudesert. Shut the door, Thomas, to Gracechurch Street. Messrs. Fudge and Fidget." The carriage drove on. "A sad affliction has befallen me," said the Marquis, "and none sympathise with me. Yet all, even unacquainted with the late lord, must have felt shocked at the death of one so young and so full of promise, so fitted in every way to bear the burden of the great Castleton name and property. And yet you see it killed him. Ah, if he had been but a simple gentleman, or if he had had a less conscious desire to do his duties, he would have lived to a good old age. I know what it is already. Oh, if you saw the piles of letters on my table, I positively dread the post. Such colossal improvement on the property, which the poor boy had began for me to finish. What do you think takes me to Fudge and Fidget's? Sir, they are the agents for an infernal coal mine which my cousin had reopened in Durham, to plague my life out with another £30,000 a year. How am I to spend the money? How am I to spend it? There's a cold-blooded head steward who says that charity is the greatest crime a man in high station can commit. It demoralizes the poor. Then, because some half a dozen farmers sent me a round robin to the effect that their rents were too high, and I wrote them word that the rents should be lowered, there was such a hullabaloo that you would have thought heaven and earth were coming together. If a man in the position of the Marquis of Castleton set the example of letting land below its value, how could the poorer squires in the country exist? Or, if they did exist, what injustice to expose them to the charge that they were grasping landlords, vampires, and bloodsuckers! Clearly, if Lord Castleton lowered his rents, they were too low already. He struck a mortal blow at the property of his neighbours if they followed his example, or at their characters if they did not. No man can tell how hard it is to do good unless fortune gives him £100,000 a year, and says, "Now do good with it." Sedley Beaudesert might follow his whims, and all that would be said against him was, "Good-natured simple fellow." But if Lord Castleton follow his whims, you would think he was a second Catiline, unsettling the peace and undermining the prosperity of the entire nation. Here the wretched man paused and sighed heavily. Then, as his thoughts wandered into a new channel of woe, he resumed, "Oh, if you could but see the forlorn great house I'm expected to inhabit, cooped up between dead walls, instead of my pretty rooms with the windows full on the park, and the balls I'm expected to give, and the parliamentary interest I am to keep up, and the villainous proposal made to me to become a Lord Steward or Lord Chamberlain, because it suits my rank to be a sort of servant. Oh, Pisistratus, you lucky dog! Not 21, and with, I dare say, not £200 a year in the world." Thus bemoaning and bewailing his sad fortunes, the poor Marquis ran on, till at last he exclaimed, in a tone of yet deeper despair, "And everybody says I must marry too! That the Castleton line must not be extinct. The Beaudeserts are a good old family enow, as old, for what I know, as the Castletons. But the British Empire would suffer no loss if they sank into the tomb of the Capulets. But that the Castleton period should expire is a thought of crime and woe at which all the mothers of England rise in a phalanx. And so, instead of visiting the sins of the fathers on the sons, it is the father that is to be sacrificed for the benefit of the third and fourth generation." Despite my causes for seriousness, I could not help laughing. My companion turned on me a look of reproach. "At least," said I, composing my countenance, "Lord Castleton has one comfort in his afflictions. If he must marry, he may choose as he pleases." "That is precisely what Sedley Beaudesert could, and Lord Castleton cannot do. said the Marquis gravely. "The rank of Sir Sedley Beaudesert was a quiet and comfortable rank. He might marry a curate's daughter, or a duke's, and please his eye or grieve his heart, as the caprice took him. But Lord Castleton must marry, not for a wife, but for a marchioness. Marry someone who will wear his rank for him, take the trouble of splendour off his hands, and allow him to retire into a corner and dream that he is Sedley Beaudesert once more. Yes, it must be so. The crowning sacrifice must be completed at the altar. But a truce to my complaints. Trevanion informs me you are going to Australia. Can that be true?" "Perfectly true." "They say there is a sad want of ladies there." "So much the better. I shall be all the more steady." "Well, there's something in that. Have you seen Lady Eleanor?" "Yes, this morning." "Poor woman! A great blow to her. We have tried to console each other. Fanny, you know, is staying at Oxton in Surrey with Lady Castleton. The poor lady is so fond of her, and no one has comforted her like Fanny." "I was not aware that Miss Trevanion was out of town." "Only for a few days, and then she and Lady Eleanor join Trevanion in the north. You know he is with Lord N., settling measures on which but, alas! they consult me now on those matters, force their secrets on me. I have, heaven knows how many votes. Poor me! Upon my word, if Lady Eleanor was a widow, I would certainly make up to her. Very clever woman. Nothing bores her." The Marquis yawned. Sir Sedley Beaudesert never yawned. "Trevanion has provided for his Scotch secretary, and is about to get a place in the Foreign Office for that young fellow Gower, whom, between you and me, I don't like. But he has bewitched Trevanion. What sort of person is this Mr. Gower? I remember you said that he was clever and good looking." "He is both, but it is not the cleverness of youth. He is as hard and sarcastic as if he had been cheated 50 times and jilted 100. Neither are his good looks that letter of recommendation which a handsome face is said to be. He has an expression of countenance very much like that of Lord Hertford's pet bloodhound when a stranger comes into the room. Very sleek, handsome dog the bloodhound is, certainly. Well mannered, and I dare say exceedingly tame. But still you have but to look at the corner of the eye to know that it is only the habit of the drawing room that suppresses the creature's constitutional tendency to seize you by the throat instead of giving you a paw. Still, this Mr. Gower has a very striking head, something about it Moorish or Spanish, like a picture by Murillo. I half suspect that he is less a Gower than a gipsy." "What?" I cried, as I listened with rapt and breathless attention to this description. "He is, then, very dark, with high narrow forehead, features slightly aquiline but very delicate, and teeth so dazzling that the whole face seems to sparkle when he smiles, though it is only the lip that smiles, not the eye." "Exactly as you say. You have seen him, then?" "Why, I am not sure, since you say his name is Gower." "He says his name is Gower," returned Lord Castleton dryly, as he inhaled the Beaudesert mixture. "And where is he now? With Mr. Trevanion?" Yes, I believe so. Ah, here we are, Fudge and Fidget. But perhaps," added Lord Castleton, with a gleam of hope in his blue eye, "perhaps they are not at home." Alas, that was an illusive imagining, as the poets of the 19th century unaffectedly expressed themselves. Messrs. Fudge and Fidget were never out to such clients as the Marquis of Castleton. With a deep sigh and an altered expression of face, the victim of fortune slowly descended the steps of the carriage. "I can't ask you to wait for me," said he. "Heaven only knows how long I shall be kept. Take the carriage where you will, and send it back to me." "A thousand thanks, my dear lord. I would rather walk. But you will let me call on you before I leave town?" "Let you? I insist on it. I am still at the old quarters, under pretence," said the Marquis, with a sly twinkle of the eyelid, "that Castleton House wants painting." "At 12 to morrow, then?" 12 to morrow? Alas! That's just the hour at which Mr. Screw, the agent for the London property, 2 squares, 7 streets, and a lane, is to call. Perhaps 2 o'clock will suit you better. 2? Just the hour at which Mr. Plausible, one of the Castleton members, insists upon telling me why his conscience will not let him vote with Trevanion. 3 o'clock? 3. Just the hour at which I am to see the Secretary of the Treasury, who has promised to relieve Mr. Plausible's conscience. But come and dine with me. You will meet the executors to the will. Nay, Sir Sedley, that is, my dear lord, I will take my chance and look in after dinner. I do so. My guests are not lively. What a firm step the rogue has! Only 20, I think. 20, and not an acre of property to plague him." So saying, the Marquis dolorously shook his head, and vanished through the noiseless mahogany doors, behind which Messrs. Fudge and Fidget awaited the unhappy man with the accounts of the great Castleton coal mine. End of chapter 5.
Part 14, Chapter 6 of the Caxtons. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Caxtons, A Family Picture by Edward Bulwer-Lytton. Part 14, Chapter 6. On my way towards our lodgings, I resolved to look in at a humble tavern in the coffee room of which the captain and myself habitually dined. It was now about the usual hour in which we took that meal, and he might be there waiting for me. I had just gained the steps of this tavern when a stage-coach came rattling along the pavement and drew up at an inn of more pretensions than that which we favoured, situated within a few doors of the latter. As the coach stopped, my eye was caught by the Trevanion livery, which was very peculiar. Thinking I must be deceived, I drew near to the wearer of the livery, who had just descended from the roof, and while he paid the coachman, gave his orders to a waiter who emerged from the inn. Half and half, cold without, the tone of the voice struck me as familiar, and the man now looking up, I beheld the features of Mr. Peacock. Yes, unquestionably, it was he. The whiskers were shaved, there were traces of powder in the hair or the wig, the livery of the Trevanions, the very livery, crest button and all, upon that portly figure which I had last seen in the more august robes of a beadle. But Mr. Peacock it was, Peacock travestied, but Peacock still. Before I had recovered my amaze, and a woman got out of the cabriolet that seemed to have been in waiting for the arrival of the coach, and hurrying up to Mr. Peacock, said in the loud impatient tone common to the fairest of the fair sex, when in haste, "How late you are! I was just going. I must get back to Oxton tonight." Oxton. Miss Trevanion was staying at Oxton. I was now close behind the pair. I listen with my heart in my ear. So you shall, my dear, so you shall. Just come in, will you? No, I have only 10 minutes to catch the coach. Have you any letter for me from Mr. Gower? How can I be sure, if I don't see it under his own hand, that— Hush, said Peacock, sinking his voice so low that I could only catch the words. No names, letter. Pooh, I tell you. He then drew her apart and whispered to her for some moments. I watched the woman's face, which was bent towards her companions, and it seemed to show quick intelligence. She nodded her head more than once, as if in impatient assent to what was said, and after a shaking of hands, hurried off to the cab. Then, as if a thought struck her, she ran back and said, But in my case should not go. If there's any change of plan? There will be no change, you may be sure, positively tomorrow. Not too early, you understand? Yes. Goodbye. And the woman, who was dressed with a quiet neatness that seemed to stamp her profession as that of an Abigail, black cloak with long cape, of that peculiar silk which seems spun on purpose for ladies' maids, bonnet to match with red and black ribbons, hastened once more away, and in another moment the cab drove off furiously. What could all this mean? By this time the waiter brought Mr. Peacock the half and half. He dispatched it hastily, and then strode on towards a neighboring stand of cabriolets. I followed him, and just as, after beckoning one of the vehicles from the stand, he had ensconced himself therein, I sprang up the steps and placed myself by his side. Now, Mr. Peacock, said I, you will tell me at once how you come to wear that livery, or I shall order the cabman to drive to Lady Eleanor Trevanian's house and ask her that question myself. And who the devil? Ah, you're the young gentleman that came to me behind the scenes. I remember. Where to, sir? Asked the cabman. To the London Bridge, said Mr. Peacock. The man mounted the box and drove on. Well, Mr. Peacock, I wait your answer. I guess by your face that you are about to tell me a lie. I advise you to speak the truth. I don't know what business you have to question me, said Mr. Peacock sullenly, and raising his glance from his own clenched fist, he suffered it to wander over my form with so vindicative and significance that I interrupted the survey by saying, Will you encounter the house, as the Swan interrogatively puts it? Shall I order the cabman to drive to St. James's Square? Oh, you know my weak point, sir. Any man who can quote Will, sweet Will, has me on the hip, rejoined Mr. Peacock, smoothing his countenance and spreading his palms on his knees. But if a man does fall in the world, and after keeping servants of his own, is obliged to be himself a servant, I will not shame to tell you what I am. The Swan says, to tell you that what I was, Mr. Peacock, but enough of this trifling. Who placed you with Mr. Trevanian? Mr. Peacock looked down for a moment, and then fixing his eyes on me, said, Well, I'll tell you. You asked me. When we met last about a young gentleman, Mr. Vivian, Pisistratus, proceed. Peacock, I know you don't want to harm him. Besides, he hath a prosperous art, and one day or other, mark my words, or rather my friend Will's, he will bestride this narrow world like a colossus. Upon my life he will, like a colossus. And we petty men, Pisistratus, savagely, go on with your story. Peacock, snappishly, I am going on with it. You put me out. Where was I? Yes. I had just been sold up, not a penny in my pocket, and if you could have seen my coat, yet that was better than the small clothes. Well, it was in Oxford Street. No, it was in the Strand, near the Lowther. The sun was in the heavens, and the proud day attended with the pleasures of the world. Pisistratus, lowering the glass, to St. James's Square? Peacock, no, to London Bridge. How use doth breed a habit in a man. I will go on, honour bright. So I met Mr. Vivian, and as he had known me in better days, and has a good heart of his own, he says, Horatio, or I do forget myself. Pisistratus puts his hand on the check string. Peacock, correcting himself, I mean, why Johnson, my good fellow? Pisistratus, Johnson. Oh, that's your name, not Peacock. Peacock, Johnson and Peacock, both with dignity. When you know the world as I do, sir, you will find that it is ill travelling this naughty world, without a change of names in your portmanteau. Johnson, says he, my good fellow, and he pulled out his purse. Sir, said I, if exempt from public haunt, I could get something to do when this dross is gone. In London there are sermons in stone, certainly, but not good in everything. An observation. I should take the liberty of making to the swan if he were not now, alas, the baseless fabric of a vision, Pisistratus. Take care. Peacock, hurriedly. Then says Mr. Vivian, if you don't mind wearing a livery till I can provide for you more suitably, my old friend, there's a vacancy in the establishment of Mr. Trevanion. Sir, I accepted the proposal, and that's why I wear this livery. Pisistratus, and pray what business had you with that young woman, whom I take to be Miss Trevanion's maid, and why should she come from Oxton to see you? I had expected that these questions would confound Mr. Peacock, but if there were really anything in them to cause embarrassment, the ci devant actor was too practiced in his profession to exhibit it. He merely smiled, and smoothing jauntily a very tumbled shirt front, he said, "Oh, sir, fie, of this matter is little Cupid's crafty arrow made. If you must know my love affairs, that young woman is, as the vulgar say, my sweetheart." "Your sweetheart?" I exclaimed, greatly relieved, and acknowledging that once the probability of the statement. Yet, I added conspicuously, yet if so, why should she expect Mr. Gower to write to her? You're quick of hearing, sir, but though all adoration, duty, and observance, all humbleness and patience and impatience, the young woman won't marry a livery servant. Proud creature, very proud. And Mr. Gower, you see, knowing how it was, felt for me, and told her, if I may take such liberty with the swan, that she should never lie by Johnson's side with an unquiet soul, for that he would get me a place in the stamps. The silly girl said she would have it in black and white, as if Mr. Gower would write to her. And now, sir, continued Mr. Peacock with a simpler gravity, you are at liberty, of course, to say what you please to my lady, but I hope you'll not try to take the bread out of my mouth, because I wear a livery and am fool enough to be in love with a waiting woman. I, sir, who could have married ladies who played the first parts in life on the metropolitan stage. I had nothing to say to these representations. They seemed plausible, and though at first I had expected that the man had only resorted to the buffoonery of his quotations in order to gain time for invention or to divert my notice from any flaw in this narrative, yet at the close, as the narrative seemed probable, so I was willing to believe the buffoonery was merely characteristic. I contented myself, therefore, with asking, "Where do you come from now?" "From Mr. Trevanion in the country, with letters to Lady Eleanor." "Oh, and so the young woman knew you were coming to town?" "Yes, sir. Mr. Trevanion told me, some days ago, the day I should have to start." "And what do you and the young woman propose doing tomorrow, if there is no change of plan?" Here I certainly thought there was a slight, scarce perceptible alteration in Mr. Peacock's countenance, but he answered readily, "Tomorrow, a little assignation, if we can both get out. Woo me, now I am in holiday humor, and like enough to consent." "Swan again, sir." "Hump? So then Mr. Gower and Mr. Vivian are the same person?" Peacock hesitated. "That's not my secret, sir. I am combined by a sacred vow. You are too much the gentleman to peep through the blanket of the dark and to ask me, who wear the whips and stripes, I mean the plush small clothes and shoulder knots, the secrets of another gent to whom my services are bound. How a man past 30 foils a man scarcely 20? What superiority the mere fact of living on gives to the dullest dog? I bit my lip and was silent. "And," pursued Mr. Peacock, "if you knew how the Mr. Vivian you inquired after loves you, when I told him incidentally how a young gentleman had come behind the scenes to inquire after him, he made me describe you, and then said quite mournfully, if ever I am what I hope to become, how happy I shall be to shake that kind hand once more. Very words, sir. Honor bright. I think there's near a man in Christendom can lesser hide his hate or love than he. And if Mr. Vivian has some reason to keep himself concealed still, if his fortune or ruin depend on your not divulging his secret for a while, I can't think you are the man he need fear, upon my life. I wish I was as sure of a good dinner. As the swan touchingly exclaims, I dare swear that was a wish often on the swan's lips in the privacy of his domestic life. My heart was softened, not by the pathos of much profaned and desecrated swan, but by Mr. Peacock's unadorned repetition of Vivian's words. I turned my face from the sharp eyes of my companion. The cab now stopped at the foot of London Bridge. I had no more to ask, yet still there was some uneasy curiosity in my mind, which I could hardly define to myself. Was it not jealousy? Vivian so handsome and so daring, he at least might see the great Harris. Lady Eleanor perhaps thought of no danger there, but I was a lover still, and nay, such thoughts were folly indeed. My man, said I to the ex-comedian, I neither wish to harm Mr. Vivian, if I am so to call him, nor you who imitate him in the variety of your names, but I tell you fairly that I do not like your being in Mr. Trevanian's employment, and I advise you to get out of it as soon as possible. I say nothing more as yet, for I shall take time to consider well what you have told me. With that I hastened away, and Mr. Peacock continued his solitary journey over London Bridge. End of chapter 6.
Part 14, Chapters 7 and 8 of the Caxtons. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Caxtons, A Family Picture by Edward Bulwer-Lytton, Part 14, Chapter 7. Amidst all that lacerated my heart or tormented my thoughts that eventful day, I felt at least one joyous emotion when, on entering our little drawing-room, I found my uncle seated there. The captain had placed before him on the table a large Bible borrowed from the landlady. He never travelled, to be sure, without his own Bible, but the print of that was small, and the captain's eyes began to fail him at night. So this was a Bible with large type, and a candle was placed on either side of it, and the captain leaned his elbows on the table, and both his hands were tightly clasped upon his forehead, tightly, as if to shut out the tempter and force his whole soul upon the page. He sat the image of iron courage. In every line of that rigid form there was resolution. I will not listen to my heart. I will read the book and learn to suffer as becomes a Christian man. There was such a pathos in the stern sufferer's attitude that it spoke those words as plainly as if his lips had said them. Old soldier, thou hast done a soldier's part in many a bloody field, but if I could make visible to the world thy brave soldier's soul, I would paint thee as I saw thee then, out on this tyro's hand. At the movement I made, the captain looked up, and the strife he had gone through was written upon his face. It has done me good, said he simply, and he closed the book. I drew my chair near to him and hung my arm over his shoulder. No cheering news, then? Asked I in a whisper. Roland shook his head and gently laid his finger on his lips. Beginning of Chapter 8. It was impossible for me to intrude upon Roland's thoughts, whatever their nature, with a detail of those circumstances which had roused in me a keen and anxious interest in things apart from his sorrow. Yet, as, restless, I rolled around my weary bed, and revolved the renewal of Vivian's connection with a man of character so equivocal as Peacock, the establishment of an able and unscrupulous tool of his own in the service of Trevanion, the care with which he had concealed from me his change of name and his intimacy at the very house to which I had frankly offered to present him, the familiarity which his creature had contrived to effect with Miss Trevanion's maid, the words that had passed between them, plausibly accounted for, it is true, yet still suspicious, and above all, my painful recollections of Vivian's reckless ambition and unprincipled sentiments, nay, the effect that a few random words upon Fanny's fortune, and the luck of winning an heiress had sufficed to produce upon his heated fancy and audacious temper. When all these thoughts came upon me, strong and vivid in the darkness of night, I longed for some confidant, more experienced in the world than myself, to advise me as to the course I ought to pursue. Should I warn Lady Eleanor? But of what? The character of the servant, or the designs of the fictitious Gower? Against the first I could say, if nothing very positive, still enough to make it prudent to dismiss him. But of Gower or Vivian, what could I say without, not indeed betraying his confidence, for that he had never given me, but without belying the professions of friendship that I myself had lavishly made to him? Perhaps, after all, he might have disclosed whatever were his real secrets to Trevanion, and if not, I might indeed ruin his prospects by revealing the aliases he assumed. But wherefore reveal, and wherefore warn? Because of suspicions that I could not myself analyze, suspicions founded on circumstances most of which had already been seemingly explained away. Still, when morning came, I was irresolute what to do, and after watching Roland's countenance and seeing on his brow so great a weight of care that I had no option but to postpone the confidence I pined to place in his strong understanding and unerring sense of honor. I wandered out, hoping that in the fresh air I might recollect my thoughts and solve the problem that perplexed me. I had enough to do in sundry small orders for my voyage, and commissions for boating, to occupy me some hours, and, this business done, I found myself moving westward, mechanically, as it were. I had come to a kind of half-and-half resolution to call upon Lady Eleanor and question her, carelessly and incidentally, both about Gower and the new servant admitted to the household. Thus I found myself in Regent Street, when a carriage, borne by post-horses, whirled rapidly over the pavement, scattering to the right and left all humbler equipages, and hurried, as if on an errand of life and death, up the broad thoroughfare leading into Portland Place. But rapidly as the wheels dashed by, I had seen distinctly the face of Fanny Trevanion in the carriage, and that face wore a strange expression, which seemed to me to speak of anxiety and grief. And by her side, was not that the woman I had seen with Peacock? I did not see the face of the woman, but I thought I recognized the cloak, the bonnet, and peculiar turn of the head. If I could be mistaken there, I was not mistaken at least as to the servant on the seat behind. Looking back at a butcher's boy who had just escaped being run over, and was revenging himself by all the imprecations the diray of London slang could suggest, the face of Mr. Peacock was exposed in full to my gaze. My first impulse, on recovering my surprise, was to spring after the carriage. In the haste of that impulse, I cried, "Stop!" But the carriage was out of sight in a moment, and my word was lost in air. Full of presentiments of some evil, I knew not what, I then altered my course, and stopped not till I found myself, panting and out of breath, in St. James's Square, at the door of Trevanion's house, in the hall. The porter had a newspaper in his hand as he admitted me. "Where is Lady Eleanor? I must see her instantly." "No worse news of master, I hope, sir." "Worse news of what? Of whom? Of Mr. Trevanion?" "Did you not know he was suddenly taken ill, sir, that a servant came express to say so last night? Lady Eleanor went off at 10 o'clock to join him." "At 10 o'clock last night?" "Yes, sir. The servant's account alarmed her ladyship so much." "The new servant, who had been recommended by Mr. Gower?" "Yes, sir. Henry," answered the porter, staring at me. "Please, sir, here is an account of master's attack in the paper. I suppose Henry took it to the office before he came here, which was very wrong in him, but I'm afraid he is a very foolish fellow." "Never mind that. Miss Trevanion, I saw her just now. She did not go with her mother. Where was she going then?" "Why, sir, but pray step into the parlour." "No, no, speak." "Why, sir, before Lady Eleanor set out she was afraid that there might be something in the papers to alarm Miss Fanny, and so she sent Henry down to Lady Castleton's to beg her ladyship to make as light of it as she could, but it seems that Henry blabbed the worst to Mrs. Mole." "Who is Mrs. Mole?" "Miss Trevanion's maid, sir, a new maid, and Mrs. Mole blabbed to my young lady, and so she took fright and insisted on coming to town. And Lady Castleton, who is ill herself in bed, could not keep her, I suppose, especially as Henry said, though he ought to have known better, that she would be in time to arrive before my lady set off. Poor Miss Trevanion was so disappointed when she found her mamma gone, and then she would order fresh horses and go on, though Mrs. Bates, the housekeeper, you know, sir, was very angry with Mrs. Mole, who encouraged Miss, and, good heavens, why did not Mrs. Bates go with her? Why, sir, you know how old Mrs. Bates is, and my young lady is always so kind that she would not hear of it, as she is going to travel night and day, and Mrs. Mole said she had gone all over the world with her last lady, and that, I see it all. Where's Mr. Gower?" "Mr. Gower, sir?" "Yes, can't you answer?" "Why, with Mr. Trevanion, I believe, sir. In the north, what is the address?" "Lord N. C. Hall, near W." I heard no more. The conviction of some villainous snare struck me as with the swiftness and force of lightning. Why, if Trevanion were really ill, had the false servant concealed it from me? Why suffered me to waste his time, instead of hastening to Lady Eleanor? How, if Mr. Trevanion's sudden illness had brought the man to London, how had he known so long beforehand, as he himself told me, and his appointment with the waiting woman proved, the day he should arrive? Why now, if there were no design of which Miss Trevanion was the subject, why so frustrate the provident foresight of her mother, and take advantage of the natural yearning of affection, the quick impulse of youth, to hurry off a girl whose very station forbade her to take such a journey without suitable protection, against what must be the wish, and what clearly were the instructions, of Lady Eleanor? Alone, worse than alone. Fanny Trevanion was then in the hands of two servants who were like the instruments and confidants of an adventurer like Vivian, and that conference between those servants, those broken references to the morrow coupled with the name Vivian had assumed, needed the unerring instincts of love more cause for terror, terror the darker because the exact shape it should assume was obscure and indistinct. I sprang from the house. I hastened into the Haymarket, summoned a cabriolet, drove home as fast as I could, for I had no money about me for the journey I meditated, sent the servant of the lodging to engage a chaise and four, rushed into the room where Roland fortunately still was, and exclaimed, "Uncle, come with me. Take money, plenty of money. Some villainy I know, though I can't explain it, has been practised on the Trevanions. We may defeat it yet. I will tell you all by the way. Come, come." "Certainly, but villainy, and to people of such a station. Pooh! Collect yourself. Who is the villain?" "Oh, the man I had loved as a friend, the man whom I myself helped to make known to Trevanion. Vivian, Vivian." "Vivian! Ah, the youth I have heard you speak of. But how? Villainy to whom? To Trevanion?" "You torture me with your questions. Listen. This Vivian, I know him. He has introduced into the house as a servant an agent capable of any trick and fraud. That servant has aided him to win over her maid, Fanny's, Miss Trevanion's. Miss Trevanion is an heiress, Vivian an adventurer. My head swims round. I cannot explain now. Ha! I will write a line to Lord Castleton, tell him my fears and suspicions. He will follow us, I know, or do what is best." I drew ink and paper towards me and wrote hastily. My uncle came round and looked over my shoulder. Suddenly he exclaimed, seizing my arm, "Gower, Gower! What name is this? You said Vivian." "Vivian or Gower, the same person." My uncle hurried out of the room. It was natural that he should leave me to make our joint and brief preparations for departure. I finished my letter, sealed it, and when, 5 minutes afterwards, the chaise came to the door, I gave it to the hostler who accompanied the horses, with injunctions to deliver it forthwith to Lord Castleton himself. My uncle now descended, and stepped down from the threshold with a firm stride. "Comfort yourself," he said, as he entered the chaise, into which I had already thrown myself. "We may be mistaken yet." "Mistaken! You do not know this young man. He has every quality that could entangle a girl like Fanny, and not, I fear, one sentiment of honor that would stand in the way of his ambition. I judge him now as by a revelation. Too late. Oh, heavens, if it be too late!" A groan broke from Roland's lips. I heard it in a proof of his sympathy with my emotion, and grasped his hand. It was as cold as the hand of the dead. End of chapter 8.
Part 15, Chapter 1 of the Caxtons. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michele Eaton. The Caxtons, A Family Picture by Edward Bulwer-Lytton. Part 15, Chapter 1. There would have been nothing in what had chanced to justify the suspicions that tortured me, but for my impressions as to the character of Vivian. Reader, hast thou not, in the easy, careless sociability of youth, formed acquaintance with someone in whose more engaging or brilliant qualities thou hast not lost that dislike to defects or vices which is natural to an age when, even while we err, we adore what is good, and glow with enthusiasm for the ennobling sentiment and the virtuous deed? No, happily, not lost dislike to what is bad, nor thy quick sense of it, but conceived a keen interest in the struggle between the bad that revolted and the good that attracted thee in thy companion. Then perhaps thou hast lost sight of him for a time. Suddenly thou hearest that he has done something, out of the way of ordinary good or commonplace evil, and in either the good or the evil, thy mind runs rapidly back over its old reminiscences, and of either thou sayest, how natural, only so-and-so could have done this thing. Thus I felt respecting Vivian. The most remarkable qualities in his character were his keen power of calculation and his unhesitating audacity, qualities that lead to fame or to infamy, according to the cultivation of the moral sense and the direction of the passions. Had I recognised those qualities in some agency apparently of good, and it seemed yet doubtful if Vivian were the agent, I should have cried, "It is he, and the better angel has triumphed," with the same, alas, with a yet more impulsive quickness, when the agency was of evil, and the agent equally dubious. I felt that the qualities revealed the man, and that the demon had prevailed. Mile after mile, stage after stage, were passed on the dreary, interminable High North Road. I narrated to my companion, more intelligibly than I had yet done, my causes for apprehension. The captain at first listened eagerly, then checked me on the sudden. "There may be nothing in all this," he cried. "Sir, we must be men here. Have our heads cool, our reason clear. Stop." And leaning back in the chaise, Roland refused further conversation, and as the night advanced seemed to sleep. I took pity on his fatigue, and devoured my heart in silence. At each stage we heard of the party of which we were in pursuit. At the first stage or two we were less than an hour behind. Gradually as we advanced we lost ground, despite the most lavish liberality to the postboys. I supposed at length that the mere circumstance of changing at each relay the chaise as well as the horses was the cause of our comparative slowness, and on saying this to Roland as we were changing horses somewhere about midnight, he at once called up the master of the inn and gave him his own price for permission to retain the chaise till the journey's end. This was so unlike Roland's ordinary thrift, whether dealing with my money or his own, so unjustified by the fortune of either, that I could not help muttering something in apology. "Can you guess why I was a miser?" said Roland calmly. "A miser? Anything but that. Only prudent. Military men often are so." "I was a miser," repeated the captain with emphasis. "I began the habit first when my son was but a child. I thought him high-spirited and with a taste for extravagance. Well, said I to myself, I will save for him. Boys will be boys. Then afterwards, when he was no more a child, at least he began to have the vices of a man, I said to myself, patience, he may reform still. If not, I will save money, that I may have power over his self-interest, since I have none over his heart. I will bribe him into honour. And then, God saw that I was very proud, and I was punished. Tell them to drive faster, faster. Why, this is a snail's pace. All that night, all the next day, till towards the evening, we pursued our journey, without pause or other food than a crust of bread and a glass of wine. But we now picked up the ground we had lost, and gained upon the carriage. The night had closed in when we arrived at the stage at which the route to Lord N's branched from the direct north road. And here, making our usual inquiry, my worst suspicions were confirmed. The carriage we pursued had changed horses an hour before, but had not taken the way to Lord N's, continuing the direct road into Scotland. The people of the inn had not seen the lady in the carriage, for it was already dark, but the manservant, whose livery they described, had ordered the horses. The last hope that, in spite of appearances, no treachery had been designed, here vanished. The captain at first seemed more dismayed than myself, but he recovered more quickly. We will continue the journey on horseback, he said, and hurried to the stables. All objections vanished at the sight of his gold. In 5 minutes we were in the saddle, with a postilion also mounted, to accompany us. We did the next stage in little more than 2/3 of the time which we should have occupied in our former mode of travel. Indeed, I found it hard to keep pace with Roland. We remounted. We were only 25 minutes behind the carriage. We felt confident that we should overtake it before it could reach the next town. The moon was up. We could see far before us. We rode at full speed. Milestone after milestone glided by. The carriage was not visible. We arrived at the post town, or rather village. It contained but one posting house. We were long in knocking up the hostlers. No carriage had arrived just before us. No carriage had passed the place since noon. What mystery was this? Back, back, boy, said Roland, with a soldier's quick wit, and spurring his jaded horse from the yard. They will have taken a crossroad or by-lane. We shall track them by the hoofs of the horses or the print of the wheels. Our postilion grumbled, and pointed to the panting sides of our horses. For answer, Roland opened his hand full of gold. Away we went, back through the dull sleeping village, back into the broad moonlit thoroughfare. We came to a crossroad to the right, but the track we pursued still led us straight on. We had measured back nearly half the way to the post town at which we had last changed, when lo, there emerged from a by-lane 2 postilions and their horses. At that sight our companion, shouting loud, pushed on before us and hailed his fellows. A few words gave us the information we sought. A wheel had come off the carriage just by the turn of the road, and the young lady and her servants had taken refuge in a small inn not many yards down the lane. The manservant had dismissed the postboys after they had baited their horses, saying they were to come again in the morning and bring a blacksmith to repair the wheel. How came the wheel off? Asked Roland sternly. Why, sir, the linchpin was all rotted away, I suppose, and came out. Did the servant get off the dicky after you set out and before the accident happened? Why, yes. He said the wheels were catching fire, and they had not the patent axles, and he had forgot to have them oiled. And he looked at the wheels, and shortly afterwards the linchpin came out. Anan, sir, said the postboy, staring. Why, and indeed so it was. Come on, Pisistratus, we are in time, but pray God that... The captain dashed his spurs into the horse's sides, and the rest of his words were lost to me. A few yards back from the causeway, a broad patch of green before it, stood the inn, a sullen, old-fashioned building of cold grey stone, looking livid in the moonlight, with black firs at one side, throwing over half of it a dismal shadow, so solitary, not a house, not a hut near it. If they who kept the inn were such that villainy might reckon on their connivance and innocence despair of their aid, there was no neighbourhood to alarm, no refuge at hand. The spot was well chosen. The doors of the inn were closed. There was a light in the room below, but the outside shutters were drawn over the windows on the first floor. My uncle paused a moment and said to the postilion, Do you know the back way to the premises? No, sir, I doesn't often come by this way, and they be new folks that have taken the house, and I hear it don't prosper over much. Knock at the door. We will stand a little aside while you do so. If anyone asks what you want, merely say you would speak to the servant, that you have found a purse. Here, hold up mine. Roland and I dismounted, and my uncle drew me close to the wall by the door. Observing that my impatience ill submitted to what seemed to me idle preliminaries. Hist, whispered he, if there be anything to conceal within, they will not answer the door till someone has reconnoitred. Were they to see us, they would refuse to open, but seeing only the postboy, whom they will suppose at first to be one of those who brought the carriage, they will have no suspicion. Be ready to rush in the moment the door is unbarred. My uncle's veteran experience did not deceive him. There was a long silence before any reply was made to the postboy's summons. The light passed to and fro rapidly across the window, as if persons were moving within. Roland made sign to the postboy to knock again. He did so twice, thrice, and at last, from an attic window in the roof, a head obtruded and a voice cried, "Who are you? What do you want?" "I'm the postboy at the Red Lion. I want to see the servant with the brown carriage. I have found this purse." "Oh, that's all. Wait a bit." The head disappeared. We crept along under the projecting eaves of the house. We heard the bar lifted from the door. The door itself cautiously opened. One spring, and I stood within, and set my back to the door to admit Roland. "Oh, help! Thieves, help!" cried a loud voice, and I felt a hand grip at my throat. I struck at random in the dark, and with effect, for my blow was followed by a groan and a curse. Roland meanwhile had detected a ray through the chinks of a door in the hall, and, guided by it, found his way into the room at the window of which we had seen the light pass and go, while without. As he threw the door open, I bounded after him, and saw in a kind of parlour 2 females, the one a stranger, no doubt the hostess, the other the treacherous Abigail. Their faces evinced their terror. "Woman," I said, seizing the last, "where is Miss Trevanion?" Instead of replying, the woman set up a loud shriek. Another light now gleamed from the staircase, which immediately faced the door, and I heard a voice that I recognised as Peacock's cry out, "Who's there? What's the matter?" I made a rush at the stairs. A burly form, that of the landlord, who had recovered from my blow, obstructed my way for a moment, to measure its length on the floor at the next. I was at the top of the stairs. Peacock recognised me, recoiled, and extinguished the light. Oaths, cries, and shrieks now resounded through the dark. Amidst them all I suddenly heard a voice exclaim, "Here, here, help!" It was the voice of Fanny. I made my way to the right, whence the voice came, and received a violent blow. Fortunately it fell on the arm which I extended, as men do who feel their way through the dark. It was not the right arm, and I seized and closed on my assailant. Roland now came up, a candle in his hand, and at that sight my antagonist, who was no other than Peacock, slipped from me and made a rush at the stairs. But the captain caught him with his grasp of iron, fearing nothing for Roland in a contest with any single foe, and all my thoughts bent on the rescue of her whose voice again broke on my ear. I had already, before the light of the candle which Roland held went out in the struggle between himself and Peacock, caught sight of a door at the end of the passage, and thrown myself against it. It was locked, but it shook and groaned to my pressure. "Hold back, whoever you are," cried a voice from the room within, far different from that wail of distress which had guided my steps. "Hold back at the peril of your life." The voice, the threat, redoubled my strength. The door flew from its fastenings. I stood in the room. I saw Fanny at my feet, clasping my hands. Then raising herself, she hung on my shoulder and murmured, "Saved." Opposite to me, his face deformed by passion, his eyes literally blazing with savage fire, his nostrils distended, his lips apart, stood the man I have called Francis Vivian. "Fanny, Miss Trevanion, what outrage, what villainy is this? You have not met this man at your free choice. Oh, speak." Vivian sprang forward. "Question no one but me. Unhand that lady. She is my betrothed, shall be my wife." No, 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 don't believe him, cried Fanny. I have been betrayed by my own servants, brought here, I know not how. I heard my father was ill. I was on my way to him. That man met me here and dared to... Miss Trevanion, yes, I dared to say I loved you. Protect me from him. You will protect me from him. No, madam, said a voice behind me in a deep tone. It is I who claim the right to protect you from that man. It is I who now draw around you the arm of one sacred, even to him. It is I who from this spot launch upon his head a father's curse. Violator of the hearth, baffled ravisher, go thy way to the doom which thou hast chosen for thyself. God will be merciful to me yet, and give me a grave before thy course find its close in the hulks or at the gallows. A sickness came over me. A terror froze my veins. I reeled back and leaned for support against the wall. Roland had passed his arm around Fanny, and she, frail and trembling, clung to his broad breast, looking fearfully up to his face. And never in that face, ploughed by deep emotions and dark with unutterable sorrows, had I seen an expression so grand in its wrath, so sublime in its despair, following the direction of his eye, stern and fixed as the look of one who prophesies a destiny and denounces a doom. I shivered as I gazed upon the sun. His whole frame seemed collapsed and shrinking, as if already withered by the curse. A ghastly whiteness overspread the cheek, usually glowing with the dark bloom of oriental youth. The knees knocked together, and at last, with a faint exclamation of pain, like the cry of one who receives a death blow, he bowed his face over his clasped hands, and so remained, still but cowering. Instinctively I advanced and placed myself between the father and the son, murmuring, "Spare him! See, his own heart crushes him down." Then stealing towards the son, I whispered, "Go, go, the crime was not committed, the curse can be recalled." But my words touched a wrong chord in that dark and rebellious nature. The young man withdrew his hands hastily from his face and reared his front in passionate defiance. Waving me aside, he cried, "Away! I acknowledge no authority over my actions and my fate. I allow no mediator between this lady and myself. Sir," he continued, gazing gloomily on his father, "sir, you forget our compact. Our ties were severed, your power over me annulled. I resign the name you bear. To you I was and am still as the dead. I deny your right to step between me and the object dearer to me than life. Oh," and here he stretched forth his hands towards Fanny, "oh, Miss Trevanion, do not refuse me one prayer, however you condemn me. Let me see you alone but for one moment. Let me but prove to you that, guilty as I may have been, it was not from the base motives you will hear imputed to me, that it was not the heiress I sought to decoy, it was the woman I sought to win. Oh, hear me." "No, no," murmured Fanny, clinging close to Roland. "Do not leave me. If, as it seems, he is your son, I forgive him, but let him go. I shudder at his very voice." "Would you have me, indeed, annihilate the memory of the bond between us?" said Roland in a hollow voice. "Would you have me see you in only the vile thief, the lawless felon, deliver you up to justice, or strike you to my feet? Let the memory still save you and be gone." Again I caught hold of the guilty son, and again he broke from my grasp. "It is," he said, folding his arms deliberately on his breast, "it is for me to command in this house. All who are within it must submit to my orders. You, sir, who hold reputation, name, and honour at so high a price, how can you fail to see that you would rob them from the lady whom you would protect from the insult of my affection? How would the world receive the tale of your rescue of Miss Trevanion? How believe that? Oh, pardon me, madam, Miss Trevanion, Fanny, pardon me, I am mad. Only hear me, alone, alone, and then if you too say begone, I submit with a murmur, I allow no arbiter but you. But Fanny still clung closer and closer still to Roland. At that moment I heard voices and the trampling of feet below, and supposing that the accomplices in this villainy were mustering courage perhaps to mount to the assistance of their employer, I lost all the compassion that had hitherto softened my horror of the young man's crime, and all the awe with which that confession had been attended. I therefore this time seized the false Vivian with a grip that he could no longer shake off, and said sternly, beware how you aggravate your offence. If strife ensues, it will not be between father and son, and... Fanny sprang forward. Do not provoke this bad dangerous man. I fear him not. Sir, I will hear you, and alone. Never, cried I and Roland simultaneously. Vivian turned his look fiercely to me, and with a sullen bitterness to his father, and then, as if resigning his former prayer, he said, well then, be it so. Even in the presence of those who judge me so severely, I will speak at least. He paused, and throwing into his voice a passion that had the repugnance at his guilt been less, would not have been without pathos. He continued to address Fanny. I own that when I first saw you, I might have thought of love as the poor and ambitious think of the way to wealth and power. Those thoughts vanished, and nothing remained in my heart but love and madness. I was as a man in a delirium when I planned this snare. I knew but one object, saw but one heavenly vision. Oh, mine at least in that vision, are you indeed lost to me for ever. There was that in this man's tone and manner, which, whether arising from accomplished hypocrisy or actual, if perverted feeling, would, I thought, find its way at once to the heart of a woman who, however wronged, had once loved him. And with a cold misgiving, I fixed my eyes on Miss Trevanion. Her look, as she turned with a visible tremor, suddenly met mine, and I believe that she discerned my doubt, for after suffering her eyes to rest on my own with something of mournful reproach, her lips curved as with the pride of her mother, and for the first time in my life I saw anger on her brow. It is well, sir, that you have thus spoken to me in the presence of others, for in their presence I call upon you to say, by that honour which the son of this gentleman may for a while forget, but cannot wholly forfeit, I call upon you to say whether, by deed, word, or sign, I, Francis Trevanion, ever gave you cause to believe that I returned the feeling you say you entertained for me, or encouraged you to dare this attempt to place me in your power. No, cried Vivian readily, but with a writhing lip. No, but where I love so deeply, perilled all my fortune for one fair and free occasion to tell you so alone, I would not think that such love could meet only loathing and disdain. What, has nature shaped me so unkindly that where I love no love can reply? What, has the accident of birth shut me out from the right to woo and mate with the high-born? For the last, at least that gentleman in justice should tell you, since it has been his care to instil the haughty lesson in me, that my lineage is one that befits lofty hopes, and warrants fearless ambition. My hopes, my ambition, they were you. Oh, Miss Trevanion, it is true that to win you I would have braved the world's laws, defied every foe save him who now rises before me. Yet believe me, had I won what I dared to aspire to, you would not have been disgraced by your choice, and the name, for which I thank not my father, should not have been despised by the woman who pardoned my presumption, nor by the man who now tramples on my anguish and curses me in my desolation. Not by a word had Roland sought to interrupt his son. Nay, by a feverish excitement, which my heart understood in its secret sympathy. He had seemed eagerly to court every syllable that could extenuate the darkness of the offence, or even imply some less sordid motive for the baseness of the means. But as the son now closed with the words of unjust reproach, and the accents of fierce despair, closed a defence that showed in its false pride and its perverted eloquence so utter a blindness to every principle of that honour which had been the father's idol, Roland placed his hand before the eyes that he had previously, as if spellbound, fixed on the hardened offender, and once more drawing Fanny towards him, said, "His breath pollutes the air that innocence and honesty should breathe. He says all in this house are at his command. Why do we stay? Let us go." He turned towards the door, and Fanny with him. Meanwhile the louder sounds below had been silenced for some moments, but I heard a step in the hall. Vivian started and placed himself before us. "No, no, you cannot leave me thus, Miss Trevanion. I resign you. Be it so. I do not even ask for pardon, but to leave this house thus, without carriage, without attendance, without explanation, the blame falls on me. It shall do so, but at least vouchsafe me the right to repair what I yet can repair of the wrong, to protect all that is left to me, your name." As he spoke he did not perceive, for he was facing us and with his back to the door, that a new actor had noiselessly entered on the scene, and pausing by the threshold heard his last words. "The name of Miss Trevanion, sir, and from what?" asked the newcomer, as he advanced and surveyed Vivian with a look that, but for its quiet, would have seemed disdain. "Lord Castleton!" exclaimed Fanny, lifting up the face she had buried in her hands. Vivian recoiled in dismay and gnashed his teeth. "Sir," said the Marquis, "I await your reply, for not even you, in my presence, shall imply that one reproach can be attached to the name of that lady." "Oh, moderate your tone to me, my Lord Castleton," cried Vivian. "In you, at least, there is one man I am not forbidden to be brave and defy. It was to save that lady from the cold ambition of her parents. It was to prevent the sacrifice of her youth and beauty to one whose sole merits are his wealth and his titles. It was this that impelled me to the crime I have committed, this that hurried me on to risk all for 1 hour, when youth at least could plead its cause to youth. And this gives me now the power to say that it does rest with me to protect the name of the lady, whom your very servility to that world which you have made your idol forbids you to claim from the heartless ambition that would sacrifice the daughter to the vanity of the parents. Ha! The future Marchioness of Castleton on her way to Scotland with a penniless adventurer. Ha! If my lips are sealed, who but I can seal the lips of those below in my secret? The secret shall be kept, but on this condition: you shall not triumph where I have failed. I may lose what I adored, but I do not resign it to another. Ha! Have I foiled you, my Lord Castleton? Ha! Ha! No, sir, and I almost forgive you the villainy you have not effected, for informing me for the first time that had I presumed to address Miss Trevanion, her parents at least would have pardoned the presumption. Trouble not yourself as to what your accomplices may say. They have already confessed their infamy and your own. Out of my path, sir." Then, with the benign look of a father and the lofty grace of a prince, Lord Castleton advanced to Fanny. Looking round with a shudder, she hastily placed her hand in his, and by so doing perhaps prevented some violence on the part of Vivian, whose having breast and eye bloodshot and still unquailing, showed how little even shame had subdued his fiercer passions. But he made no offer to detain them, and his tongue seemed to cleave to his lips. Now, as Fanny moved to the door, she passed Roland, who stood motionless and with vacant looks, like an image of stone, and with a beautiful tenderness for which, even at this distant date, recalling it, I say, God requite thee, Fanny. She laid her other hand on Roland's arm and said, Come to, your arm still. But Roland's limbs trembled and refused to stir. His head relaxing, drooped on his breast, his eyes closed. Even Lord Castleton was so struck, though unable to guess the true and terrible cause of his dejection, that he forgot his desire to hasten from the spot, and cried with all his kindliness of heart, You are ill, you faint, give him your arm, Pisistratus. It is nothing, said Roland feebly, as he leaned heavily on my arm, while I turned back my head, with all the bitterness of that reproach which filled my heart, speaking in the eyes that sought him whose place should have been where mine now was. And oh, thank heaven, the look was not in vain. In the same moment, the son was at the father's knees. Oh, pardon, pardon, wretch, lost wretch though I be, I bow my head to the curse, let it fall, but on me and on me only, not on your own heart too. Fanny burst into tears, sobbing out, Forgive him as I do. Roland did not heed her. He thinks that the heart was not shattered before the curse could come, he said in a voice so weak as to be scarcely audible. Then, raising his eyes to heaven, his lips moved as if he prayed inly. Pausing, he stretched his hands over his son's head, and averting his face, said, I revoke the curse. Pray to thy God for pardon. Perhaps not daring to trust himself further, he then made a violent effort and hurried from the room. We followed silently. When we gained the end of the passage, the door of the room we had left closed with a sullen jar. As the sound smote on my ear, when it came so terrible a sense of the solitude upon which that door had closed, so keen and quick an apprehension of some fearful impulse, suggested by passion so fierce to a condition so forlorn, that instinctively I stopped, and then hurried back to the chamber. The lock of the door having been previously forced, there was no barrier to oppose my entrance. I advanced, and beheld a spectacle of such agony as can only be conceived by those who have looked on the grief which takes no fortitude from reason, no consolation from conscience. The grief which tells us what would be the earth were man abandoned to his passions, and the chance of the atheist reigned alone in the merciless heavens. Pride humbled to the dust, ambition shivered into fragments, love, or the passion mistaken for it, blasted into ashes. Life at the first onset, bereaved of its holiest ties, forsaken by its truest guide, shame that writhed for revenge, and remorse that knew not prayer. All blended yet distinct, were in that awful spectacle of the guilty son. And I had told but 20 years, and my heart had been mellowed in the tender sunshine of a happy home, and I had loved this boy as a stranger, and lo, he was Roland's son. I forgot all else, looking upon that anguish, and I threw myself on the ground, by the form that writhed there, and folding my arms round the breast which in vain repelled me, I whispered, Comfort, comfort, life is long. You shall redeem the past. You shall efface the stain, and your father shall bless you yet. End of chapter 1. Part 15, chapter 2 of the Caxtons. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michele, Eaton. The Caxtons, a family picture by Edward Bulwer-Lytton. Part 15, chapter 2. I could not stay long with my unhappy cousin, but still I stayed long enough to make me think it probable that Lord Castleton's carriage would have left the inn, and when, as I passed the hall, I saw it standing before the open door, I was seized with fear for Roland. His emotions might have ended in some physical attack. Nor were those fears without foundation. I found Fanny kneeling beside the old soldier in the parlour where we had seen the two women, and bathing his temples while Lord Castleton was binding his arm, and the Marquis's favourite valet, who amongst his other gifts was something of a surgeon, was wiping the blade of the penknife that had served instead of a lancet. Lord Castleton nodded to me. "Don't be uneasy. A little fainting fit. We have bled him. He is safe now. See, he is recovering." Roland's eyes, as they opened, turned to me with an anxious inquiring look. I smiled upon him as I kissed his forehead, and could, with a safe conscience, whisper words which neither father nor Christian could refuse to receive as comfort. In a few minutes more we had left the house. As Lord Castleton's carriage only held two, the Marquis, having assisted Miss Trevanion and Roland to enter, quietly mounted the seat behind, and made a sign to me to come by his side, for there was room for both. His servant had taken one of the horses that had brought thither Roland and myself, and already gone on before. No conversation took place between us then. Lord Castleton seemed profoundly affected, and I had no words at my command. When we reached the inn at which Lord Castleton had changed horses, about 6 miles distant, the Marquis insisted on Fanny's taking some rest for a few hours, for indeed she was thoroughly worn out. I attended my uncle to his room, but he only answered my assurances of his son's repentance with a pressure of the hand, and then, gliding from me, went into the farthest recess of the room, and there knelt down. When he rose, he was passive and tractable as a child. He suffered me to assist him to undress, and when he had laid down on the bed, he turned his face quietly from the light, and after a few heavy sighs, sleep seemed mercifully to steal upon him. I listened to his breathing till it grew low and regular, and then descended to the sitting-room in which I had left Lord Castleton, for he had asked me in a whisper to seek him there. I found the Marquis seated by the fire in a thoughtful and dejected attitude. "I am glad you are come," said he, making room for me on the hearth, "for I assure you I have not felt so mournful for many years. We have much to explain to each other. Will you begin? They say the sound of the bell dissipates the thundercloud, and there is nothing like the voice of a frank, honest nature to dispel all the clouds that come upon us when we think of our own faults and the villainy of others. But I beg you 1,000 pardons. That young man, your relation, your brave uncle's son, is it possible?" My explanations to Lord Castleton were necessarily brief and imperfect. The separation between Roland and his son, my ignorance of its cause, my belief in the death of the latter, my chance acquaintance with the supposed Vivian, the interest I took on him, the relief it was to the fears for his fate with which he inspired me, to think he had returned to the home I ascribed to him, and the circumstances which had induced my suspicions, justified by the result, all this was soon hurried over. "But I beg your pardon," said the Marquis, interrupting me. "Did you, in your friendship for one so unlike you, even by your own partial account, never suspect that you had stumbled upon your lost cousin?" Such an idea never could have crossed me. And here I must observe that through the reader, at the first introduction of Vivian, would divine the secret. The penetration of a reader is wholly different from that of the actor in events. That I had chanced on one of those curious coincidences in the romance of real life which a reader looks out for and expects in following the course of narrative, was a supposition forbidden to me by a variety of causes. There was not the least family resemblance between Vivian and any of his relations, and somehow or other, in Roland's son, I had pictured to myself a form and a character wholly different from Vivian's. To me it would have seemed impossible that my cousin could have been so little curious to hear any of our joint family affairs, being so unheedful or even weary, if I spoke of Roland, never by a word of tone have betrayed a sympathy with his kindred. And my other conjecture was so probable, son of the Colonel Vivian, whose name he bore, and that letter with the postmark of Godalming, and my belief too in my cousin's death, even now I am not surprised that the idea never occurred to me. I paused from enumerating these excuses for my dullness, angry with myself, for I noticed that Lord Castleton's fair brow darkened, and he exclaimed, what deceit he must have gone through before he could become such a master in the art. That is true, and I cannot deny it, said I, but his punishment now is awful. Let us hope that repentance may follow the chastisement. And though certainly it must have been his own fault that drove him from his father's home and guidance, yet so driven, let us make some allowance for the influence of evil companionship on one so young, for the suspicions that the knowledge of evil produces, and turns into a kind of false knowledge of the world, and in this last and worst of all his actions. Ah, how justify that? Justify it? Good heavens, justify it? No, I only say this, strange as it may seem, that I believe his affection for Miss Trevanion was for herself, so he says, from the depth of an anguish in which the most insincere of men would cease to feign. But no more of this. She is saved, thank heaven. And you believe, said Lord Castleton musingly, that he spoke the truth when he thought that I... The Marquis stopped, cowered slightly, and then went on. But no, Lady Eleanor and Trevanion, whatever might have been in their thoughts, would never have so forgot their dignity as to take him, a youth, almost a stranger, nay, take anyone into their confidence on such a subject. It was but by broken gasps, incoherent, disconnected words, that Vivian, I mean my cousin, gave me any explanation of this. But Lady N, at whose house he was staying, appears to have entertained such a notion, or at least led my cousin to think so. Ah, that is possible, said Lord Castleton, with a look of relief. Lady N and I were boy and girl together. We correspond. She has written to me suggesting that... Ah, I see, an indiscreet woman. This comes of lady correspondence. Lord Castleton had recourse to the Beaudesert mixture, and then, as if eager to change the subject, began his own explanation. On receiving my letter, he saw even more cause to suspect a snare that I had done, for he had that morning received a letter from Trevanion, not mentioning a word about his illness, and on turning to the newspaper and seeing a paragraph headed, "Sudden and alarming illness of Mr. Trevanion," the Marquis had suspected some party manoeuvre of unfeeling hoax, since the mail that had brought the letter must have travelled as quickly as any messenger who had given the information to the newspaper. He had, however, immediately sent down to the office of the journal to inquire on what authority the paragraph had been inserted, while he dispatched another messenger to St. James's Square. The reply from the office was that the message had been brought by a servant in Mr. Trevanion's livery, but was not admitted as news until it had been ascertained by inquiries at the minister's house that Lady Eleanor had received the same intelligence and actually left town in consequence. I was extremely sorry for poor Lady Eleanor's uneasiness, said Lord Castleton, and extremely puzzled, but I still thought there could be no real ground for alarm until your letter reached me, and when you there stated your conviction that Mr. Gower was mixed up in this fable, and that it concealed some snare upon Fanny, I saw the thing at a glance. The road to Lord N's, till within the last stage or two, would be the road to Scotland, and a hardy and unscrupulous adventurer, with the assistance of Miss Trevanian's servants, might thus entrap her to Scotland itself, and there work on her fears, or if he had hope in her affections, entrap her into consent to a Scotch marriage. You may be sure, therefore, that I was on the road as soon as possible, but as your messenger came all the way from the city, and not so quickly perhaps as he might have come, and then as there was the carriage to see to, and the horses to send for, I found myself more than an hour and a half behind you. Fortunately, however, I made good ground, and should probably have overtaken you half-way, but that, on passing between a ditch and waggon, the carriage was upset, and that somewhat delayed me. On arriving at the town where the road branched off to Lord N's, I was rejoiced to learn you had taken what I was sure would prove the right direction, and finally I gained the clue to that villainous inn by the report of the postboys who had taken Miss Trevanian's carriage there and met you on the road. On reaching the inn, I found two fellows conferring outside the door. They sprang in as we drove up, but not before my servant Summers, a quick fellow, you know, who has travelled with me from Norway to Nubia, had quitted his seat and got into the house, into which I followed him with a step. You dog as active as your own. Egad, I was 21 then. Two fellows had already knocked down poor Summers, and showed plenty of fight. Do you know, said the Marquis, interrupting himself with an air of serio-comic humiliation, do you know that I actually... No, you never will believe it. Mind, 'tis a secret. Actually broke my cane over one fellow's shoulders. Look. And the Marquis held up the fragment of the lamented weapon. And I half suspect, but I can't say positively, that I had even the necessity to demean myself by a blow with the naked hand, clenched too. Quite Eaton again, upon my honour it was, ha! And the Marquis, whose magnificent proportions, in the full vigour of man's strongest, if not his most combative age, would have made him a formidable antagonist, even to a couple of prize fighters, supposing he had retained a little of Eaton's skill in such encounters, laughed with the glee of a schoolboy, whether at the thought of his prowess, or his sense of the contrast between so rude a recourse to primitive warfare, and his own indolent habits and almost feminine good temper. Composing himself, however, with the quick recollection how little I could share his hilarity, he resumed gravely. It took us some time, I don't say to defeat our foes, but to bind them, which I thought a necessary precaution. One fellow, Trevanian's servant, all the while stunning me with quotations from Shakespeare. I then gently laid hold of a gown, the bearer of which had been long trying to scratch me, but being luckily a small woman, had not succeeded in reaching to my eyes. But the gown escaped and fluttered off to the kitchen. I followed, and there I found Miss Trevanian's Jezebel of a maid. She was terribly frightened and affected to be extremely penitent. I own to you that I don't care what a man says in the way of slander, but a woman's tongue against another woman, especially if that tongue be in the mouth of a lady's lady, I think it always worth silencing. I therefore consented to pardon this woman on condition she would find her way here before morning. No scandal shall come from her. Thus you see some minutes elapsed before I joined you, but I minded that the less as I heard you and the captain were already in the room with Miss Trevanian, and not, alas, dreaming of your connection with the culprit, I was wondering what could have delayed you so long, afraid, I own it, to find that Miss Trevanian's heart might have been seduced by that handsome young There's no fear of that, added Lord Castleton anxiously, as he bent his bright eyes upon me. I felt myself colour as I answered firmly. It is just to Miss Trevanion to add that the unhappy man owned, in her presence and in mine, that he had never had the slightest encouragement for his attempt, never one cause to believe that she approved the affection which I tried to think blinded and maddened himself. I believe you, for I think— Lord Castleton paused uneasily, again looked at me, rose and walked about the room with evident agitation. Then, as if he had come to some resolution, he returned to the hearth and stood facing me. My dear young friend, said he, with his irresistible kindly frankness, this is an occasion that excuses all things between us, even my impertinence. Your conduct from first to last has been such that I wish from the bottom of my heart that I had a daughter to offer you, and that you felt for her as I believe you feel for Miss Trevanion. These are not mere words. Do not look down as if ashamed. All the marquisates in the world would never give me the pride I should feel if I could see in my life one steady self-sacrifice to duty and honour equal to that which I have witnessed in you. Oh, my lord, hear me out. That you love Fanny Trevanion, I know, but she may have innocently, timidly, half unconsciously returned that affection, I think probable. But I know what you would say. Spare me. I know it all. No, it is a thing impossible, and if Lady Eleanor could consent, there would be such a lifelong regret on her part, such a weight of obligation on yours, that, no, I repeat it is impossible. But let us both think of this poor girl. I know her better than you can, have known her from a child, know all her virtues. They are charming. All her faults, they expose her to danger. These parents of hers, with their genius and ambition, may do very well to rule England and influence the world, but to guide the fate of that child, no. Lord Castleton stopped, for he was affected. I felt my old jealousy return, but it was no longer bitter. I say nothing, continued the Marquis, of this position in which, without fault of hers, Miss Trevanion is placed. Lady Eleanor's knowledge of the world and woman's wit will see how all that can be best put right. Still it is awkward, and demands much consideration. But putting this aside altogether, if you do firmly believe that Miss Trevanion is lost to you, can you bear to think that she is to be flung as a mere cipher into the account of the worldly greatness of an aspiring politician, married to some minister too busy to watch over her, or some duke who looks to pay off his mortgages with her fortune? Minister or duke only regarded as a prop to Trevanion's power against a counter-cabal, or as giving his section a preponderance in the cabinet. Be assured such is her most likely destiny, or rather the beginning of a destiny yet more mournful. Now I tell you this, that he who marries Fanny Trevanion should have little other object for the first few years of marriage than to correct her failings and develop her virtues. Believe one who, alas, has too dearly bought his knowledge of woman. Hers is a character to be formed. Well then, if this prize be lost to you, would it be an irreparable grief to your generous affection to think that it has fallen to the lot of one who at least knows his responsibilities, and who will redeem his own life, hitherto wasted by the steadfast endeavour to fulfil them? Can you take this hand still and press it, even though it be a rival's? My lord, this from you to me is an honour that— You will not take my hand. Then believe me, it is not I that will give that grief to your heart. Touched, penetrated, melted by this generosity in a man of such lofty claims to one of my age and fortunes, I pressed that noble hand, half raising it to my lips, an action of respect that would have misbecome neither. But he gently withdrew the hand, in the instinct of his natural modesty. I had then no heart to speak further on such a subject, but faltering out that I would go and see my uncle, I took up the light and ascended the stairs. I crept noiselessly into Roland's room, and shading the light, saw that though he slept, his face was very troubled. And then I thought, what are my young griefs to his? And sitting beside the bed, communed with my own heart, and was still. End of chapter 2. Part 15, chapters 3 and 4 of the Caxtons. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michele, Eaton. The Caxtons, a family picture by Edward Bulwer-Lytton. Part 15, chapters 3 and 4. Chapter 3. At sunrise I went down into the sitting room, having resolved to write to my father to join us, for I felt how much Roland needed his comfort and his counsel, and it was no great distance from the old tower. I was surprised to find Lord Castleton still seated by the fire. He had evidently not gone to bed. "That's right," he said. "We must encourage each other to recruit nature," and he pointed to the breakfast things on the table. I had scarcely tasted food for many hours, but I was only aware of my own hunger by a sensation of faintness. I ate unconsciously, and was almost ashamed to feel how much the food restored me. "I suppose," said I, "that you will soon set off to Lord N.'s. Nay, did I not tell you that I have sent Summers Express with a note to Lady Eleanor, begging her to come here? I did not see on reflection how I could decorously accompany Miss Trevanion alone, without even a female servant, to a house full of gossiping guests, and even had your uncle been well enough to go with us, his presence would have created an additional cause for wonder. So as soon as we arrived, and while you went up with the captain, I wrote my letter and dispatched my man. I expect Lady Eleanor will be here before 9 o'clock. Meanwhile I have already seen that infamous waiting woman, and taken care to prevent any danger from her garrulity. And you will be pleased to hear that I have hit upon a mode of satisfying the curiosity of our friend Mrs. Grundy. That is, the world, without injury to any one. We must suppose that the footman of Trevanion's was out of his mind. It is but a charitable, and your good father would say, a philosophical supposition. All great knavery is madness. The world could not get on if truth and goodness were not the natural tendencies of sane minds. Do you understand? Not quite. Why, the footman, being out of his mind, invented this mad story of Trevanion's illness, frightened Lady Eleanor and Miss Trevanion out of their wits with his own chimera, and hurried them both off, one after the other. I, having heard from Trevanion, and knowing he could not have been ill when the servant left him, set off as was natural in so old a friend of the family, saved her from the freaks of a maniac, who, getting more and more flighty, was beginning to play the jack-o'-lantern, and leading her heaven knows where, over the country, and then wrote to Lady Eleanor to come to her. It is but a hearty laugh at our expense, and Mrs. Grundy is content. If you don't want her to pity a backbite, let her laugh. She is a she-Cerberus. She wants to eat you. Well, stop her mouth with a cake. Yes, continued this better sort of Aristippus, so wise under all his seeming levities. The cue thus given, everything favours it. If that rogue of a lackey quoted Shakespeare as much in the servants' hall as he did while I was binding him neck and heels in the kitchen, That's enough for all the household to declare he was moon-stricken. And if we find it necessary to do anything more, why, we must induce him to go into Bedlam for a month or two. The disappearance of the waiting woman is natural. Either I or Lady Eleanor send her about her business for her folly in being so gulled by the lunatic. If that's unjust, why, injustice to servants is common enough, public and private. Neither minister nor lackey can be forgiven if he help us into a scrape. One must vent one's passion on something. Witness my poor cane, though indeed a better illustration would be the cane that Louis XIV broke on a footman because His Majesty was out of humour with the Prince, whose shoulders were too sacred for royal indignation. So you see, concluded Lord Castleton, lowering his voice, that your uncle, amongst all his other causes of sorrow, may think at least that his name is spared in his sons, and the young man himself may find reform easier when freed from that despair of the possibility of redemption which Mrs. Grundy inflicts upon those who... Courage, then, life is long. My very words, I cried, and so repeated by you, Lord Castleton, they seem prophetic. Take my advice and don't lose sight of your cousin while his pride is yet humbled, and his heart perhaps softened. I don't say this only for his sake. No, it is your poor uncle I think of. Noble old fellow, and now I think it right to pay Lady Eleanor the respect of repairing, as well as I can, the havoc 3 sleepless nights have made on the exterior of a gentleman who is on the shady side of remorseless 40. Lord Castleton here left me, and I wrote to my father, begging him to meet us at the next stage, which was the nearest point from the high road to the Tower, and I sent off the letter by a messenger on horseback. That task done, I leaned my head upon my hand, and a profound sadness settled upon me. Despite all my efforts to face the future and think only of the duties of life, not its sorrows. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4. Before 9 o'clock, Lady Eleanor arrived and went straight into Miss Trevanion's room. I took refuge in my uncle's. Roland was awake and calm, but so feeble that he made no effort to rise, and it was his calm, indeed, that alarmed me the most. It was like the calm of nature thoroughly exhausted. He obeyed me mechanically, as a patient takes from your hand the draught, of which he is almost unconscious, when I pressed him to take food. He smiled on me faintly when I spoke to him, but made me a sign that seemed to implore silence. Then he turned his face from me and buried it in the pillow, and I thought that he slept again, when, raising himself a little and feeling for my hand, he said, in a scarcely audible voice, "Where is he? Would you see him, sir?" No, that would kill me, and then what would become of him? He has promised me an interview, and in that interview I feel assured he will obey your wishes, whatever they are. Roland made no answer. Lord Castleton has arranged all, so that his name and madness, thus let us call it, will never be known. Pride still, murmured the old soldier. The name, well, that is much, but the living soul, I wish Austin were here. I have sent for him, sir. Roland pressed my hand and was again silent. Then he began to mutter, as I thought, incoherently, about the Peninsula and obeying orders, and how some officer woke Lord Wellington at night and said that something or other, I could not catch what, the phrase was technical and military, was impossible, and how Lord Wellington asked, "Where's the order book?" and looking into the order book said, "Not at all impossible, for it is in the order book," and so Lord Wellington turned round and went to sleep again. Then suddenly Roland half rose, and said in a voice clear and firm, "But Lord Wellington, though a great captain, was a fallible man, sir, and the order book was his own mortal handiwork. Get me the Bible. Oh, Roland, Roland, and I had feared that thy mind was wandering. So I went down and borrowed a Bible in large characters, and placed it on the bed before him, opening the shutters and letting in God's day upon God's word. I had just done this when there was a slight knock at the door. I opened it, and Lord Castleton stood without. He asked me in a whisper if he might see my uncle. I drew him in gently and pointed to the Soldier of Life, learning what was not impossible from the unerring order book. Lord Castleton gazed with a changing countenance, and without disturbing my uncle stole back. I followed him and gently closed the door. You must save his son, he said in a faltering voice. You must, and tell me how to help you. That sight, no sermon ever touched me more. Now come down and receive Lady Eleanor's thanks. We are going. She wants me to tell my own tale to my old friend Mrs. Grundy, so I go with them. Come. On entering the sitting-room, Lady Eleanor came up and fairly embraced me. I need not repeat her thanks, still less the praises, which fell cold and hollow on my ear. My gaze rested on Fanny, where she stood apart, her eyes heavy with fresh tears bent on the ground, and the sense of all her charms, the memory of the tender, exquisite kindness she had shown to the stricken father, the generous pardon she had extended to the criminal's son, the looks she had bent upon me on that memorable night, looks that had spoken such trust in my presence, the moment in which she had clung to me for protection, and her breath been warm upon my cheek. All these rushed over me, and I felt the struggle of months was undone, that I had never loved her as I loved her then, when I saw her but to lose her evermore. And then there came for the first, and I now rejoice to think for the only time, a bitter ungrateful accusation against the cruelty of fortune and the disparities of life. What was it that set our two hearts eternally apart and made hope impossible? Not nature, but the fortune that gives a second nature to the world. Ah, could I then think that it is in that second nature that the soul is ordained to seek its trials, and that the elements of human virtue find their harmonious place? What I answered I know not. Neither know I how long I stood there listening to sounds which seemed to have no meaning, till there came other sounds which indeed woke my sense and made my blood run cold to hear. The tramp of the horses, the grating of the wheels, the voice at the door that said all was ready. Then Fanny lifted her eyes and they met mine, and then involuntarily and hastily she moved a few steps towards me, and I clasped my right hand to my heart, as if to still its beating, and remained still. Lord Castleton had watched us both. I felt that watch upon us, though I had till then shunned his looks. Now as I turned my eyes from Fanny's, that look came full upon me, soft, compassionate, benignant. Suddenly, and with an unutterable expression of nobleness, the Marquis turned to Lady Eleanor and said, Pardon me for telling you an old story. A friend of mine, a man of my own years, had the temerity to hope that he might one day or other win the affections of a lady young enough to be his daughter, and whom circumstances and his own heart led him to prefer from all her sex. My friend had many rivals, and you will not wonder, for you have seen the lady. Among them was a young gentleman, who for months had been an inmate of the same house. Hush, Lady Eleanor, you will hear me out, the interest of my story is to come. Who respected the sanctity of the house he had entered, and had left it when he felt he loved, for he was poor, and the lady rich. Some time after, this gentleman saved the lady from a great danger, and was then on the eve of leaving England. Hush, again hush. My friend was present when these two young persons met, before the probable absence of many years, and so was the mother of the lady to whose hand he still hoped one day to aspire. He saw that his young rival wished to say farewell, and without a witness. That farewell was all that his honour and his reason could suffer him to say. My friend saw that the lady felt the natural gratitude for a great service, and the natural pity for a generous and unfortunate affection. For so, Lady Eleanor, he only interpreted the sob that reached his ear. What think you my friend did? Your high mind at once conjectures. He said to himself, if I am ever to be blessed with the heart, which in spite of disparity of years, I yet hope to win, let me show how entire is the trust that I place in its integrity and innocence. Let the romance of first youth be closed, the farewell of pure hearts be spoken, unembittered by the idle jealousies of one mean suspicion. With that thought which you, Lady Eleanor, will never stoop to blame, he placed his hand on that of the noble mother, drew her gently towards the door, and calmly confident of the result, left these two young natures to the unwitnessed impulse of maiden honour and manly duty. All this was said and done with a grace and earnestness that thrilled the listeners. Word and action suited to each with so inimitable a harmony that the spell was not broken till the voice ceased and the door closed. That mournful bliss, for which I had so pined, was vouchsafed. I was alone with her to whom, indeed, honour and reason forbade me to say more than the last farewell. It was some time before we recovered, before we felt that we were alone. O ye moments that I can now recall with so little sadness, in the mellow and sweet remembrance, rest ever holy and undisclosed in the solemn recesses of the heart. Yes, whatever confession of weakness was interchanged, we were not unworthy of the trust that permitted the mournful consolation of the parting. No trite love tale, with vows not to be fulfilled, and hopes that the future must belie, mocked the realities of the life that lay before us. Yet on the confines of the dream we saw the day rising cold upon the world, and if, children as we well nigh were, we shrank somewhat from the light, we did not blaspheme the sun and cry, there is darkness in the dawn. All that we attempted was to comfort and strengthen each other for that which must be, not seeking to conceal the grief we felt, but promising with simple faith to struggle against the grief. If vow were pledged between us, that was the vow. Each for the other's sake would strive to enjoy the blessings. Heaven left us still. Well may I say that we were children. I know not, in the broken words that passed between us, in the sorrowful hearts which those words revealed, I know not if there were that which they who own in human passion but the storm and the whirlwind would call the love of maturer years, the love that gives fire to the song and tragedy to the stage. But I know that there was neither a word nor a thought which made the sorrow of the children a rebellion to the Heavenly Father. And again the door unclosed, and Fanny walked with a firm step to her mother's side, and pausing there, extended her hand to me and said, as I bent over it, Heaven will be with you. A word from Lady Eleanor, a frank smile from him, the rival, one last glance from the soft eyes of Fanny, and then solitude rushed upon me, rushed as something visible, palpable, overpowering. I felt it in the glare of the sunbeam. I heard it in the breath of the air. Like a ghost it rose there, where she had filled the space with her presence but a moment before. A something seemed gone from the universe for ever. A change like that of death passed through my being, and when I woke to feel that my being lived again, I knew that it was my youth and its poetland that were no more, and that I had passed, with an unconscious step, which never could retrace its way into the hard world of laborious man. End of chapter 4.
Part 16, Chapter 1 of the Caxtons. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The Caxtons, A Family Picture, by Edward Bulwer-Lytton. Part 16, Chapter 1. "Please, sir, be this note for you?" asked the waiter. "For me? Yes, it is my name." I did not recognize the handwriting, and yet the note was from one whose writing I had often seen. But formerly the writing was cramped, stiff, perpendicular, a feigned hand, though I guessed not it was feigned. Now it was hasty, irregular, impatient, scarce a letter formed, scarce a word that seemed finished, and yet strangely legible withal, as the handwriting of a bold man almost always is. I opened the note listlessly and read, "I have watched for you all the morning. I saw her go. Well, I did not throw myself under the hoofs of the horses. I write this in a public house not far. Will you follow the bearer and see once again the outcast whom all the rest of the world will shun?" Though I did not recognize the hand, there could be no doubt who was the writer. "The boy wants to know if there's an answer," said the waiter. I nodded, took up my hat, and left the room. A ragged boy was standing in the yard, and scarcely 6 words passed between us before I was following him through a narrow lane that faced the inn and terminated in a turnstile. Here the boy paused, and making me a sign to go on, went back his way whistling. I passed the turnstile and found myself in a green field, with a row of stunted willows hanging over a narrow rill. I looked round and saw Vivian, as I intend still to call him, half kneeling and seemingly intent upon some object in the grass. My eye followed his mechanically. A young unfledged bird that had left the nest too soon stood, all still and alone, on the bare, short sward, its beak open as for food, its gaze fixed on us with a wistful stare. Methought there was something in the forlorn bird that softened me more to the forlorner youth, of whom it seemed a type. "Now," said Vivian, speaking half to himself, half to me, "did the bird fall from the nest, or leave the nest at its own wild whim? The parent does not protect it. Mind, I say not it is the parent's fault. Perhaps the fault is all with the wanderer. But look you, though the parent is not here, the foe is. Yonder, see." And the young man pointed to a large brindled cat, kept back from its prey by our unwelcome neighborhood, still remained watchful, a few paces off, stirring its tail gently backwards and forwards, and with that stealthy look in its round eyes, dulled by the sun, half fierce, half frightened, which belongs to its tribe when man comes between the devourer and the victim. "I do see," said I, "but a passing footstep has saved the bird." "Stop," said Vivian, laying my hand on his own, and with his old bitter smile on his lip. "Stop. Do you think it mercy to save the bird? What from? And what for? From a natural enemy? From a short pang and a quick death? Fie! Is not that better than slow starvation? Or, if you take more heed of it, than the prison bars of a cage? You cannot restore the nest. You cannot recall the parent. Be wiser in your mercy. Leave the bird to its gentlest fate. I looked hard on Vivian. The lip had lost the bitter smile. He rose and turned away. I sought to take up the poor bird, but it did not know its friends, and ran from me, chirping piteously. Ran towards the very jaws of the grim enemy. I was only just in time to scare away the beast, which sprang up a tree and glared down through the hanging boughs. Then I followed the bird, and as I followed, I heard, not knowing at first whence the sound came, a short, quick, tremulous note. Was it near? Was it far? From the earth, in the sky. Poor parent bird. Like parent love, it seemed now far and now near, now on earth, now in sky. And at last, quick and sudden, as if born of the space, lo, the little wings hovered over me. The young bird halted, and I also. Come, said I. Ye have found each other at last. Settle it between you. I went back to the outcast. Chapter 2. Pisistratus, how come you to know we had stayed in the town? Vivian, do you think I could remain where you left me? I wandered out, wandered hither, passing at dawn through yon streets. I saw the hostlers loitering by the gates of the yard, overheard them talk, and so knew you were all at the inn. All. He sighed heavily. Pisistratus, your poor father is very ill. Oh, cousin, how could you fling from you so much love? Vivian, love, his, my father's. Pisistratus, do you really not believe, then, that your father loved you? Vivian, if I had believed it, I had never left him. All the gold of the Indies had never bribed me to leave my mother. Pisistratus, this is indeed a strange misconception of yours. If you believe it, all may be well yet. Need there be now any secrets between us? Persuasively, sit down and tell me all, cousin. After some hesitation, Vivian complied, and by the clearing of his brow and the very tone of his voice, I felt sure that he was no longer seeking to disguise the truth. But as I afterwards learned the father's tale, as well as now the son's, so instead of repeating Vivian's words, which not by design, but by the twist of a mind habitually wrong, distorted the facts, I will state what appears to me the real case, as between the parties so unhappily opposed. Reader, pardon me, if the recital be tedious, and if thou thinkest that I bear not hard enough on the erring hero of the story, remember that he who recites judges as Austen's son must judge of Rowland's. End of Chapter 2. Recording by John Brandon.
Part 16, Chapter 3 of The Caxtons. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tad Davis, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. The Caxtons, A Family Picture by Edward Bulwer-Lytton. Part 16, Chapter 3. Vivian. At the entrance of life sits the mother. It was during the war in Spain that a severe wound and the fever which ensued detained Roland at the house of a Spanish widow. His hostess had once been rich, but her fortune had been ruined in the general calamities of the country. She had an only daughter who assisted to nurse and tend the wounded Englishman, and when the time approached for Roland's departure, the frank grief of the young Ramona betrayed the impression that the guest had made upon her affections. Much of gratitude, and something, it might be, of an exquisite sense of honor, aided in Roland's breast the charm naturally produced by the beauty of his young nurse, and the knightly compassion he felt for her ruined fortunes and desolate condition. In one of those hasty impulses common to a generous nature, and which too often fatally vindicate the rank of prudence amidst the tutelary powers of life, Roland committed the error of marriage with a girl of whose connections he knew nothing, and of whose nature little more than its warm, spontaneous susceptibility. In a few days subsequent to these rash nuptials, Roland rejoined the march of the army, nor was he able to return to Spain till after the crowning victory of Waterloo. Maimed by the loss of a limb, and with the scars of many a noble wound still fresh, Roland then hastened to a home, the dreams of which had soothed the bed of pain, and now replaced the earlier visions of renown. During his absence, a son had been born to him, a son whom he might rear to take the place he had left in his country's service, to renew, in some future fields, a career that had failed the romance of his own antique and chivalrous ambition. As soon as that news had reached him, his care had been to provide an English nurse for the infant, so that with the first sounds of the mother's endearments, the child might yet hear a voice from the father's land. A female relation of Bolt had settled in Spain, and was induced to undertake this duty. Natural as this appointment was to a man so devotedly English, it displeased his wild and passionate Ramona. She had that mother's jealousy, strongest in minds uneducated. She had also that peculiar pride which belongs to her country people of every rank and condition. The jealousy and the pride were both wounded by the sight of the English nurse at the child's cradle. That Roland, on regaining his Spanish hearth, should be disappointed in his expectations of the happiness awaiting him there, was the inevitable condition of such a marriage, since, not the less for his military bluntness, Roland had that refinement of feeling, perhaps over fastidious, which belongs to all natures essentially poetic, and as the first illusions of love died away, there could have been little indeed congenial to his stately temper in one divided from him by an utter absence of education, and by the strong but nameless distinctions of national views and manners. The disappointment probably, however, went deeper than that which usually attends an ill-assorted union, for instead of bringing his wife to his old tower, an expatriation which she would doubtless have resisted to the utmost, he accepted, maimed as he was, not very long after his return to Spain, the offer of a military post under Ferdinand. The cavalier doctrines and intense loyalty of Roland attached him, without reflection, to the service of a throne which the English arms had contributed to establish, while the extreme unpopularity of the constitutional party in Spain, and the stigma of irreligion fixed to it by the priests, aided to foster Roland's belief that he was supporting a beloved king against the professors of those revolutionary and Jacobinical doctrines which to him were the very atheism of politics. The experience of a few years in the service of a bigot so contemptible as Ferdinand, whose highest object of patriotism was the restoration of the Inquisition, added another disappointment to those which had already embittered the life of a man who had seen in the grand hero of Cervantes no follies to satirize, but high virtues to imitate. Poor Quixote himself, he came mournfully back to his La Mancha with no other reward for his knight-errantry than a decoration, which he disdained to place beside his simple Waterloo medal, and a grade for which he would have blushed to resign his more modest but more honourable English dignity. But still weaving hopes, the sanguine man returned to his Penates. His child now had grown from infancy into boyhood. The child would pass naturally into his care. Delightful occupation! At the thought, Holmes smiled again. Now, behold the most pernicious circumstance in this ill-omened connection. The father of Ramona had been one of that strange and mysterious race which presents in Spain so many features distinct from the characteristics of its kindred tribes in more civilized lands. The Gitano, or gypsy, of Spain is not the mere vagrant we see on our commons and roadsides. Retaining, indeed, much of his lawless principles and predatory inclinations, he lives often in towns, exercises various callings, and not unfrequently becomes rich. A wealthy Gitano had married a Spanish woman. Roland's wife had been the offspring of this marriage. Footnote: a Spaniard very rarely indeed marries a Gitana, or female gypsy, but occasionally, observes Mr. Barrow, a wealthy Gitano marries a Spanish female. End of footnote. The Gitano had died while Ramona was yet extremely young, and her childhood had been free from the influences of her paternal kindred. But though her mother, retaining her own religion, had brought up Ramona in the same faith, pure from the godless creed of the Gitano, and at her husband's death had separated herself wholly from his tribe, still she had lost caste with her own kin and people, and while struggling to regain it, the fortune which made her sole chance of success in that attempt was swept away, so that she had remained apart and solitary, and could bring no friends to cheer the solitude of Ramona during Roland's absence. But while my uncle was still in the service of Ferdinand, the widow died, and then the only relatives who came round Ramona were her father's kindred. They had not ventured to claim affinity while her mother lived, and they did so now by attentions and caresses to her son. This opened to them at once Ramona's heart and doors. Meanwhile, the English nurse, who, in spite of all that could render her abode odious to her, had, from strong love to her charge, stoutly maintained her post, died a few weeks after Ramona's mother, and no healthful influence remained to counteract those baneful ones to which the heir of the honest old Caxtons was subject. But Roland returned home in a humor to be pleased with all things. Joyously he clasped his wife to his breast, and thought with self-reproach that he had forborne too little and exacted too much. He would be wiser now. Delightedly he acknowledged the beauty, the intelligence, and manly bearing of the boy, who played with his sword-knot and ran off with his pistols as a prize. The news of the Englishman's arrival at first kept the lawless kinsfolk from the house, but they were fond of the boy and the boy of them, and interviews between him and these wild comrades, if stolen, were not less frequent. Gradually Roland's eyes became opened. As in habitual intercourse the boy abandoned the reserve which awe and cunning at first imposed, Roland was inexpressibly shocked at the bold principles his son affected, and at his utter incapacity even to comprehend that plain honesty and that frank honor which to the English soldier seemed ideas innate and heaven-planted. Soon afterwards Roland found that a system of plunder was carried on in his household, and tracked it to the connivance of the wife and the agency of his son for the benefit of lazy bravos and dissolute vagrants. A more patient man than Roland might well have been exasperated, a more wary man confounded by this discovery. He took the natural step, perhaps insisting on it too summarily, perhaps not allowing enough for the uncultured mind and lively passions of his wife. He ordered her instantly to prepare to accompany him from the place and to abandon all communication with her kindred. A vehement refusal ensued, but Roland was not a man to give up such a point, and at length a false submission and a feigned repentance soothed his resentment and obtained his pardon. They moved several miles from the place, but where they moved, there some, at least, and those the worst, of the baleful brood stealthily followed. Whatever Ramona's earlier love for Roland had been, it had evidently long ceased in the thorough want of sympathy between them, and in that absence which, if it renews a strong affection, destroys an affection already weakened. But the mother and son adored each other with all the strength of their strong, wild natures. Even under ordinary circumstances, the father's influence over a boy, yet in childhood, is exerted in vain if the mother lend herself to baffle it. And in this miserable position, what chance had the blunt, stern, honest Roland, separated from his son during the most ductile years of infancy, against the ascendancy of a mother who humored all the faults and gratified all the wishes of her darling? In his despair, Roland let fall the threat that if thus thwarted, it would become his duty to withdraw his son from the mother. This threat instantly hardened both hearts against him. The wife represented Roland to the boy as a tyrant, as an enemy, as one who had destroyed all the happiness they had before enjoyed in each other, as one whose severity showed that he hated his own child, and the boy believed her. In his own house a firm union was formed against Roland, and protected by the cunning which is the force of the weak against the strong. In spite of all, Roland could never forget the tenderness with which the young nurse had watched over the wounded man, nor the love, genuine for the hour, though not drawn from the feelings which withstand the wear and tear of life, that lips so beautiful had pledged him in the bygone days. These thoughts must have come perpetually between his feelings and his judgment, to embitter still more his position, to harass still more his heart. And if, by the strength of that sense of duty which made the force of his character, he could have strung himself to the fulfillment of the threat, humanity, at all events, compelled him to delay it. His wife promised to be again a mother. Blanche was born. How could he take the infant from the mother's breast, or abandon the daughter to the fatal influences from which only by so violent an effort he could free the son? No wonder, poor Roland, that those deep furrows contracted thy bold front, and thy hair grew gray before its time. Fortunately, perhaps, for all parties, Roland's wife died while Blanche was still an infant. She was taken ill of a fever. She died delirious, clasping her boy to her breast and praying the saints to protect him from his cruel father. How often that deathbed haunted the son, and justified his belief that there was no parent's love in the heart which was now his soul's shelter from the world and the pelting of its pitiless rain. Again I say poor Roland, for I know that in that harsh, unloving disrupture of such solemn ties, thy large, generous heart forgot its wrongs. Again didst thou see tender eyes bending over the wounded stranger, again hear low murmurs breathe the warm weakness which the women of the South deem it no shame to own. And now did it all end in those ravings of hate, and in that glazing gaze of terror? End of Chapter 3. Recording by Tad Davis.
Part 16, Chapter 4, The Caxtons. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The Caxtons, A Family Picture by Edward Bulwer-Lytton. Part 16, Chapter 4. The Preceptor. Roland removed to France and fixed his abode in the environs of Paris. He placed Blanche at a convent in the immediate neighborhood, going to see her daily, and gave himself up to the education of his son. The boy was apt to learn, but to unlearn was here the arduous task. And for that task it would have needed either the passionless experience, the exquisite forbearance of a practiced teacher, or the love and confidence and yielding heart of a believing pupil. Roland felt that he was not the man to be the teacher, and that his son's heart remained obstinately closed to him. He looked round and found at the other side of Paris what seemed a suitable preceptor, a young Frenchman of some distinction in letters, more especially in science, with all a Frenchman's eloquence of talk, full of high-sounding sentiments that pleased the romantic enthusiasm of the captain. So Roland, with sanguine hopes, confided his son to this man's care. The boy's natural quickness mastered readily all that pleased his taste. He learned to speak and write French with rare felicity and precision. His tenacious memory, and those flexile organs in which the talent for languages is placed, served, with the help of an English master, to revive his earlier knowledge of his father's tongue, and to enable him to speak it with fluent correctness, though there was always in his accent something which struck me as strange, but not suspecting it to be foreign, I had thought it a theatrical affectation. He did not go far into science, little further perhaps than a smattering of French mathematics, but he acquired a remarkable facility and promptitude in calculation. He devoured eagerly the light reading thrown in his way, and picked up thence that kind of knowledge which novels and plays afford. For good or evil, according as the novel or the play elevates the understanding and ennobles the passions, or merely corrupts the fancy and lowers the standard of human nature. But of all that Roland desired him to be taught, the son remained as ignorant as before. Among the other misfortunes of this ominous marriage, Roland's wife had possessed all the superstitions of a Roman Catholic Spaniard, and with these the boy had unconsciously intermingled doctrines far more dreary, imbibed from the dark paganism of the Gaetanos. Roland had sought a Protestant for his son's tutor. The preceptor was nominally a Protestant, a biting derider of all superstitions indeed. He was such a Protestant as some defender of Voltaire's religion, says the great wit, would have been had he lived in a Protestant country. The Frenchman laughed the boy out of his superstitions, to leave behind them the sneering skepticism of the encyclopædie, without those redeeming ethics of which all sects of philosophy are agreed, but which unhappily it requires a philosopher to comprehend. The preceptor was doubtless not aware of the mischief he was doing, and for the rest he taught his pupil after his own system, a mild and plausible one, very much like the system we at home are recommended to adopt. Teach the understanding, all else will follow. Learn to read something, and it will all come right. Follow the bias of the pupil's mind. Thus you develop genius, not thwart it. Mind, understanding, genius, fine things. But to educate the whole man, you must educate something more than these. Not for want of mind, understanding, genius, have Borgias and Neros left their names as monuments of horror to mankind. Where in all this teaching was one lesson to warm the heart and guide the soul. O mother mine, that the boy had stood by thy knee, and heard from thy lips why life was given us, in what life shall end, and how heaven stands open to us night and day. O Father mine, that thou hadst been his preceptor, not in book learning, but the heart's simple wisdom. Oh, that he had learned from thee, in parables closed with practice, the happiness of self-sacrifice, and how good deeds should repair the bad. It was the misfortune of this boy, with his daring and his beauty, that there was in his exterior and his manner that which attracted indulgent interest and a sort of compassionate admiration. The Frenchman liked him, believed his story, thought him ill-treated by that hard-visaged English soldier. All English people were so disagreeable, particularly English soldiers, and the captain once mortally offended the Frenchman by calling Villianton un grand homme, and denying with brutal indignation that the English had poisoned Napoleon. So instead of teaching the son to love and revere his father, the Frenchman shrugged his shoulders when the boy broke into some unfilial complaint, and at most said, "Mais cher enfant, ton père est anglais, c'est tout dire." Meanwhile, as the child sprang rapidly into precocious youth, he was permitted a liberty in his hours of leisure, of which he availed himself with all the zest of his earlier habits and adventurous temper. He formed acquaintances among the loose young haunters of cafes and spendthrifts of that capital, the wits. He became an excellent swordsman and pistol-shot, adroit in all games in which skill helps fortune. He learned betimes to furnish himself with money by the cards and the billiard balls. But delighted with the easy home he had obtained, he took care to school his features and smooth his manner in his father's visits, to make the most of what he had learned of less ignoble knowledge, and, with his characteristic initiativeness, to cite the finest sentiments he had found in his plays and novels. What father is not credulous? Roland believed and wept tears of joy. And now he thought the time was come to take back the boy, to return with a worthy heir to the old tower. He thanked and blessed the tutor. He took the son. But under pretense that he had yet some things to master, whether in book knowledge or manly accomplishments, the youth begged his father, at all events, not yet to return to England, to let him attend his tutor daily for some months. Roland consented, moved from his old quarters, and took a lodging for both in the same suburb as that in which the teacher resided. But soon, when they were under one roof, the boy's habitual tastes and his repugnance to all paternal authority were betrayed. To do my unhappy cousin justice, such as that justice is, though he had the cunning for a short disguise, he had not the hypocrisy to maintain systemic deceit. He could play a part for a while, from an exalting joy in his own address, but he could not wear a mask with the patience of cold-blooded dissimulation. Why enter into painful details, so easily divined by the intelligent reader? The faults of the son were precisely those to which Roland would be least indulgent. To the ordinary scrapes of high-spirited boyhood, no father, I am sure, would have been more lenient. But to anything that seemed low, petty, that grated on him as a gentleman and soldier, there, not for worlds, would I have braved the darkness of his frown, and the woe that spoke like scorn in his voice. And when, after all warning and prohibition were in vain, Roland found his son in the middle of the night in a resort of gamblers and sharpers, carrying all before him with his cue, in the bright flush of triumph, and a great heap of 5-franc pieces before him, you may conceive with what wrath the proud, hasty, passionate man drove out, cane in hand, the obscene associates, flinging after them the son's ill-gotten gains, and with what resentful humiliation the son was compelled to follow the father home. Then Roland took the boy to England, but not to the old tower, That hearth of his ancestors was still too sacred for the footsteps of the vagrant heir. End of Chapter 4. Recording by John Brandon. Part 16, Chapter 5 of the Caxtons. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The Caxtons. A Family Picture by Edward Bulwer-Lytton. Part 16, Chapter 5. The heart's without trust, and the world without a guide. And then, vainly grasping at every argument his blunt sense could suggest, then talked Roland much and grandly of the duties men owed, even if they threw off all love to their father, still to their father's name. And then his pride, always so lively, grew irritable and harsh, and seemed, no doubt, to the perverted ears of the son, unlovely and unloving. And that pride, without serving one purpose of good, did yet more mischief, for the youth caught the disease, but in a wrong way. And he said to himself, "Oh, then, my father is a great man, with all these ancestors and big words, and he has lands and a castle, and yet how miserably we live, and how he stints me. But if he has cause for pride in all these dead men, why, so have I. And are these lodgings, these appurtenances, fit for the gentleman he says I am?" Even in England the gypsy blood broke out as before, and the youth found vagrant associates. Heaven knows how or where. Strange-looking forms, gaudily shabby and disreputably smart, were seen lurking in the corner of the street, or peering in at the window, slinking off as they saw Roland, and Roland could not stoop to be a spy, and the son's heart grew harder and harder against his father, and his father's face now never smiled on him. Then bills came in, and duns knocked at the door, bills and duns to a man who shrank from the thought of a debt as an ermine from a spot on its fur. And the son's short answer to remonstrance was, "Am I not a gentleman? These are the things gentlemen require." Then perhaps Roland remembered the experiment of his French friend, and left his bureau unlocked, and said, "Ruin me if you will, but no debts. There is money in those drawers. They are unlocked." That trust would forever have cured of extravagance a youth with a high and delicate sense of honor. The pupil of the Gaetanos did not understand the trust. He thought it conveyed a natural, though ungracious, permission to take out what he wanted, and he took. To Roland this seemed a theft, and a theft of the coarsest kind. But when he so said, the son started indignant, and saw in that which had been so touching an appeal to his honor, but a trap to decoy him into disgrace. In short, neither could understand the other. Roland forbade his son to stir from the house, and the young man the same night let himself out, and stole forth into the wide world, to enjoy or defy it in his own wild way. It would be tedious to follow him through his various adventures and experiments on fortune, even if I knew them all, which I do not. And now, putting altogether aside his right name, which he had voluntarily abandoned, and not embarrassing the reader with the earlier aliases assumed, I shall give to my unfortunate kinsman the name by which I first knew him, and continue to do so until, heaven grant the time may come, having first redeemed, he may reclaim his own. It was in joining a set of strolling players that Vivian became acquainted with Peacock, and that worthy, who had many strings to his bow, soon grew aware of Vivian's extraordinary skill with the cue, and saw therein a better mode of making their joint fortunes than the boards of an itinerant thespis furnished to either. Vivian listened to him, and it was while their intimacy was most fresh that I met them on the highroad. That chance meeting produced, if I may be allowed to believe his assurance, a strong and, for the moment, a salutary effect upon Vivian. The comparative innocence and freshness of a boy's mind were new to him. The elastic, healthful spirits with which those gifts were accompanied startled him by the contrast to his own forced gaiety and secret gloom. And this boy was his own cousin. Coming afterwards to London, he adventured inquiry at the hotel in the Strand, at which I had given my address, learned where we were, and passing one night in the street, saw my uncle at the window. To recognize and to fly from him. Having then some money at his disposal, he broke off abruptly from the set in which he had been thrown. He had resolved to return to France. He would try for a more respectable mode of existence. He had not found happiness in that liberty he had won, nor room for the ambition that began to gnaw him in those pursuits from which his father had vainly warned him. His most reputable friend was his old tutor. He would go to him. He went, but the tutor was now married and was himself a father, and that made a wonderful alteration in his practical ethics. It was no longer moral to aid the son in rebellion to his father. Vivian evinced his usual sarcastic haughtiness at the reception he met, and was requested civilly to leave the house. Then again he flung himself on the wits at Paris. But there were plenty of wits there sharper than his own. He got into some quarrel with the police, not indeed for any dishonest practices of his own, but from an unwary acquaintance with others less scrupulous, and deemed it prudent to quit France. Thus had I met him again, forlorn and ragged, in the streets of London. Meanwhile, Roland, after the first vain search, had yielded to the indignation and disgust that had long rankled within him. His son had thrown off his authority because it preserved him from dishonor. His ideas of discipline were stern, and patience had been well nigh crushed out of his heart. He thought he could bear to resign his son to his fate, to disown him, and to say, "I have no more a son." It was in this mood that he had first visited our house. But when on that memorable night, in which he had narrated to his thrilling listeners the dark side of a fellow sufferer's woe and crime, betraying in the tale, to my father's quick sympathy, his own sorrow and passion, it did not need much of his gentler brother's subtle art to learn or guess the whole, nor much of Austen's mild persuasion to convince Roland that he had not yet exhausted all efforts to track the wanderer and reclaim the erring child. Then he had gone to London. Then he had sought every spot which the outcasts would probably haunt. Then had he saved and pinched from his own necessities to have wherewithal to enter theatres and gaming-houses and fee the agencies of police. Then had he seen the form for which he had watched and pined in the street below his window, and cried in a joyous delusion, "He repents!" One day a letter reached my uncle through his bankers from the French tutor, who knew of no other means of tracing Roland but through the house by which his salary had been paid, informing him of his son's visit. Roland started instantly for Paris. Arriving there, he could only learn of his son through the police, and from them only learn that he had been seen in the company of accomplished swindlers, who were already in the hands of justice, but that the youth himself, whom there was nothing to criminate, had been suffered to quit Paris, and had taken, it was supposed, the road to England. Then at last the poor captain's stout heart gave way. His son, the companion of swindlers? Could he be sure that he was not their accomplice? If not yet, how small the step between companionship and participation! He took the child left him still from the convent, returned to England, and arrived there to be seized with fever and delirium, apparently on the same day or a day before that on which the sun had dropped, shelterless and penniless, on the stones of London. End of Chapter 5. Recording by John Brandon. Part 16, Chapter 6 of the Caxtons. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The Caxtons, A Family Picture by Edward Bulwer-Lytton. Part 16, Chapter 6. The attempt to build a temple to fortune out of the ruins of home. But, said Vivian, pursuing his tale, but when you came to my aid, not knowing me, when you relieved me, when from your own lips, for the first time, I heard words that praised me, and for qualities that implied I might yet be worth much. Ah, he added mournfully, I remember the very words. A new light broke upon me, struggling and dim, but light still. The ambition with which I had sought the truckling Frenchman revived, and took worthier and more definite form. I would lift myself above the mire, make a name, rise in life. Vivian's head drooped, but he raised it quickly, and laughed his low, mocking laugh. What follows of this tale may be told succinctly. Retaining his bitter feelings towards his father, he resolved to continue his incognito. He gave himself a name likely to mislead conjecture, if I conversed of him to my family, since he knew that Roland was aware that a Colonel Vivian had been afflicted by a runaway son, and indeed the talk upon that subject had first put the notion of flight into his own head. He caught at the idea of becoming known to Trevenian, but he saw reasons to forbid his being indebted to me for the introduction, to forbid my knowing where he was. Sooner or later, that knowledge could scarcely fail to end in the discovery of his real name. Fortunately, as he deemed, for the plans he began to mediate, we were all leaving London. He should have the stage to himself, and then boldly he resolved upon what he regarded as the master scheme of life, namely to obtain a small pecuniary independence, and to emancipate himself formally and entirely from his father's control. Aware of poor Roland's chivalrous reverence for his name, firmly persuaded that Roland had no love for his son, but only the dread that the son might disgrace him, he determined to avail himself of his father's prejudices in order to effect his purpose. He wrote a short letter to Roland, that letter which had given the poor man so sanguine a joy. That letter, after reading which, he had said to Blanche, "Pray for me," stating simply that he wished to see his father, and naming a tavern in the city for the meeting. The interview took place, and when Roland, love and forgiveness in his heart, but who shall blame him, dignity on his brow, and rebuke in his eye, approached, ready at a word to fling himself on the boy's breast, Vivian, seeing only the outer signs, and interpreting them by his own sentiments, recoiled, folded his arms on his bosom, and said coldly, Spare me reproach, sir. It is unavailing. I seek you only to propose that you shall save your name and resign your son. Then, intent perhaps but to gain his object, the unhappy youth declared his fixed determination never to live with his father, never to acquiesce in his authority, resolutely to pursue his own career, whatever that career might be, explaining none of the circumstances that appeared most in his disfavor. Rather, perhaps, thinking that the worse his father judged of him, the more chance he had to achieve his purpose. All I ask of you, he said, is this. Give me the least you can afford to preserve me from the temptation to rob or the necessity to starve. And I, in my turn, promise never to molest you in life, never to degrade you in my death. Whatever my misdeeds, they will never reflect on yourself, for you shall never recognize the misdoer. The name you prize so highly shall be spared. Sickened and revolted, Roland attempted no argument. There was that in the son's cold manner which shut out hope and against which his pride rose indignant. A meeker man might have remonstrated, implored, and wept. That was not in Roland's nature. He had but the choice of three evils. To say to his son, "Fool, I command thee to follow me," or say, "Wretch, since thou wouldst cast me off as a stranger I say to thee, go, starve or rob as thou wilt," or lastly to bow his proud head, stunned by the blow, and say, "Thou refusest me the obedience of the Son. Thou demandest to be as dead to me. I can control thee not from vice. I can guide thee not to virtue. Thou wouldst sell me the name I have inherited stainless, and have a stainless born. Be it so. Name thy price." And something like this last was the father's choice. He listened and was long silent, and then he said slowly, "Pause before you decide." "I have paused long. My decision is made. This is the last time we meet. I see before me now the way to fortune, fairly, honorably. You can aid me in it only in the way I have said. Reject me now, and the option may never come again to either." And then Roland said to himself, "I have spared and saved for this son. What care I for aught else than enough to live without debt, creep into a corner, and await the grave? The more I can give, why the better chance that he will abjure the vile associate and the desperate course." And so out of his small income, Roland surrendered to the rebel child more than the half. Vivian was not aware of his father's fortune. He did not suppose the sum of £200 a year was an allowance so disproportioned to Roland's means. Yet when it was named, even he was struck by the generosity of one to whom he himself had given the right to say, "I take thee at thy word," just enough not to starve. But then that hateful cynicism, which caught from bad men and evil books, he called knowledge of the world, made him think. "It is not for me, it is only for his name," and he said aloud, "I accept these terms, sir. Here is the address of a solicitor, with whom yours can settle them. Farewell forever." At those last words Roland started and stretched out his arms vaguely like a blind man. But Vivian had already thrown open the window. The room was on the ground floor, and sprung upon the sill. "Farewell," he repeated. tell the world I am dead." He leaped into the street, and the father drew in the outstretched arms, smote his heart, and said, "Well, then, my task in the world of man is over. I will back to the old ruin, the wreck to the wrecks, and the sight of tombs I have at least rescued from dishonor shall comfort me for all." End of section 76. Recording by John Brandon.
Part 16, Chapter 7 of the Caxtons. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Caxtons, A Family Picture by Edward Bulwer-Lytton, Part 16, Chapter 7. The results: perverted ambition, selfish passion, the intellect distorted by the crookedness of the heart. Vivian's schemes thus prospered. He had an income that permitted him the outward appearances of a gentleman, an independence modest indeed, but independent still. We were all gone from London. One letter to me, with the postmark of the town near which Colonel Vivian lived, sufficed to confirm my belief in his parentage and in his return to his friends. He then presented himself to Trevanion as the young man whose pen I had employed in the member's service, and knowing that I had never mentioned his name to Trevanion, for without Vivian's permission I should not, considering his apparent trust in me, have deemed myself authorized to do so, he took that of Gower, which he selected, haphazard, from an old court guide, as having the advantage, in common with most names borne by the higher nobility of England, of not being confined, as the ancient names of untitled gentlemen usually are, to the members of a single family. And when, with his wonted adaptability and suppleness, he had contrived to lay aside or smooth over whatever in his manners would be calculated to displease Trevanion, and had succeeded in exciting the interest which that generous statesman always conceived for ability, he owned candidly, one day, in the presence of Lady Eleanor, for his experience had taught him the comparative ease with which the sympathy of woman is enlisted in anything that appeals to the imagination or seems out of the ordinary beat of life, that he had reasons for concealing his connections for the present, that he had cause to believe I suspected what they were, and for mistaken regard for his welfare might acquaint his relations with his whereabout. He therefore begged Trevanion, if the latter had occasion to write to me, not to mention him. This promise Trevanion gave, though reluctantly, for the confidence volunteered to him seemed to exact the promise, but as he detested mystery of all kinds, the avowal might have been fatal to any further acquaintance, and under auspices so doubtful, there would have been no chance of his obtaining that intimacy in Trevanion's house which he desired to establish, but for an accident which at once opened that house to him almost as a home. Vivian had always treasured a lock of his mother's hair, cut off on her deathbed, and when he was at his French tutor's, his first pocket money had been devoted to the purchase of a locket on which he had caused to be inscribed his own name and his mother's. Through all his wanderings he had worn this relic, and in the direst pangs of want no hunger had been keen enough to induce him to part with it. Now, one morning, the ribbon that suspended the locket gave way, and his eye resting on the names inscribed on the gold, he thought, in his own vague sense of right, imperfect as it was, that his compact with his father obliged him to have the names erased. He took it to a jeweller in Piccadilly for that purpose, and gave the requisite order, not taking notice of a lady in the farther part of the shop. The locket was still on the counter after Vivian had left, when the lady, coming forward, observed it and saw the names on the surface. She had been struck by the peculiar tone of the voice, which she had heard before, and that very day Mr. Gower received a note from Lady Eleanor Trevanion requesting to see him. Much wondering, he went. Presenting him with the locket, she said, smiling, "There is only one gentleman in the world who calls himself de Caxton, unless it be his son. Ah, I see now why you wish to conceal yourself from my friend Pisistratus. But how is this? Can you have any difference with your father? Confide in me, or it is my duty to write to him." Even Vivian's powers of dissimulation abandoned him, thus taken by surprise. He saw no alternative but to trust Lady Eleanor with his secret and implore her to respect it, and then he spoke bitterly of his father's dislike to him and his own resolution to prove the injustice of that dislike by the position he would himself establish in the world. At present his father believed him dead, and perhaps was not ill-pleased to think so. He would not dispel that belief till he could redeem any boyish errors and force his family to be proud to acknowledge him. Though Lady Eleanor was slow to believe that Roland could dislike his son, she could yet readily believe that he was harsh and choleric, with a soldier's high notions of discipline. The young man's story moved her, his determination pleased her own high spirit. Always with a touch of romance with her, and always sympathizing with each desire of ambition, she entered into Vivian's aspirations with an alacrity that surprised himself. She was charmed with the idea of ministering to the son's fortunes, and ultimately reconciling him to the father, through her own agency. It would atone for any fault of which Roland could accuse herself in the old time. She undertook to impart the secret to Trevanion, for she would have no secrets from him, and to secure his acquiescence in its concealment from all others. And here I must a little digress from the chronological course of my explanatory narrative, to inform the reader that when Lady Eleanor had her interview with Roland, she had been repelled by the sternness of his manner from divulging Vivian's secret. But on her first attempt to sound or conciliate him, she had begun with some eulogies on Trevanion's new friend and assistant, Mr. Gower, and had awakened Roland's suspicions of that person's identity with his son, suspicions which had given him a terrible interest in our joint deliverance of Miss Trevanion. But so heroically had the poor soldier sought to resist his own fears, that on the way he shrank to put to me the questions that might paralyze the energies which, whatever the answer, were so much needed then. For, said he to my father, I felt the blood surging to my temples, and if I had said to Pisistratus, "Describe this man," and by his description I had recognized my son, and dreaded lest I might be too late to arrest him from so treacherous a crime, my brain would have given way, and so I did not dare. I return to the thread of my story. From the time that Vivian confided in Lady Eleanor, the way was cleared to his most ambitious hopes, and though his acquisitions were not sufficiently scholastic and various to permit Trevanion to select him as a secretary, yet, short of sleeping at the house, he was little less intimate there than I had been. Among Vivian's schemes of advancement, that of winning the hand and heart of the great heiress had not been one of the least sanguine. This hope was annulled when, not long after his intimacy at her father's house, she became engaged to young Lord Castleton. But he could not see Miss Trevanion with impunity. Alas! Who, with a heart yet free, could be insensible to attractions so winning? He permitted the love, such love as his wild, half-educated, half-savage nature acknowledged, to creep into his soul, to master it, but he felt no hope, cherished no scheme while the young lord lived. With the death of her betrothed, Fanny was free. Then he began to hope, not yet to scheme. Accidentally, he encountered Peacock, partly from the levity that accompanied a false good nature that was constitutional with him, partly from a vague idea that the man might be useful. Vivian established his quondam associate in the service of Trevanion. Peacock soon gained the secret of Vivian's love for Fanny, and dazzled by the advantages that a marriage with Miss Trevanion would confer on his patron, and might reflect on himself, and delighted at an occasion to exercise his dramatic accomplishments on the stage of real life, he soon practised the lesson that the theatres had taught him, namely, to make a sub-intrigue between maid and valet serve the schemes and ensure the success of the lover. If Vivian had some opportunities to imply his admiration, Miss Trevanion gave him none to plead his cause. But the softness of her nature, and that graceful kindness which surrounded her like an atmosphere, emanating unconsciously from a girl's harmless desire to please, tended to deceive him. His own personal gifts were so rare, and in his wandering life the effect they had produced had so increased his reliance on them, that he thought he wanted but the fair opportunity to woo in order to win. In this state of mental intoxication, Trevanion, having provided for his Scotch secretary, took him to Lord N. His hostess was one of those middle-aged ladies of fashion who like to patronize and bring forward young men, accepting gratitude for condescension as an homage to beauty. She was struck by Vivian's exterior and that picturesque in look and in manner which belonged to him. Naturally garrulous and indiscreet, she was unreserved to a pupil whom she conceived the whim to make au fait to society. Thus she talked to him, among other topics in fashion, of Miss Trevanion, and expressed her belief that the present Lord Castleton had always admired her, but it was only on his accession to the marquisate that he had made up his mind to marry, or, from his knowledge of Lady Eleanor's ambition, thought that the Marquis of Castleton might achieve the prize which would have been refused to Sir Sedley Beaudesert. Then, to corroborate the prediction she hazarded, she repeated, perhaps with exaggeration, some passages from Lord Castleton's replies to her own suggestions on the subject. Vivian's alarm became fatally excited. Unregulated passions easily obscured a reason so long perverted, and a conscience so habitually dulled. There is an instinct in all intense affection, whether it be corrupt or pure, that usually makes its jealousy prophetic. Thus, from the first, out of all the brilliant idlers round Fanny Trevanion, my jealousy had preeminently fastened on Sir Sedley Beaudesert, though to all seeming without a cause. From the same instinct Vivian had conceived the same vague jealousy. A jealousy, in his instance, coupled with a deep dislike to his supposed rival, who had wounded his self-love. For the Marquis, though to be haughty or ill-bred was impossible to the blandness of his nature, had never shown to Vivian the genial courtesies he had lavished upon me, and kept politely aloof from his acquaintance. While Vivian's personal vanity had been wounded by that drawing-room effect which the proverbial winner of all hearts produced without an effort, an effect that threw into the shade the youth and the beauty, more striking but infinitely less prepossessing, of the adventurous rival. Thus, animosity to Lord Castleton conspired with Vivian's passion for Fanny to rouse all that was worst by nature, and by rearing in this audacious and turbulent spirit. His confidant Peacock suggested, from his stage experience, the outlines of a plot to which Vivian's astuter intellect instantly gave tangibility and colouring. Peacock had already found Miss Trevanion's waiting-woman ripe for any measure that might secure himself as her husband, and a provision for life as a reward. 2 or 3 letters between them settled the preliminary engagements. A friend of the ex-comedian's had lately taken an inn on the North Road, and might be relied upon. At that inn it was settled that Vivian should meet Miss Trevanion, whom Peacock, by the aid of the Abigail, engaged to lure there. The sole difficulty that then remained would, to most men, have seemed the greatest, namely, the consent of Miss Trevanion to a Scotch marriage. But Vivian hoped all things from his own eloquence, art, and passion, and by an inconsistency, however strange, still not unnatural in the twists of so crooked an intellect, he thought that by insisting on the intention of her parents to sacrifice her youth to the very man of whose attractions she was most jealous, by the picture of disparity of years, by the caricature of his rival's foibles and frivolities, by the commonplaces of beauty bartered for ambition, etc., he might enlist her fears of the alternative on the side of the choice urged upon her. The plan proceeded, the time came. Peacock pretended the excuse of a sick relation to leave Trevanion, and Vivian, a day before, on pretence of visiting the picturesque scenes in the neighbourhood, obtained leave of absence. Thus the plot went on to its catastrophe. "And I need not ask," said I, trying in vain to conceal my indignation, "how Miss Trevanion received your monstrous proposition." Vivian's pale cheek grew paler, but he made no reply. "And if we had not arrived, what would you have done? Oh, dare you look into the gulf of infamy you have escaped?" "I cannot and will not hear this," exclaimed Vivian, starting up. "I have laid my heart bare before you, and it is ungenerous and unmanly thus to press upon its wounds. You can moralize, you can speak coldly, but I loved." "And do you think," I burst forth, "do you think that I did not love too, love longer than you have done, better than you have done, gone through sharper struggles, darker days, and more sleepless nights than you, and yet—" Vivian caught hold of me. "Hush," he cried. "Is this indeed true? I thought you might have had some faint and fleeting fancy for Miss Trevanion, but that you curbed and conquered it at once. Oh no, it was impossible to have loved really, and to have surrendered all chance as you did, have left the house, have fled from her presence. No, no, that was not love." "It was love, and I pray heaven to grant that, one day, you may know how little your affection sprang from those feelings which make true love sublime as honor, and meek as is religion. O cousin, cousin, with those rare gifts, what you might have been, what, if you will pass through repentance and cling to atonement, what, I dare hope, you may yet be. Talk not now of your love, I talk not of mine. Love is a thing gone from the lives of both. Go back to earlier thoughts, to heavier wrongs, your father, the noble heart which you have so wantonly lacerated, which you have so little comprehended. Then, with all the warmth of emotion, I hurried on, showed him the true nature of honor and of Roland, for the names were one, showed him the watch, the hope, the manly anguish I had witnessed and wept, I, not his son, to see. I showed him the poverty and privation to which the father, even at the last, had condemned himself, so that the son might have no excuse for the sins that want whispers to the weak. This and much more, and I suppose with the pathos that belongs to all earnestness, I enforced, sentence after sentence, yielding to no interruption, overmastering all dissent, driving in the truth, nail after nail, as it were, into the obdurate heart that I constrained and grappled to. And at last the dark, bitter, cynical nature gave way, and the young man fell sobbing at my feet and cried aloud, "Spare me! Spare me! I see it all now, wretch that I have been." End of Part 16, Chapter 7. Part 16, Chapters 8 and 9 of the Caxtons. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Caxtons, A Family Picture by Edward Bulwer-Lytton, Part 16, Chapter 8. On leaving Vivian, I did not presume to promise him Roland's immediate pardon. I did not urge him to attempt to see his father. I felt the time was not come for either pardon or interview. I contented myself with the victory I had already gained. I judged it right that thought, solitude, and suffering should imprint more deeply the lesson, and prepare the way to the steadfast resolution of reform. I left him seated by the stream, and with the promise to inform him at the small hostelry, where he took up his lodging, how Roland struggled through his illness. On returning to the inn, I was uneasy to see how long a time had elapsed since I had left my uncle. But on coming into his room, to my surprise and relief, I found him up and dressed, and with a serene, though fatigued, expression of countenance. He asked me no questions where I had been, perhaps from sympathy with my feelings in parting with Miss Trevanion, perhaps from conjecture that the indulgence of those feelings had not wholly engrossed my time. But he said simply, "I think I understood from you that you had sent for Austen. Is it so?" "Yes, sir, but I named, as the nearest point to the tower, for the place of meeting." "Then let us go hence forthwith. Nay, I shall be better for the change. And here there must be curiosity, conjecture, torture," said he, locking his hands tightly together. "Order the horses at once." I left the room accordingly, and while they were getting ready the horses, I ran to the place where I had left Vivian. He was still there, in the same attitude, covering his face with his hands, as if to shut out the sun. I told him hastily of Roland's improvement, of our approaching departure, and asked him an address in London at which I could find him. He gave me as his direction the same lodging at which I had so often visited him. "If there be no vacancy there for me," said he, "I shall leave word where I am to be found, but I would gladly be where I was before." He did not finish the sentence. I pressed his hand and left him. Beginning of Chapter 9. Some days have elapsed. We are in London, my father with us, and Roland has permitted Austen to tell me his tale, and received through Austen all that Vivian's narrative to me suggested, whether in extenuation of the past or in hope of redemption in the future. And Austen has inexpressibly soothed his brother, and Roland's ordinary roughness has gone, and his looks are meek and his voice low. But he talks little and smiles never. He asks me no questions, does not to me name his son, nor recur the voyage to Australia, nor ask why it is put off, nor interest himself as before in preparations for it. He has no heart for anything. The voyage is put off till the next vessel sails, and I have seen Vivian twice or thrice, and the result of the interviews has disappointed and depressed me. It seems to me that much of the previous effect I had produced is already obliterated. At the very sight of the great Babel, the evidence of the ease, the luxury, the wealth, the pomp, the strife, the penury, the famine, and the rags, which the focus of civilization, in the disparities of old societies, inevitably gathers together, the fierce combative disposition seemed to awaken again, the perverted ambition, the hostility to the world, the wrath, the scorn, the war with man, and the rebellious murmur against heaven. There was still the one redeeming point of repentance for his wrongs to his father. His heart was still softened there, and attendant on that softness, I held a principle more like that of honor than I had yet recognized in Vivian. He cancelled the agreement which had assured him of a provision at the cost of his father's comforts. At least there, he said, I will injure him no more. But while on this point repentance seemed genuine, it was not so without regard to his conduct towards Miss Trevanion. His gypsy nurture, his loose associates, his extravagant French romances, his theatrical mode of looking upon love, intrigues, and stage plots, seemed all to rise between his intelligence and the due sense of the fraud and treachery he had practised. He seemed to feel more shame at the exposure than at the guilt, more despair at the failure of success than gratitude at escape from crime. In a word, the nature of a whole life was not to be remodelled at once, at least by an artificer so unskilled as I. After one of these interviews, I stole into the room where Austen sat with Roland, and watching a seasonable moment when Roland, shaking off a reverie, opened his Bible and sat down to it, with each muscle in his face set, as I had seen it before, into iron resolution, I beckoned my father from the room. Pisistratus. I have again seen my cousin. I cannot make the way I wished. My dear father, you must see him. Mr. Caxton. I? Yes, assuredly, if I can be of any service. But will he listen to me? Pisistratus. I think so. A young man will often respect in his elder what he will resent as a presumption in his contemporary. Mr. Caxton. It may be so. Then, more thoughtfully, but you describe the strange boy's mind as a wreck. In what part of the mouldering timbers can I fix the grappling hook? Here it seems that most of the supports on which we can best rely, when we would save another, fail us. Religion, honor, the associations of childhood, the bonds of home, filial obedience, even the intelligence of self-interest, in the philosophical sense of the word. And I too, a mere bookman. My dear son, I despair. Pisistratus. No, you do not despair. No, you must succeed, for if you do not, what is to become of Uncle Roland? Do you not see his heart is fast breaking? Mr. Caxton. Get me my hat. I will go, and I will save this Ishmael. I will not leave him till he is saved. Pisistratus, some minutes after, as they are walking towards Vivian's lodging. You ask me what support you are to cling to. A strong and a good one, sir. Mr. Caxton. Ah, what is that? Pisistratus. Affection. There is a nature capable of strong affection at the core of this wild heart. He could love his mother. Tears gushed to his eyes at her name. He would have starved rather than part with the memorial of that love. It was his belief in his father's indifference or dislike that hardened and embruted him. It is only when he hears how that father loved him that I now melt his pride and curb his passions. You have affection to deal with. Do you despair now? My father turned on me those eyes so inexpressibly benign and mild, and replied softly, No. We reached the house, and my father said, as we knocked at the door, If he is at home, leave me. This is a hard study to which you have set me. I must work at it alone. Vivian was at home, and the door closed on his visitor. My father stayed some hours. On returning home, to my great surprise, I found Trevanion with my uncle. He had found us out. No easy matter, I should think. But a good impulse in Trevanion was not of that feeble kind which turns home at the sight of a difficulty. He had come to London on purpose to see and thank us. I did not think there had been so much of delicacy, of what I may call the beauty of kindness, in a man whom incessant business had rendered ordinarily blunt and abrupt. I hardly recognized the impatient Trevanion in the soothing, tender, subtle respect that rather implied than spoke gratitude, and sought to insinuate what he owed to the unhappy father, without touching on his wrongs from the son. But of this kindness, which showed how Trevanion's high nature of gentleman raised him aloof from that coarseness of thought which those absorbed wholly in practical affairs often contract, of this kindness, so noble and so touching, Roland seemed scarcely aware. He sat by the embers of the neglected fire, his hands grasping the arms of his elbow-chair, his head drooping on his bosom, and only by a deep hectic flush on his dark cheek could you have seen that he distinguished between an ordinary visitor and the man whose child he had helped to save. This minister of state, this high member of the elect, at whose gift are places, peerages, gold sticks, and ribbons, has nothing at his command for the bruised spirit of the half-pay soldier. Before that poverty, that grief, and that pride, the king's counsellor was powerless. Only when Trevanion rose to depart, something like a sense of the soothing intention which the visit implied seemed to rouse the repose of the old man and to break the ice at its surface, for he followed Trevanion to the door, took both his hands, pressed them, and turned away, and resumed his seat. Trevanion beckoned to me, and I followed him downstairs and into a little parlour which was unoccupied. After some remarks upon Roland, full of deep and considerate feeling, and one quick, hurried reference to the son, to the effect that his guilty attempt would never be known by the world, Trevanion then addressed himself to me with a warmth and urgency that took me by surprise. "After what has passed," he exclaimed, "I cannot suffer you to leave England thus. Let me not feel with you, as with your uncle, that there is nothing by which I can repay. No, I would not so put it. Stay, and serve your country at home. It is my prayer, it is Eleanor's. Out of all at my disposal, it will go hard, but what I shall find something to suit you." And then, hurrying on, Trevanion spoke flatteringly of my pretensions, in right of birth and capabilities to honourable employment, and placed me before a picture of public life, its prizes and distinctions, which, for the moment at least, made my heart beat loud and my breath come quick. But still, even then I felt, was it an unreasonable pride? There was something that jarred, something that humbled, in the thought of holding all my fortunes as a dependency on the father of the woman I loved, but might not aspire to, something even of personal degradation in the mere feeling that I was thus to be repaid for a service and recompensed for a loss. But these were not reasons I could advance, and, indeed, so for the time did Trevanion's generosity and eloquence overpower me that I could only falter out my thanks and my promise that I would consider and let him know. With that promise he was forced to content himself. He told me to direct to him at his favourite country seat, whither he was going that day, and so left me. I looked round the humble parlour of the mean lodging-house, and Trevanion's words came again before me like a flash of golden light. I stole into the open air and wandered through the crowded streets, agitated and disturbed. End of chapter 9.
Part 16, Chapter 10 of The Caxtons. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tad Davis, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. The Caxtons, A Family Picture by Edward Bulwer-Lytton, Part 16, Chapter 10. Several days elapsed, and of each day my father spent a considerable part at Vivian's lodgings. But he maintained a reserve as to his success, begged me not to question him, and to refrain also, for the present, from visiting my cousin. My uncle guessed or knew his brother's mission, for I observed that whenever Austin went noiseless away, his eye brightened, and the colour rose in a hectic flush to his cheek. At last my father came to me one morning, his carpet-bag in his hand, and said, "I am going away for a week or two. Keep Roland company till I return." "Going with him?" "With him. That is a good sign." "I hope so. That is all I can say now." The week had not quite passed when I received from my father the letter I am about to place before the reader, and you may judge how earnestly his soul must have been in the task it had volunteered, if you observe how little, comparatively speaking, the letter contains of the subtleties and pedantries, may the last word be pardoned, for it is scarcely a just one, which ordinarily left my father, a scholar, even in the midst of his emotions. He seemed here to have abandoned his books, to have put the human heart before the eyes of his pupil and said, "Read and unlearn." To Pisistratus Caxton. My dear son, it were needless to tell you all the earlier difficulties I have had to encounter with my charge, nor to repeat all the means which, acting on your suggestion, a correct one, I have employed to arouse feelings long dormant and confused, and lay others long prematurely active and terribly distinct. The evil was simply this. Here was the intelligence of a man in all that is evil, and the ignorance of an infant in all that is good. In matters merely worldly, what wonderful acumen! In the plain principles of right and wrong, what gross and stolid obtuseness! At one time I am straining all my poor wit to grapple in an encounter on the knottiest mysteries of social life. At another I am guiding reluctant fingers over the hornbook of the most obvious morals. Here hieroglyphics, and there pothooks. But as long as there is affection in a man, why, there is nature to begin with. To get rid of all the rubbish laid upon her, clear back the way to that nature and start afresh, that is one's only chance. Well, by degrees I won my way, waiting patiently till the bosom, pleased with the relief, disgorged itself of all its perilous stuff, not chiding, not even remonstrating, seeming almost to sympathize, till I got him Socratically to disprove himself. When I saw that he no longer feared me, that my company had become a relief to him, I proposed an excursion, and did not tell him whither. Avoiding as much as possible the main north road, for I did not wish, as you may suppose, to set fire to a train of associations that might blow us up to the Dog-Star, and where that avoidance was not possible, travelling by night, I got him into the neighborhood of the old tower. I would not admit him under its roof, but you know the little inn 3 miles off, near the trout stream. We made our abode there. Well, I have taken him into the village, preserving his incognito. I have entered with him into cottages, and turned the talk upon Roland. You know how your uncle is adored. You know what anecdotes of his bold, warm-hearted youth once, and now of his kind and charitable age, would spring up from the garrulous lips of gratitude. I made him see with his own eyes, hear with his own ears, how all who knew Roland loved and honored him, except his son. Then I took him round the ruins, still not suffering him to enter the house, for those ruins are the key to Roland's character. Seeing them, one sees the pathos in his poor foible of family pride. There you distinguish it from the insolent boasts of the prosperous, and feel that it is little more than the pious reverence to the dead, the tender culture of the tomb. We sat down on heaps of mouldering stone, and it was there that I explained to him what Roland was in youth, and what he had dreamed that a son would be to him. I showed him the graves of his ancestors, and explained to him why they were sacred in Roland's eyes. I had gained a great way when he longed to enter the home that should have been his, and I could make him pause of his own accord and say, "No, I must first be worthy of it." Then you would have smiled, sly satirist that you are, to have heard me impressing upon this acute, sharp-witted youth all that we plain folk understand by the name of home, its perfect trust and truth, its simple holiness, its exquisite happiness, being to the world what conscience is to the human mind. And after that I brought in his sister, whom till then he had scarcely named, for whom he scarcely seemed to care, brought her in to aid the father and endear the home. "And you know," said I, "that if Roland were to die, it would be a brother's duty to supply his place, to shield her innocence, to protect her name. A good name is something then. Your father was not so wrong to prize it. You would like yours to be that which your sister would be proud to own." While we were talking, Blanche suddenly came to the spot and rushed to my arms. She looked on him as a stranger, but I saw his knees tremble, and then she was about to put her hand in his, but I drew her back. Was I cruel? He thought so, but when I dismissed her, I replied to his reproach, "Your sister is a part of home. If you think yourself worthy of either, go and claim both. I will not object." "She has my mother's eyes," said he, and walked away. I left him to muse amidst the ruins, while I went in to see your poor mother and relieve her fears about Roland, and make her understand why I could not yet return home. This brief sight of his sister has sunk deep into him. But I now approach what seems to me the great difficulty of the whole. He is fully anxious to redeem his name, to regain his home, so far so well, but he cannot yet see ambition except with hard worldly eyes. He still fancies that all he has to do is to get money and power and some of those empty prizes in the great lottery which we often win more easily by our sins than our virtues. Here follows a long passage from Seneca, omitted as superfluous. He does not yet even understand me, or if he does, he fancies me a mere bookworm indeed, when I imply that he might be poor and obscure at the bottom of fortune's wheel, and yet be one we should be proud of. He supposes that to redeem his name he has only got to lacquer it. Don't think me merely the fond father when I add my hope that I shall use you to advantage here. I mean to talk to him tomorrow, as we return to London, of you and of your ambition. You shall hear the result. At this moment, it is past midnight, I hear his step in the room above me. The window sash aloft opens for the third time. Would to heaven he could read the true astrology of the stars. There they are, bright, luminous, benignant, and I seeking to chain this wandering comet into the harmonies of heaven. Better task than that of astrologers, and astronomers to boot. Who among them can loosen the band of Orion? But who amongst us may not be permitted by God to have sway over the action and orbit of the human soul? Your ever affectionate father, A.C. 2 days after the receipt of this letter came the following, and though I would fain suppress those references to myself which must be ascribed to a father's partiality, yet it is so needful to retain them in connection with Vivian that I have no choice but to leave the tender flatteries to the indulgence of the kind reader. My dear son, I was not too sanguine as to the effect that your simple story would produce upon your cousin. Without implying any contrast to his own conduct, I described that scene in which you threw yourself upon our sympathy in the struggle between love and duty, and asked for our counsel and support, when Roland gave you his blunt advice to tell all to Trevanion, and when, amidst such sorrow as the heart in youth seems scarcely large enough to hold, you caught at truth impulsively, and the truth bore you safe from the shipwreck. I recounted your silent and manly struggles, your resolution not to suffer the egotism of passion to unfit you for the aims and ends of that spiritual probation which we call life. I showed you as you were, still thoughtful for us, interested in our interests, smiling on us that we might not guess that you wept in secret. Oh, my son, do not think that in those times I did not feel and pray for you. And while he was melted by my own emotion, I turned from your love to your ambition. I made him see that you, too, had known the restlessness which belongs to young, ardent natures, that you, too, had had your dreams of fortune and aspirations for success. But I painted that ambition in its true colors. It was not the desire of a selfish intellect to be in yourself a somebody, a something, raised a step or two in the social ladder for the pleasure of looking down on those at the foot, but the warmer yearning of a generous heart. Your ambition was to repair your father's losses, minister to your father's very foible in his idle desire of fame, supply to your uncle what he had lost in his natural heir, link your success to useful objects, your interests to those of your kind, your reward to the proud and grateful smiles of those you loved. That was thine ambition, O my tender anachronism. And when, as I closed the sketch, I said, "Pardon me, you know not what delight a father feels, when, while sending a son away from him into the world, he can speak and think thus of him." But this, you see, is not your kind of ambition. Let us talk of making money and driving a coach and four through this villainous world. Your cousin sank into a profound reverie, and when he woke from it, it was like the waking of the earth after a night in spring. The bare trees had put forth buds. And some time after he startled me by a prayer that I would permit him, with his father's consent, to accompany you to Australia. The only answer I have given him as yet has been in the form of a question. Ask yourself if I ought. I cannot wish Pisistratus to be other than he is, and unless you agree with him in all his principles and objects, ought I to incur the risk that you should give him your knowledge of the world and inoculate him with your ambition? He was struck and had the candor to attempt no reply. Now, Pisistratus, the doubt I express to him is the doubt I feel. For indeed it is only by home truths, not refining arguments, that I can deal with this unscholastic Scythian, who, fresh from the steppes, comes to puzzle me in the portico. On the one hand, what is to become of him in the old world? At his age and with his energies, it would be impossible to cage him with us in the Cumberland ruins. Weariness and discontent would undo all we could do. He has no resource in books, and I fear never will have. But to send him forth into one of the overcrowded professions, to place him amidst all those disparities of social life, on the rough stones of which he is perpetually grinding his heart, turn him adrift amongst all the temptations to which he is most prone, this is a trial which I fear will be too sharp for a conversion so incomplete. In the New World, no doubt, his energies would find a safer field, and even the adventurous and desultory habits of his childhood might there be put to healthful account. Those complaints of the disparities of the civilized world find, I suspect, an easier, if a bluffer, reply from the political economist than the Stoic philosopher. You don't like them, you find it hard to submit to them, says the political economist, but they are the laws of a civilized state, and you can't alter them. Wiser men than you have tried to alter them and never succeeded, though they turned the earth topsy-turvy. Very well, but the world is wide. Go into a state that is not so civilized. The disparities of the old world vanish amidst the new. Emigration is the reply of nature to the rebellious cry against art. Thus would say the political economist, and alas, even in your case, my son, I found no reply to the reasonings. I acknowledge, then, that Australia might open the best safety valve to your cousin's discontent and desires. But I acknowledge also a counter-truth, which is this: it is not permitted to an honest man to corrupt himself for the sake of others. That is almost the only maxim of Jean-Jacques to which I can cheerfully subscribe. Do you feel quite strong enough to resist all the influences which a companionship of this kind may subject you to? Strong enough to bear his burden as well as your own? Strong enough also, aye, and alert and vigilant enough, to prevent those influences harming the others whom you have undertaken to guide, and whose lots are confided to you? Pause well and consider maturely, for this must not depend upon a generous impulse. I think that your cousin would now pass under your charge with a sincere desire for reform, but between sincere desire and steadfast performance there is a long and dreary interval, even to the best of us. Were it not for Roland, and had I 1 grain less confidence in you, I could not entertain the thought of laying on your young shoulders so great a responsibility. But every new responsibility to an earnest nature is a new prop to virtue, and all I now ask of you is to remember that it is a solemn and serious charge, not to be undertaken without the most deliberate gauge and measure of the strength with which it is to be borne. In 2 days we shall be in London. Yours, my anachronism, anxiously and fondly, A.C. I was in my own room while I read this letter, and I had just finished it when, as I looked up, I saw Roland standing opposite to me. "It is from Austin," said he. Then he paused a moment and added, in a tone that seemed quite humble, "May I see it, and dare I?" I placed the letter in his hands and retired a few paces, that he might not think I watched his countenance while he read it, and I was only aware that he had come to the end by a heavy, anxious, but not disappointed sigh. Then I turned, and our eyes met, and there was something in Roland's look, inquiring, and, as it were, imploring. I interpreted it at once. "Oh, yes, uncle," I said, smiling. "I have reflected, and I have no fear of the result. Before my father wrote, what he now suggests had become my secret wish. As for our other companions, their simple natures would defy all such sophistries as... But he is already half cured of those. Let him come with me, and when he returns he shall be worthy of a place in your heart beside his sister Blanche. I promise it. Do not fear for me. Such a charge will be a talisman to myself. I will shun every error that I might otherwise commit, so that he may have no example to entice him to err. I know that in youth and the superstition of first love we are credulously inclined to believe that love and the possession of the beloved are the only happiness. But when my uncle folded me in his arms and called me the hope of his age and stay of his house, the music of my father's praise still ringing on my heart, I do affirm that I knew a prouder bliss than if Trevanion had placed Fanny's hand in mine and said, "She is yours." And now the die was cast, the decision made. It was with no regret that I wrote to Trevanion to decline his offers. Nor was the sacrifice so great, even putting aside the natural pride which had before inclined to it, as it may seem to some, for, restless though I was, I had labored to constrain myself to other views of life than those which close the vistas of ambition with images of the terrestrial deities, power and rank. Had I not been behind the scenes, noted all of joy and of peace that the pursuit of power had cost Trevanion, and seen how little of happiness rank gave even to one of the polished habits and graceful attributes of Lord Castleton? Yet each nature seemed fitted so well, the first for power, the last for rank. It is marvelous with what liberality Providence atones for the partial dispensations of fortune. Independence, or the vigorous pursuit of it, affection with its hopes and its rewards, a life only rendered by art more susceptible to nature, in which the physical enjoyments are pure and healthful, in which the moral faculties expand harmoniously with the intellectual, and the heart is at peace with the mind. Is this a mean lot for ambition to desire, and is it so far out of human reach? Know thyself, said the old philosophy. Improve thyself, saith the new. The great object of the sojourner in time is not to waste all his passions and gifts on the things external that he must leave behind. That which he cultivates within is all that he can carry into the eternal progress. We are here but as schoolboys whose life begins where school ends, and the battles we fought with our rivals, and the toys that we shared with our playmates, and the names that we carved high or low on the wall above our desks, will they so much bestead us hereafter? As new fates crowd upon us, can they more than pass through the memory with a smile or a sigh? Look back to thy school days and answer. Chapter 11. 2 weeks since the date of the preceding chapter have passed. We have slept our last, for long years to come, on the English soil. It is night, and Vivian has been admitted to an interview with his father. They have been together alone an hour and more, and I and my father will not disturb them. But the clock strikes, the hour is late, the ship sails tonight. We should be on board, and as we two stand below, the door opens in the room above, and a heavy step descends the stairs. The father is leaning on the son's arm. You should see how timidly the son guides the halting step. And now, as the light gleams on their faces, there are tears on Vivian's cheek. But the face of Roland seems calm and happy. Happy when about to be separated, perhaps forever, from his son? Yes, happy because he has found a son for the first time, and is not thinking of years and absence and the chance of death, but thankful for the divine mercy and cherishing celestial hope. If ye wonder why Roland is happy in such an hour, how vainly have I sought to make him breathe and live and move before you. We are on board. Our luggage all went first. I had had time, with the help of a carpenter, to knock up cabins for Vivian, Guy Bolding, and myself in the hold, for thinking we could not too soon lay aside the pretensions of Europe, define gentlemanize ourselves, as Trevanion recommended. We had engaged steerage passage, to the great humoring of our finances. We had, too, the luxury to be by ourselves, and our own Cumberland folks were round us, as our friends and servants both. We are on board, and have looked our last on those we are to leave, and we stand on deck leaning on each other. We are on board, and the lights near and far shine from the vast city, and the stars are on high, bright and clear, as for the first mariners of old. Strange noises, rough voices, and crackling chords, and here and there the sobs of women mingling with the oaths of men. Now the swing and heave of the vessel, the dreary sense of exile that comes when the ship fairly moves over the waters. And still we stood and looked and listened, silent, and leaning on each other. Night deepened, the city vanished, not a gleam from its myriad lights. The river widened and widened. How cold comes the wind! Is that a gale from the sea? The stars grow faint. The moon has sunk. And now how desolate seem the waters in the comfortless gray of dawn. Then we shivered and looked at each other, and muttered something that was not the thought deepest at our hearts, and crept into our berths, feeling sure it was not for sleep. And sleep came on us, soft and kind. The ocean lulled the exiles, as on a mother's breast. End of chapter 11. Recording by Tad Davis. Part 17, Chapter 1 of The Caxtons. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tad Davis, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. The Caxtons, A Family Picture by Edward Bulwer-Lytton. Part 17, Chapter 1. The stage scene has dropped. Settle yourselves, my good audience. Chat each with his neighbor. Dear madam in the boxes, take up your opera glass and look about you. Treat Tom and pretty Sal to some of those fine oranges, O thou happy-looking mother in the 2-shilling gallery. Yes, brave prentice boys in the tier above, the cat call by all means. And you, most potent grave and reverend seniors in the front row of the pit, practised critics and steady old playgoers, who shake your heads at new actors and playwrights, and true to the creed of your youth, for the which all honor to you, firmly believe that we are shorter by the head than those giants our grandfathers, laugh or scold as you will, while the drop scene still shuts out the stage. It is just that you should all amuse yourselves in your own way, O spectators, for the interval is long. All the actors have to change their dresses, all the scene shifters are at work sliding the sides of a new world into their grooves, and in high disdain of all unity of time as of place, you will see in the playbills that there is a great demand on your belief. You are called upon to suppose that we are older by 5 years than when you last saw us fret our hour upon the stage. 5 years, the author tells us, especially to humor the belief by letting the drop scene linger longer than usual between the lamps and the stage. Play up, O ye fiddles and kettle-drums, the time is elapsed. Stop that cat-call, young gentlemen, heads down in the pit there. Now the flourish is over, the scene draws up. Look before. A bright, clear, transparent atmosphere, bright as that of the east, but vigorous and bracing as the air of the north. A bright and fair river rolling through wide, glassy plains. Yonder, far in the distance, stretch away vast forests of evergreen, and gentle slopes break the line of the cloudless horizon. See the pastures Arcadian with sheep in hundreds and thousands. Thyrsis and Menalcas would have had hard labor to count them, and small time, I fear, for singing songs about Daphne. But, alas, Daphnes are rare. No nymphs with garlands and crooks trip over those pastures. Turn your eyes to the right, nearer the river, just parted by a low fence from the 30 acres or so that are farmed for amusement or convenience, not for profit. That comes from the sheep. You catch a glimpse of a garden. Look not so scornfully at the primitive horticulture. Such gardens are rare in the bush. I doubt if the stately king of the peak ever more rejoiced in the famous conservatory, through which you may drive in your carriage, than do the sons of the bush in the herbs and blossoms which taste and breathe of the old fatherland. Go on and behold the palace of the patriarchs. It is of wood, I grant you, but the house we build with our own hands is always a palace. Did you ever build one when you were a boy? And the lords of that palace are lords of the land almost as far as you can see, and of those numberless flocks, and better still, of a health which an antediluvian might have envied, and of nerves so seasoned with horse-breaking, cattle-driving, fighting with wild blacks, chases from them and after them for life and for death, that if any passion vex the breast of those kings of the bushland, fear, at least, is erased from the list. See here and there through the landscape rude huts like the master's. Wild spirits and fierce dwell within, but they are tamed into order by plenty and hope, by the hand open but firm, by the eye keen but just. Now, out from those woods, over those green rolling plains, harum-scarum, helter-skelter, long hair flying wild, and all bearded as a Turk or a pard, comes a rider you recognize. The rider dismounts, and another old acquaintance turns from a shepherd, with whom he has been conversing on matters that never plagued Thyrsis and Menalcas, whose sheep seem to have been innocent of foot-rot and scab, and accosts the horseman. Pisistratus. My dear Guy, where on earth have you been? Guy, producing a book from his pocket with great triumph. There, Dr. Johnson's Lives of the Poets. I could not get the squatter to let me have Kenilworth, though I offered him 3 sheep for it. Dull old fellow, that Dr. Johnson, I suspect. So much the better. The book will last all the longer. And here's a Sydney paper, too, only 2 months old. Guy takes a short pipe or dudeen from his hat, in the band of which it had been stuck, fills and lights it. Pisistratus. You must have ridden 30 miles at the least, to think of your turning book hunter, Guy. Guy Bolding philosophically. Aye, one don't know the worth of a thing till one has lost it. No sneers at me, old fellow. You, too, declared that you were bothered out of your life by those books till you found how long the evenings were without them. Then the first new book we got, an old volume of The Spectator, such fun. Pisistratus. Very true. The brown cow has calved in your absence. Do you know, Guy, I think we shall have no scab in the fold this year. If so, there will be a rare sum to lay by. Things look up with us now, Guy. Guy Bolding. Yes, very different from the first 2 years. You drew a long face then. How wise you were to insist on our learning experience at another man's station before we hazarded our own capital. But, by Jove, those sheep at first were enough to plague a man out of his wits. What with the wild dogs, just as the sheep had been washed and ready to shear, then that cursed scabby sheep of Joe Tim's, that we caught rubbing his side so complacently against our unsuspecting poor ewes. I wonder we did not run away. But patientia fit. What is that line in Horace? Never mind now. It is a long lane that has no turning. Does just as well as anything in Horace, and Virgil to boot. I say, has not Vivian been here? Pisistratus. No, but he will be sure to come today. Guy Bolding. He has much the best birth of it, horse breeding and cattle feeding, galloping after those wild devils, lost in a forest of horns, beasts lowing, scampering, goring, tearing off like mad buffaloes, horses galloping uphill, downhill, over rocks, stones, and timber, whips cracking, men shouting, your neck all but broken, a great bull making at you full rush. Such fun! Sheep are dull things to look at after a bull hunt and a cattle feast. Pisistratus. Every man to his taste in the bush. One may make one's money more easily and safely, with more adventure and sport, in the bucolic department, but one makes larger profit and quicker fortune, with good luck and good care, in the pastoral. And our object, I take it, is to get back to England as soon as we can. Guy Bolding. Humph! I should be content to live and die in the bush, nothing like it, if women were not so scarce. To think of the redundant spinster population at home, and not a spinster here to be seen within 30 miles, save Bet Goggins, indeed, and she has only one eye. But to return to Vivian, why should it be our object more than his to get back to England as soon as we can? Pisistratus. Not more, certainly, but you saw that an excitement more stirring than that we find in the sheep had become necessary to him. You know he was growing dull and dejected. The cattle station was to be sold a bargain, and then the Durham bulls and the Yorkshire horses, which Mr. Trevanion sent you and me out as presents, were so tempting I thought we might fairly add one speculation to another, and since one of us must superintend the bucolics, and 2 of us were required for the pastorals, I think Vivian was the best of us 3 to entrust with the first, and certainly it has succeeded as yet. Guy. Why, yes, Vivian is quite in his element, always in action and always in command. Let him be first in everything, and there is not a finer fellow, nor a better tempered, present company excepted. Hark, the dogs, the crack of the whip, there he is, and now, I suppose, we may go to dinner. Enter Vivian. His frame has grown more athletic, his eye more steadfast and less restless, looks you full in the face. His smile is more open, but there is a melancholy in his expression almost approaching to gloom. His dress is the same as that of Pisistratus and Guy, white vest and trousers, loose neckcloth, rather gay in color, broad cabbage-leaf hat. His mustache and beard are trimmed with more care than ours. He has a large whip in his hand, and a gun slung across his shoulders. Greetings are exchanged, mutual inquiries as to cattle and sheep, and the last horses dispatched to the Indian market. Guy shows the lives of the poets. Vivian asks if it is possible to get the life of Clive or Napoleon or a copy of Plutarch. Guy shakes his head, says if a Robinson Crusoe will do as well. He has seen one in a very tattered state, but in too great request to be had a bargain. The party turn into the hut. Miserable animals are bachelors in all countries, but most miserable in bushland. A man does not know what a helpmate of the soft sex is in the old world, where women seem a matter of course. But in the bush, a wife is literally bone of your bone, flesh of your flesh, your better half, your ministering angel, your Eve of the Eden. In short, all that poets have sung or young orators say at public dinners when called upon to give the toast of the ladies. Alas, we are 3 bachelors, but we are better off than bachelors often are in the bush, for the wife of the shepherd I took from Cumberland does me and Bolding the honor to live in our hut and make things tidy and comfortable. She has had a couple of children since we have been in the bush. A wing has been added to the hut for that increase of family. The children, I dare say, one might have thought a sad nuisance in England, but I declare that surrounded as one is by great bearded men from sunrise to sunset, there is something humanizing, musical, and Christian-like in the very squall of the baby. There it goes, bless it. As for my other companions from Cumberland, Miles Square, the most aspiring of all, has long left me, and is superintendent to a great sheep-owner some 200 miles off. The will-o'-the-wisp is consigned to the cattle station, where he is Vivian's head man, finding time now and then to indulge his old poaching propensities at the expense of parrots, black cockatoos, pigeons, and kangaroos. The shepherd remains with us, and does not seem, honest fellow, to care to better himself. He has a feeling of clanship which keeps down the ambition common in Australia. And his wife, such a treasure, I assure you, the sight of her smooth, smiling woman's face when we return home at nightfall, and the very flow of her gown as she turns the dampers in the ashes and fills the teapot, have in them something holy and angelical. Footnote: a damper is a cake of flour baked without yeast in the ashes. How lucky our Cumberland swain is not jealous, not that there is any cause, enviable dog though he be, but where Desdemonas are so scarce, if you could but guess how green-eyed their Othellos generally are. Excellent husbands, it is true, none better, but you had better think twice before you attempt to play the Cassio in bushland. There, however, she is, dear creature, rattling among knives and forks, smoothing the tablecloth, setting on the salt beef and that rare luxury of pickles, the last pot in our store, and the produce of our garden and poultry yard, which few bushmen can boast of, and the dampers, and a pot of tea to each banqueter. No wine, beer, nor spirits, those are only for shearing time. We have just said grace, a fashion retained from the holy mother country, when, bless my soul, what a clatter without, what a tramping of feet, what a barking of dogs! Some guests have arrived. They are always welcome in bushland, perhaps a cattle buyer in search of Vivian, perhaps that cursed squatter whose sheep are always migrating to ours. Never mind, a hearty welcome to all, friend or foe. The door opens, 1, 2, 3 strangers, more plates and knives. Draw your stools, just in time, first eat, then, what news? Just as the strangers sit down, a voice is heard at the door. You will take particular care of this horse, young man. Walk him about a little, wash his back with salt and water, just unbuckle the saddlebags, give them to me. Oh, safe enough, I dare say, but papers of consequence. The prosperity of the colony depends on these papers. What would become of you all if any accident happened to them, I shudder to think. And here, attired in a twill shooting jacket, budding with gilt buttons impressed with a well-remembered device, a cabbage-leaf hat shading a face rarely seen in the bush, a face smooth as razor could make it, neat, trim, respectable-looking as ever, his arm full of saddlebags and his nostrils gently distended, inhaling the steam of the banquet, walks in Uncle Jack. Pisistratus leaping up. "Is it possible you in Australia, you in the bush?" Uncle Jack, not recognizing Pisistratus in the tall, bearded man who is making a plunge at him, recedes in alarm, exclaiming, "Who are you? Never saw you before, sir. I suppose you'll say next that I owe you something." Pisistratus. "Uncle Jack!" Uncle Jack, dropping his saddlebags. "Nephew, heaven be praised! Come to my arms!" They embrace, mutual introductions to the company. Mr. Vivian, Mr. Bolding on the one side, Major McBlarney, Mr. Bullion, Mr. Emmanuel Speck on the other. Major McBlarney is a fine portly man with a slight Dublin brogue who squeezes your hand as he would a sponge. Mr. Bullion, reserved and haughty, wears green spectacles and gives you a forefinger. Mr. Emmanuel Speck, unusually smart for the bush, with a blue satin stock and one of those blouses common in Germany, with elaborate hems and pockets enough for Briareus to have put all hands into at once, is thin, civil, and stoops, bows, smiles, and sits down to dinner again, with the air of a man accustomed to attend to the main chance. Uncle Jack, his mouth full of beef. "Famous beef! Breed it yourself, eh? Slow work that cattle feeding." Empties the rest of the pickle jar into his plate. "Must learn to go ahead in the new world. Railway times these. We can put him up to a thing or two, eh, Bullion?" Whispering me. "Great capitalist, that Bullion. Look at him." Mr. Bullion, gravely. "A thing or two. If he has capital, you have said it, Mr. Tibbets." Looks round for the pickles. The green spectacles remain fixed upon Uncle Jack's plate. Uncle Jack. "All that this colony wants is a few men like us with capital and spirit. Instead of paying paupers to emigrate, they should pay rich men to come, eh, Speck?" While Uncle Jack turns to Mr. Speck, Mr. Bullion fixes his fork in a pickled onion in Jack's plate and transfers it to his own, observing, not as incidentally to the onion, but to truth in general, "A man, gentlemen, in this country has only to keep his eyes on the lookout and seize on the first advantage. Resources are incalculable." Uncle Jack, returning to the plate and missing the onion, forestalls Mr. Speck in seizing the last potato, observing also, and in the same philosophical and generalizing spirit as Mr. Bullion, "The great thing in this country is to be always beforehand. Discovery and invention, promptitude and decision, that's your go. 'Pon my life, one picks up sad vulgar sayings among the natives here. That's your go. Shocking. What would your poor father say? How is he, good Austin? Well? That's right. And my dear sister? Ah, that damnable Peck, still harping on the anti-capitalist, eh? But I'll make it up to you all now. Gentlemen, charge your glasses, a bumper toast." Mr. Speck, in an affected tone. "I respond to the sentiment in a flowing cup. Glasses are not forthcoming." Uncle Jack. "A bumper toast to the health of the future millionaire, whom I present to you in my nephew and sole heir, Pisistratus Caxton, Esquire. Yes, gentlemen, I here publicly announce to you that this gentleman will be the inheritor of all my wealth, freehold, leasehold, agricultural, and mineral, and when I am in the cold grave," takes out his pocket handkerchief, "and nothing remains of poor John Tibbets, look upon that gentleman and say, 'John Tibbets lives again.'" Mr. Speck, chantingly, "Let the bumper toast go round." Guy Bolding, "Hip, hip, hurrah! 3 times 3! What fun!" Order is restored. Dinner things are cleared. Each gentleman lights his pipe. Vivian, "What news from England?" Mr. Bullion, "As to the funds, sir?" Mr. Speck. I suppose you mean rather as to the railways. Great fortunes will be made there, sir, but still I think that our speculations here will... Vivian. I beg pardon for interrupting you, sir, but I thought in the last papers that there seemed something hostile in the temper of the French. No chance of a war? Major McBlarney. Is it the wars you'd be after, young gentleman? If me interest at the Horse Guards can avail you, bedad, you'd make a proud man of Major McBlarney. Mr. Bullion, authoritatively. No, sir, we won't have a war. The capitalists of Europe and Australia won't have it. The Rothschilds and a few others that shall be nameless have only got to do this, sir. Mr. Bullion buttons up his pockets. And we'll do it too. And then what becomes of your war, sir? Mr. Bullion snaps his pipe in the vehemence with which he brings his hand on the table, turns round the green spectacles, and takes up Mr. Speck's pipe, which that gentleman had laid aside in an unguarded moment. Vivian. But the campaign in India? Major McBlarney. Oh, and if it's the Ingies, you'd... Mr. Bullion, refilling Speck's pipe from Guy Bolding's exclusive tobacco pouch and interrupting the Major. India, that's another matter. I don't object to that. War there, rather good for the money market than otherwise. Vivian. What news there, then? Mr. Bullion. Don't know. Haven't got India stock. Mr. Speck. Nor I either. The day for India is over. This is our India now. Misses his tobacco pipe, sees it in Bullion's mouth, and stares aghast. N.B. The pipe is not a Clay Dudeen, but a small meerschaum, irreplaceable in bushland. Pisistratus. Well, uncle, but I am at a loss to understand what new scheme you have in hand. Something benevolent, I am sure. Something for your fellow creatures, for philanthropy and mankind? Mr. Bullion, starting. Why, young man, are you as green as all that? Pisistratus. I, sir? No, heaven forbid, but my... Uncle Jack holds up his forefinger imploringly and spills his tea over the pantaloons of his nephew. Pisistratus, wroth at the effect of the tea, and therefore obdurate to the sign of the forefinger, continues rapidly, but my uncle is some grand national imperial colonial anti-monopoly... Uncle Jack. Pooh-pooh, what a droll boy it is. Mr. Bullion, solemnly. With these notions, which not even in jest should be fathered on my respectable and intelligent friend here, Uncle Jack bows, I am afraid you will never get on in the world, Mr. Caxton. I don't think our speculations will suit you. It is growing late, gentlemen. We must push on. Uncle Jack, jumping up. And I have so much to say to the dear boy. Excuse us. You know the feelings of an uncle. Takes my arm and leads me out of the hut. Uncle Jack, as soon as we are in the air. You'll ruin us, you, me, and your father and mother. Yes, what do you think I work and slave myself for but for you and yours? Ruin us all, I say, if you talk in that way before Bullion. His heart is as hard as the Bank of England's, and quite right he is, too. Fellow creatures? Stuff! I have renounced that delusion, the generous follies of my youth. I begin at last to live for myself. That is, for self and relatives. I shall succeed this time, you'll see. Pisistratus. Indeed, uncle, I hope so sincerely, and to do you justice, there is always something very clever in your ideas, only they don't... Uncle Jack, interrupting me with a groan, the fortunes that other men have gained by my ideas, shocking to think of. What, and shall I be reproached if I live no longer for such a set of thieving, greedy, ungrateful knaves? No, no, number one shall be my maxim, and I'll make you a Croesus, my boy, I will. Pisistratus, after grateful acknowledgments for all prospective benefits, inquires how long Jack has been in Australia, what brought him into the colony, and what are his present views. Learns, to his astonishment, that Uncle Jack has been 4 years in the colony, that he sailed the year after Pisistratus, induced, he says, by that illustrious example and by some mysterious agency or commission which he will not explain, emanating either from the Colonial Office or an emigration company. Uncle Jack has been thriving wonderfully since he abandoned his fellow creatures. His first speculation on arriving at the colony was in buying some houses in Sydney, which, by those fluctuations in prices common to the extremes of the colonial mind, which is one while skipping up the rainbow with hope, and at another plunging into Acherontian abysses with despair, he bought excessively cheap and sold excessively dear. But his grand experiment has been in connection with the infant settlement of Adelaide, of which he considers himself one of the first founders, and as in the rush of emigration which poured to that favored establishment in the earlier years of its existence, rolling on its tide all manner of credulous and inexperienced adventurers, vast sums were lost. So of those sums certain fragments and pickings were easily gripped and gathered up by a man of Uncle Jack's readiness and dexterity. Uncle Jack had contrived to procure excellent letters of introduction to the colonial grandees. He got into close connection with some of the principal parties seeking to establish a monopoly of land, which has since been in great measure effected by raising the price and excluding the small fry of petty capitalists, and effectually imposed on them as a man with a vast knowledge of public business, in the confidence of great men at home, considerable influence with the English press, etc., and no discredit to their discernment, for Jack, when he pleased, had a way with him that was almost irresistible. In this manner he contrived to associate himself and his earnings with men really of large capital and long practical experience in the best mode by which that capital might be employed. He was thus admitted into partnership, so far as his means went, with Mr. Bullion, who was one of the largest sheep owners and landholders in the colony. Though having many other nests to feather, that gentleman resided in state at Sydney, and left his runs and stations to the care of overseers and superintendents. But land jobbing was Jack's special delight, and an ingenious German having lately declared that the neighborhood of Adelaide betrayed the existence of those mineral treasures which have since been brought to day, Mr. Tibbets had persuaded Bullion and the other gentlemen now accompanying him to undertake the land journey from Sydney to Adelaide privily and quietly to ascertain the truth of the German's report, which was at present very little believed. If the ground failed of mines, Uncle Jack's account convinced his associates that mines quite as profitable might be found in the pockets of the raw adventurers who were ready to buy 1 year at the dearest market and driven to sell the next at the cheapest. But, concluded Uncle Jack with a sly look and giving me a poke in the ribs, I've had to do with mines before now and know what they are. I'll let nobody but you into my pet scheme. You shall go shares if you like. The scheme is as plain as a problem in Euclid. If the German is right and there are mines, why, the mines will be worked. Then miners must be employed, but miners must eat, drink, and spend their money. The thing is to get that money. Do you take? Pisistratus. Not at all. Uncle Jack, majestically. A great grog and store depot. The miners want grog and stores. Come to your depot. You take their money, QED. Shares, eh, you dog? Cribs, as we said at school. Put in a paltry 1,000 or 2, and you shall go halves. Pisistratus vehemently. Not for all the mines of Potosi. Uncle Jack, good-humoredly. Well, it shan't be the worse for you. I shan't alter my will in spite of your want of confidence. Your young friend, that Mr. Vivian, I think you call him, intelligent-looking fellow, sharper than the other, I guess. Would he like a share? Pisistratus. In the grog depot? You had better ask him. Uncle Jack. What? You pretend to be aristocratic in the bush? Too good. Ha, ha, ha! They're calling to me. We must be off. Pisistratus. I will ride with you a few miles. What say you, Vivian? And you, Guy? As the whole party now joined us. Guy prefers basking in the sun and reading the lives of the poets. Vivian assents. We accompany the party till sunset. Major McBlarney prodigalizes his office of service in every conceivable department of life and winds up with an assurance that if we want anything in those departments connected with engineering, such as mining, mapping, surveying, etc., he will serve us bedad for nothing or next to it. We suspect Major McBlarney to be a civil engineer suffering under the innocent hallucination that he has been in the army. Mr. Speck lets out to me in a confidential whisper that Mr. Bullion is monstrous rich and has made his fortune from small beginnings by never letting a good thing go. I think of Uncle Jack's pickled onion and Mr. Speck's meerschaum and perceive, with respectful admiration, that Mr. Bullion acts uniformly on one grand system. 10 minutes afterwards, Mr. Bullion observes in a tone equally confidential that Mr. Speck, though so smiling and civil, is as sharp as a needle, and that if I want any shares in the new speculation, or indeed in any other, I had better come at once to Bullion, who would not deceive me for my weight in gold. Not, added Bullion, that I have anything to say against Speck. He is well enough to do in the world, a warm man, sir, and when a man is really warm, I am the last person to think of his little faults and turn on him the cold shoulder. Adieu, said Uncle Jack, pulling out once more his pocket-handkerchief. My love to all at home, and sinking his voice into a whisper, if ever you think better of the Grog and Store Depot, nephew, you'll find an uncle's heart in this bosom. End of Chapter 1. Recording by Tad Davis.
Part 17, Chapters 2 and 3 of The Caxtons. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Richard Storer. The Caxtons, a family picture by Edward Bulwer-Lytton. Part 17, Chapter 2. It was night as Vivian and myself rode slowly home. Night in Australia. How impossible to describe its beauty. Heaven seems in that new world so much nearer to earth. Every star stands out so bright and particular, as if fresh from the time when the Maker willed it, and the moon like a large silvery sun, the least object on which it shines, so distinct and so still. Now and then a sound breaks the silence, but a sound so much in harmony with the solitude that it only deepens its charms. Hark! The low cry of the night bird from yonder glen amidst the small grey gleaming rocks. Hark, as night deepens, the bark of the distant watchdog, or the low strange howl of his more savage species from which he defends the fold. Hark, the echo catches the sound and flings it sportively from hill to hill, farther and farther and farther down, till all again is hushed, and the flowers hang noiseless over your head as you ride through a grove of the giant gum trees. Now the air is literally charged with the odours, and the sense of fragrance grows almost painful in its pleasure. You quicken your pace and escape again into the open plains and the full moonlight, and through the slender tea trees catch the gleam of the river, and in the exquisite fineness of the atmosphere hear the soothing sound of its murmur. Pisistratus, and this land has become the heritage of our people. Methinks I see, as I gaze around, the scheme of the all-beneficent Father disentangling itself clear through the troubled history of mankind. How mysteriously, while Europe rears its populations and fulfills its civilizing mission, these realms have been concealed from its eyes, divulged to us just as civilization needs the solution to its problems. A vent for feverish energies baffled in the crowd, offering bread to the famished, hope to the desperate, in very truth enabling the new world to redress the balance of the old. Here, what a latium for the wandering spirits, on various seas by various tempests tossed. Here, the actual Aeneid passes before our eyes. From the huts of the exiles scattered over this hardier Italy, who cannot see in the future a race from whence new Alban sires shall come, and the long glories of a future Rome? Vivian, mournfully, is it from the outcasts of the workhouse, the prison, and the transport ship that a second Rome is to arise? Pisistratus, there is something in this new soil, in the labour it calls forth, in the hope it inspires, in the sense of property, which I take to be the core of social morals, that expedites the work of redemption with marvellous rapidity. Take them all together, whatever their origin or whatever brought them hither, they are a fine, manly, frank-hearted race, these colonists now. Rude, not mean, especially in the bush, and I suspect will ultimately become as gallant and honest a population as that now springing up in South Australia, from which convicts are excluded. And happily excluded, for the distinction will sharpen emulation. As to the rest, and in direct answer to your question, I fancy even the emancipist part of our population every whit as respectable as the mongrel robbers under Romulus. Vivian, but were they not soldiers? I mean the first Romans. Pisistratus, my dear cousin, we are in advance of those grim outcasts if we can get lands, houses, and wives, though the last is difficult, and it is well that we have no white Sabines in the neighbourhood, without that same soldiering which was the necessity of their existence. Vivian, after a pause, I have written to my father, and to yours more fully, stating in the one letter my wish, in the other trying to explain the feelings from which it springs. Pisistratus, are the letters gone? Vivian, yes. Pisistratus, and you would not show them to me? Vivian, do not speak so reproachfully. I promised your father to pour out my whole heart to him, whenever it was troubled and at strife. I promise you now that I will go by his advice. Pisistratus, disconsolately, what is there in this military life for which you yearn that can yield you more food for healthful excitement and stirring adventure than your present pursuits afford? Vivian, distinction. You do not see the difference between us. You have but a fortune to make. I have a name to redeem. You look calmly on to the future. I have a dark blot to erase from the past. Pisistratus, soothingly, it is erased. 5 years of no weak bewailings, but of manly reform, steadfast industry, conduct so blameless that even Guy, whom I look upon as the incarnation of blunt English honesty, half doubts whether you are cute enough for a station. A character already so high that I long for the hour when you will again take your father's spotless name, and give me the pride to own our kinship to the world. All this surely redeems the errors arising from an uneducated childhood and a wandering youth. Vivian, leaning over his horse and putting his hand on my shoulder. My dear friend, what do I owe you? Then recovering his emotion and pushing on at a quicker pace while he continues to speak. But can you not see that, just in proportion as my comprehension of right would become clear and strong, so my conscience would become also more sensitive and reproachful? And the better I understand my gallant father, the more I must desire to be as he would have had his son. Do you think it would content him, could he see me branding cattle and bargaining with bullock drivers? Was it not the strongest wish of his heart that I should adopt his own career? Have I not heard you say that he would have had you too a soldier, but for your mother? I have no mother. If I made thousands and tens of thousands by this ignoble calling, would they give my father half the pleasure that he would feel at seeing my name honourably mentioned in a dispatch? No, no. You have banished the gypsy blood, and now the soldiers breaks out. Oh, for one glorious day in which I may clear my way into fair repute as our fathers before us, when tears of proud joy may flow from those eyes that have wept such hot drops at my shame, when she too in her high station beside that sleek lord may say, his heart was not so vile after all. Don't argue with me, it is in vain. Pray rather that I may have leave to work out my own way, for I tell you that if condemned to stay here, I may not murmur aloud. I may go through this round of low duties as the brute turns the wheel of a mill, but my heart will prey on itself, and you shall soon write on my gravestone the epitaph of the poor poet you told us of, whose true disease was the thirst of glory. Here lies one whose name was writ in water. I had no answer. That contagious ambition made my own veins run more warmly, and my own heart beat with a louder tumult. Amidst the pastoral scenes, and under the tranquil moonlight of the new, the old world, even in me, rude bushman, claimed for a while its sun. But as we rode on, the air, so inexpressibly buoyant, yet soothing as an anodyne, restored me to peaceful nature. Now the flocks, in their snowy clusters, were seen sleeping under the stars. Hark, the welcome of the watchdogs. See the light gleaming far from the chink of the door. And pausing, I said aloud, no, there is more glory in laying these rough foundations of a mighty state, though no trumpets resound with your victory, though no laurels shall shadow your tomb, than in forcing the onward progress of your race over burning cities and hecatombs of men. I looked round for Vivian's answer, but ere I spoke he had spurred from my side, and I saw the wild dogs slinking back from the hoofs of his horse as he rode at speed on the sward through the moonlight. Chapter 3. The weeks and the months rolled on, and the replies to Vivian's letters came at last. I foreboded too well their purport. I knew that my father could not set himself in opposition to the deliberate and cherished desire of a man who had now arrived at the full strength of his understanding, and must be left at liberty to make his own election of the paths of life. Long after that date, I saw Vivian's letter to my father, and even his conversation had scarcely prepared me for the pathos of that confession of a mind remarkable alike for its strength and its weakness. if born in the age or submitted to the influences of religious enthusiasm, here was a nature that, awaking from sin, could not have been contented with the sober duties of mediocre goodness, that would have plunged into the fiery depths of monkish fanaticism, wrestled with the fiend in the hermitage, or marched barefoot on the infidel with a sackcloth for armour, the cross for a sword. Now the impatient desire for redemption took a more mundane direction, but with something that seemed almost spiritual in its fervour. And this enthusiasm flowed through strata of such profound melancholy. Deny it a vent, and it might sicken into lethargy or fret itself into madness. Give it the vent, and it might vivify and fertilise as it swept along. My father's reply to this letter was what might be expected. It gently reinforced the old lessons in the distinctions between aspirations towards the perfecting ourselves, aspirations that are never in vain, and the morbid passion for applause from others, which shifts conscience from our own bosoms to the confused babel of the crowd and calls it fame. But my father in his counsels did not seek to oppose a mind so obstinately bent upon a single course. He sought rather to guide and strengthen it in the way it should go. The seas of human life are wide. Wisdom may suggest the voyage, but it must first look to the condition of the ship and the nature of the merchandise to exchange. Not every vessel that sails from Tarshish can bring back the gold of Ophir. But shall it therefore rot in the harbour? No, give its sails to the wind. But I had expected that Roland's letter to his son would have been full of joy and exultation. Joy there was none in it, yet exultation there might be, though serious, grave, and subdued. In the proud assent that the old soldier gave to his son's wish, in his entire comprehension of motives so akin to his own nature, there was yet a visible sorrow. It seemed even as if he constrained himself to the assent he gave. Not till I had read it again and again could I divine Roland's feelings while he wrote. At this distance of time I comprehend them well. Had he sent from his side into noble warfare some boy fresh to life, new to sin, with an enthusiasm pure and single-hearted as his own young chivalrous ardour, then with all a soldier's joy he had yielded a cheerful tribute to the hosts of England. But here he recognised, though perhaps dimly, not the frank military fervour, but the stern desire of expiation, and in that thought he admitted forebodings that would have been otherwise rejected, so that at the close of the letter it seemed not the fiery, war-seasoned Roland that wrote, but rather some timid, anxious mother. Warnings and entreaties and cautions not to be rash, and assurances that the best soldiers were ever the most prudent. Were these the counsels of the fierce veteran who at the head of the forlorn hope had mounted the wall at his sword between his teeth? But whatever his presentiments, Roland had yielded at once to his son's prayer, hastened to London at the receipt of his letter, obtained a commission in a regiment now in active service in India, and that commission was made out in his son's name. The commission, with an order to join the regiment as soon as possible, accompanied the letter. And Vivian, pointing to the name addressed to him, said, "Now indeed I may resume this name, and next to heaven will I hold it sacred. It shall guide me to glory in life, or my father shall read it without shame on my tomb." I see him before me as he stood then, his form erect, his dark eyes solemn in their light, a serenity in his smile, a grandeur on his brow that I had never marked till then. Was that the same man I had recoiled from as the sneering cynic, shuddered at as the audacious traitor, or wept over as the cowering outcast? How little the nobleness of aspect depends on symmetry of feature or the mere proportions of form. What dignity robes the man who is filled with a lofty thought. End of chapter 3.
Part 17, Chapter 4 of the Caxtons. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Caxtons, A Family Picture by Edward Bulwer-Lytton. Part 17, Chapter 4. He is gone. He has left a void in my existence. I had grown to love him so well. I had been so proud when men praised him. My love was a sort of self-love. I had looked upon him, in part, as the work of my own hands. I am a long time ere I can settle back, with good heart, to my pastoral life. Before my cousin went, we cast up our gains and settled our shares. When he resigned the allowance which Roland had made him, his father secretly gave to me, for his use, a sum equal to that which I and Guy Bolding brought into the common stock. Roland had raised a sum upon mortgage, and while the interest was a trivial deduction from his income, compared to the former allowance, the capital was much more useful to his son than a mere yearly payment could have been. Thus, between us, we had a considerable sum for Australian settlers, £4,500. For the first 2 years we made nothing. Indeed, great part of the first year was spent in learning our art, at the station of an old settler. But at the end of the 3rd year, our flocks having then become very considerable, we cleared a return beyond my most sanguine expectations. And when my cousin left, just in the 6th year of exile, our shares amounted to £4,000 each, exclusively of the value of the 2 stations. My cousin had at first wished that I should forward his share to his father, but he soon saw that Roland would never take it, and it was finally agreed that it should rest in my hands, for me to manage for him, send him out an interest at 5%, and devote the surplus profits to the increase of his capital. I had now, therefore, the control of £12,000, and we might consider ourselves very respectable capitalists. I kept on the cattle station, by the aid of the will-o'-the-wisps, for about 2 years after Vivian's departure. We had then had it altogether for 5. At the end of that time, I sold it and the stock to great advantage. And the sheep, for the brand of which I had a high reputation, having wonderfully prospered in the meanwhile, I thought we might safely extend our speculations into new ventures. Glad, too, of a change of scene, I left Bolding in charge of the flocks, and bent my course to Adelaide, for the fame of that new settlement had already disturbed the peace of the bush. I found Uncle Jack residing near Adelaide in a very handsome villa, with all the signs and appurtenances of colonial opulence, and report, perhaps, did not exaggerate the gains he had made. So many strings to his bow, and each arrow, this time, seemed to have gone straight to the white of the butts. I now thought I had acquired knowledge and caution sufficient to avail myself of Uncle Jack's ideas, without ruining myself by following them out in his company, and I saw a kind of retributive justice in making his brain minister to the fortunes which his ideality and constructiveness, according to Squills, had served so notably to impoverish. I must here gratefully acknowledge that I owed much to this irregular genius. The investigation of the supposed mines had proved unsatisfactory to Mr. Bullion, and they were not fairly discovered till a few years after. But Jack had convinced himself of their existence, and purchased, on his own account, for an old song, some barren land which he was persuaded would prove him a Golconda, one day or other, under the euphonious title which indeed is ultimately established, of the Tibet's wheel. The suspension of the mind, however, fortunately suspended the existence of the grog and store depot, and Uncle Jack was now assisting in the foundation of Port Phillip. Profiting by his advice, I adventured in that new settlement some timid and wary purchases, which I resold to considerable advantage. Meanwhile, I must not omit to state briefly what, since my departure from England, had been the ministerial career of Trevanion. That refining fastidiousness, that scrupulosity of political conscience, which had characterized him as an independent member, and often served, in the opinion both of friend and of foe, to give the attribute of general impracticability to a mind that, in all details, was so essentially and laboriously practical, might perhaps have founded Trevanion's reputation as a minister if he could have been a minister without colleagues, if, standing alone and from the necessary height, he could have placed, clear and single, before the world his exquisite honesty of purpose and the width of a statesmanship marvelously accomplished and comprehensive. But Trevanion could not amalgamate with others, nor subscribe to the discipline of a cabinet in which he was not the chief, especially in a policy which must have been thoroughly abhorrent to such a nature. A policy that, of late years, has distinguished not one faction alone, but has seemed so forced upon the more eminent political leaders on either side, that they who take the more charitable view of things may perhaps hold it to arise from the necessity of the age, fostered by the temper of the public. I mean, the policy of expediency. Certainly not in this book will I introduce the angry elements of party policies, and how should I know much about them? All that I have to say is that, right or wrong, such a policy must have been at war, every moment, with each principle of Trevanion's statesmanship, and fretted each fibre of his moral constitution. The aristocratic combinations which his alliance with the Castilian interest had brought to his aid served perhaps to fortify his position in the cabinet. Yet aristocratic combinations were of small avail against what seemed the atmospherical epidemic of the age. I couldn't see how his situation had preyed on his mind when I read a paragraph in the newspapers, that it was reported, on good authority, that Mr. Trevanion had tendered his resignation, but had been prevailed upon to withdraw it, as his retirement at that moment would break up the government. Some months afterwards came another paragraph, to the effect that Mr. Trevanion was taken suddenly ill, and that it was feared his illness was of a nature to preclude his resuming his official labours. Then Parliament broke up. Before it met again, Mr. Trevanion was gazetted as Earl of Ulverston, a title that had been once in his family, and had left the administration, unable to encounter the fatigues of office. To an ordinary man, the elevation to an earldom, passing over the lesser honours in the peerage, would have seemed no mean close to a political career, but I felt what profound despair of striving against circumstance for utility, what entanglements with his colleagues, whom he could neither conscientiously support, nor, according to his high old-fashioned notions of party honour and etiquette, energetically oppose, had driven him to abandon that stormy scene in which his existence had been passed. The House of Lords, to that active intellect, was at the retirement of some warrior of old into the cloisters of a covenant. The gazette that chronicled the earldom of Ulverston was the proclamation that Albert Trevanion lived no more for the world of public men, and, indeed, from that date his career vanished out of sight. Trevanion died. The Earl of Ulverston made no sign. I had hitherto written but twice to Lady Eleanor during my exile, once upon the marriage of Fanny with Lord Castellan, which took place about 6 months after I sailed from England, and again when thanking her husband for some rare animals, equine, pastoral, and bovine, which he had sent as presents to Boulding and myself. I wrote again after Trevanion's elevation to the peerage, and received, in due time, a reply confirming all my impressions. For it was full of bitterness and gall, accusations of the world, fears for the country. Richelieu himself could not have taken a gloomier view of things when his levies were deserted and his power seemed annihilated before the day of dupes. Only one gleam of comfort appeared to visit Lady Ulverston's breast, and thence to settle prospectively over the future of the world. A second son has been born to Lord Castellan. To that son would descend the estates of Ulverston, and the representation of that line distinguished by Trevanion and enriched by Trevanian's wife. Never was there a child of such promise. Not Virgil himself, when he called on the Sicilian muses to celebrate the advent of a son to Pollio, ever sounded a loftier strain. Here was one, now, perchance, engaged on words of 2 syllables, called, by labouring nature to sustain the nodding frame of heaven and earth and main, see to their base restored, earth, sea, and air, and joyful ages from behind, in crowding ranks, appear. Happy dream which heaven sends to grandparents, rebaptism of hope in the font whose drops sprinkle the grandchild. Time flies on, affairs continue to prosper. I am just leaving the bank at Adelaide with a satisfied air, when I am stopped in the street by bowing acquaintances who never shook me by the hand before. They shake me by the hand now, and cry, I wish you joy, sir. That brave fellow, your namesake, is of course your near relation. What do you mean? Have you not seen the papers? Here they are. Gallant conduct of Ensign de Caxton, promoted to a lieutenancy on the field. I wipe my eyes and cry, thank heaven it is my cousin. Then new handshakings, new groups gather round. I feel taller by the head than I was before. We grumbling English, always quarrelling with each other, the world not wide enough to hold us, and yet, when in the far land some bold deed is done by a countryman, how we feel that we are brothers, how our hearts warm to each other. What a letter I wrote home, how joyously I went back to the bush. The will-o'-the-wisp has attained to a cattle station of his own. I got 50 miles out of my way to tell him the news and give him the newspaper, for he knows now that his old master, Vivian, is a Cumberland man, a Caxton. Poor will-o'-the-wisp, the tea that night tasted uncommonly like whiskey punch. Father Matthew, forgive us, but if you had been a Cumberland man and heard the will-o'-the-wisp roaring out, blue bonnets over the borders, I think your tea, too, would not have come out of the caddy. End of chapter 4. Part 17, chapters 5 and 6 of the Caxtons. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Caxtons, A Family Picture, by Edward Bulwer-Lytton. Part 17, Chapter 5. A great change has occurred in our household. Guy's father is dead. His latter years cheered by the accounts of his son's steadiness and prosperity, and by the touching proofs thereof which Guy had exhibited. For he insisted on repaying to his father the old college debts and the advance of the £1,500, begging that the money might go towards his sister's portion. Now, after the old gentleman's death, the sister resolved to come out and live with her dear brother Guy. Another wing is built to the hut. Ambitious plans for a new stone house to be commenced the following year are entertained, and Guy has brought back from Adelaide not only a sister, but, to my utter astonishment, a wife, in the shape of a fair friend by whom the sister is accompanied. The young lady did quite right to come to Australia, if she wanted to be married. She was very pretty, and all the beaux in Adelaide were round her in a moment. Guy was in love the first day, and arranged with 30 rivals the next, in despair the third, put the question the fourth, and before the 15th was a married man, hastening back with a treasure, of which he fancied all the world was conspiring to rob him. His sister was quite as pretty as her friend, and she, too, had offers enough the moment she landed. Only she was romantic and fastidious, and I fancy Guy told her that I was just made for her. However, charming though she be, with pretty blue eyes and her brother's frank smile, I am not enchanted. I fancy she lost all chance of my heart by stepping across the yard in a pair of silk shoes. If I were to live in the bush, give me a wife as a companion who can ride well, leap over a ditch, walk beside me when I go forth, gun in hand, for a shot at the kangaroos. But I dare not go on with the list of a bush husband's requisites. This change, however, serves for various reasons, to quicken my desire of return. 10 years have now elapsed, and I have already obtained a much larger fortune than I had calculated to make. Sorely to Guy's honest grief, I therefore wound up our affairs and dissolved partnership, for he had decided to pass his life in the colony, and with his pretty wife, who has grown very fond of him, I don't wonder at it. Guy takes my share of the station and stock off my hands, and, all accounts scored between us, I bid farewell to the bush. Despite all the motives that drew my heart homeward, it was not without participation in the sorrow of my old companions that I took leave of those I might never see again on this side of the grave. The meanest man in my employ had grown a friend, and when those hard hands grasped mine, and from many a breast that once had waged fierce war with the world, came the soft blessing to the homeward bound, with a tender thought for the old England that had been but a harsh stepmother to them. I felt a choking sensation, which I suspect is little known to the friendships of Mayfair and St. James's. I was forced to get off with a few broken words, when I had meant to part with a long speech. Perhaps the broken words pleased the audience better. Spurring away, I gained a little eminence and looked back. There were the poor, faithful fellows gathering in a ring, watching me, their hats off, their hands shading their eyes from the sun. And Guy had thrown himself on the ground, and I heard his loud sobs distinctly. His wife was leaning over his shoulder, trying to soothe. Forgive him, fair helpmate. You would be all the world to him, tomorrow. And the blue-eyed sister, where was she? Had she no tears for the rough friend who laughed at the silk shoes, and taught her how to hold the reins, and never fear that the old pony would run away with her? What matter? If the tears were shed, they were hidden tears. No shame in them, fair Ellen, since then thou hast wept happy tears over thy firstborn. Those tears have long ago washed away all bitterness in the innocent memories of a girl's first fancy. Chapter 6. Dated from Adelaide. Imagine my wonder. Uncle Jack has just been with me and... But hear the dialogue. Uncle Jack. So you are positively going back to that smoky, fusty old England just when you are on your high road to a plum? A plum, sir, at least. They all say there is not a more rising young man in the colony. I think Bullion would take you into partnership. What are you in such a hurry for? Pisistratus. To see my father and mother and Uncle Roland, and was about to name someone else, but stops. You see, my dear uncle, I came out solely with the idea of repairing my father's losses in that unfortunate speculation of the capitalist. Uncle Jack coughs and ejaculates. That villain Peck. Pisistratus. And to have a few thousands to invest in poor Roland's acres, the object is achieved. Why should I stay? Uncle Jack. A few paltry thousands, when in 20 years more, at the farthest, you would wallow in gold. Pisistratus. A man learns in the bush how happy life can be, with plenty of employment and very little money. I shall practice that lesson in England. Uncle Jack. Your mind's made up? Pisistratus. And my place in the ship taken. Uncle Jack. Then there's no more to be said. Hums, haws, and examines his nails. Filbert nails, not a speck on them. Then suddenly, and jerking up his head. That capitalist! It has been on my conscience, nephew, ever since. and somehow or other, since I have abandoned the cause of my fellow creatures, I think I have cared more for my relations. Pisistratus, smiling as he remembers his father's shrewd predictions thereon. Naturally, my dear uncle, any child who has thrown a stone into a pond knows that a circle disappears as it widens. Uncle Jack, very true. I shall make a note of that, applicable to my next speech in defense of what they call the land monopoly. Thank you, Stone Circle. Jots down notes in his pocketbook. But to return to the point, I'm well off now. I have neither wife nor child, and I feel that I ought to bear my share in your father's loss. It was our joint speculation, and your father, good dear Austin, paid my debts into the bargain. And how cheering the punch was that night, when your mother wanted to scold poor Jack, and the £300 Austin lent me when I left him. Nephew, that was the remaking of me, the acorn of the oak I've planted. So here they are, added Uncle Jack with a heroical effort, and he extracted from the pocketbook bills for a sum between £3,000 and £4,000. There, it is done, and I shall sleep better for it. With that, Uncle Jack got up and bolted out of the room. Ought I to take the money? Why, I think yes. It is but fair. Jack must be really rich, and can well spare the money. Besides, if he wants it again, I know my father will let him have it. And, indeed, Jack caused the loss of the whole sum lost on the capitalist, etc. And this is not quite the half of what my father paid away. But is it not fine in Uncle Jack? Well, my father was quite right in his milder estimate of Jack's scalene conformation, and it is hard to judge of a man when he is needy and down in the world. When one grasps one's idea on one's neighbor's money, they are certainly not so grand as when they spring from one's own. Uncle Jack, popping his head into the room. And you see, you can double that money if you will just leave it in my hands for a couple of years. You have no notion what I shall make of the Tibets. Wheel, did I tell you? The German was quite right. I have been offered already 7 times the sum which I gave for the land. But I am now looking out for a company. Let me put you down for shares to the amount at least of those trumpery bills. Cent per cent, I guarantee, cent per cent. And Uncle Jack stretches out those famous smooth hands of his with a tremulous motion of the 10 eloquent fingers. Pisistratus. Ah, my dear uncle, if you repent. Uncle Jack. Repent when I offer you cent per cent on my personal guarantee. Pisistratus, carefully putting the bills into his breast coat pocket. Then, if you don't repent, my dear uncle, allow me to shake you by the hand and say that I will not consent to lessen my esteem and admiration for the high principle which prompts this restitution, by confounding it with trading associations of loans, interests, and copper mines. And, you see, since this sum is paid to my father, I have no right to invest it without his permission. Uncle Jack, with emotion. Esteem, admiration, high principle? These are pleasant words from you, nephew. Then, shaking his head and smiling. You sly dog, you are quite right. Get the bills cashed at once. And hark ye, sir, just keep out of my way, will you? And don't let me coax from you a farthing. Uncle Jack slams the door and rushes out. Pisistratus draws the bills warily from his pocket, half suspecting they must already have turned into withered leaves, like fairy money. Slowly convinces himself that the bills are good bills, and by lively gestures testifies his delight and astonishment. Scene changes. End of chapter 6.